This isn't what I meant! Well, hello, and welcome to however long this final recap, review, and RIP for Attack on Titan is. I don't know how long this is gonna be. I'm gonna say first and foremost, I've had a lot of people be like, is it gonna be longer than Season 4 Part 2's recap, which was like a 6-hour bloated mess? I don't know. Here's the thing. I'm recording... I'm going to give you all a challenge. I, like Aaron, am experiencing time in a simultaneous flow. And so I'm recording all of these parts to this recap out of order. So kudos to the person that figures out what order I recorded them all in. I don't know if anybody's going to figure it out, but I did record all these parts out of order. Even the ones where I'm dressed the same, I may not have recorded them on the same day. So have fun with that. But yeah, this recap had so many parts in it, and I wanted it to be done in time for my deadlines for it, but also I did not want to wear myself out. In the past, I've recorded the recap over 1 or 2 days. I'm exhausted. I'm just completely wiped out, but I have so much going on my channel, I can't afford to do that. So I have recorded this entire thing over the course of several days, putting it all together, scripting. It's like a 30-page script. It's insane. But I think Attack on Titan deserves it because we're finally kind of to the end. I'll talk about that at the end of this intro, but it's so crazy. I started watching this series in June of 2021, right as the manga was ending. I decided to start and pick up the anime, and I watched through to summer of 2022. I did Attack on Titan Junior High, and then fall of 22, spring of 23, I started the manga and have been reading the manga till this final last set of anime that came out this fall, and now I'm recapping the series and just my overall thoughts as a whole. But if you're expecting this to be like 10 hours long or whatever, I don't think it's going to be that. I spent like 4 hours talking about the finale. I spent like 2.5 hours talking about episode 29. I feel like I have talked at length about a lot of the things as far as themes and symbolism, as far as characters. So I want to treat this recap as like a celebration. It's just a celebration of the series as a whole. It may not be as long as my previous recaps. It may be the same length as my last recap. I don't know. I don't have any goals of the length of it. I just want to be satisfied with how I talk about the series and be satisfied with those parts and be able to say, here we go, we've encapsulated it. And anything I miss, well, we'll talk about that at the end of this intro. So basically, to give you all, I'm going to talk about this in the next part 2, but just to summarize in brief, I was burnt out by the time season 4 part 2 ended. It was a lot. My brain was mush. I was ready to go on a hiatus from Attack on Titan, and luckily getting to take my time, reread the manga, and then have the finale split into 2 parts and being able to watch that was really fun. And I wanted to watch it in full-length format because, 1, the Discord was like, we would prefer you to do it, and I was like, you all are paying me to watch it, so yay! And then 2, I liked the idea of, because I never get to go see anime movies. When anime movies come out, if there's something I'm going to react to, I can't go watch them on the big screen because then I can't react to it. So I have to wait till they come to streaming, and at that point, that can take months and months and months. So I'm very glad that I didn't have to do that with Attack on Titan. I got to have like the full-length, feature-length experience. If they took it to the big screen, I'd definitely go see it, at least the second part. And I just, I'm glad that I got to see it in the format that I wanted to. So, as I've said in previous recap reviews and RIPs, we're going to talk about the characters that have died. We're going to talk about a lot of different things. I'm about to go over the table of contents with y'all. But as always, I try to play Eldian's advocate. I try to stay neutral, but that doesn't always happen. With any review, with any analysis, I try to share my opinions alongside my commentary on the characters. Just a spoiler warning and a note, there may be some opinions that I share that you don't agree with. That's cool. The whole point of Attack on Titan is that when you don't agree on something, you can still talk it out, and it's fine. So that's kind of the big thing, is that I may say some stuff you don't like or disagree with, and I'm just a reactor. And I also am not claiming to be an expert on Attack on Titan lore or things like that. I have a lot of people be like, well, why do you think this? Aren't you a scholar of this? And I'm like, no, I have 2 master's degrees, just brush that off, but they are not in Attack on Titan lore. They are in rhetoric and composition and communications and conflict resolution, which, you know, I feel like the conflict resolution part of my schooling is applicable to Attack on Titan, and should be. It should explain why I feel very strongly about some of the themes of this series, but we'll talk about it in this recap. So here's the structure. Here's what we're going to do. I originally wanted to do 9 parts because I thought that'd be very clever and be like, oh, 9 parts. But then as I was organizing it, I'm like, I'm going to have more than 9 parts. So I decided to make it 13 because if we can't have 9, 13 is the other magic number of Attack on Titan. So that's the goal. But we are going to be doing this introduction, obviously. We are going to be talking about the manga versus the anime. I honestly was so glad I did the manga because I am not a rewatcher person. I just don't have time. So the manga review was needed. So we're going to talk about the manga versus the anime. There's going to be a couple interviews from Isayama that I talk about in that section. So that part, it's fairly long. So enjoy that. Talk about the episode cards of the finale part. Talk about the manga covers, which one's my favorites, all that good stuff. This third part is questions that were answered and unanswered from season 4 part 2's recap and the expectations and surprises I had. That part's fairly short. Should be fun. But those were just kind of, I've had that section in the recap for all of my recaps. So I definitely wanted to address it here as well for the final one. Then we have the timeline. The overall thoughts about the timeline of Attack on Titan. And there will be a special guest give you that portion of the recap. I won't say who, but they're going to make a reappearance to explain the final timeline and their overall thoughts of how the story has gone on. So there you go. And then the themes and symbolism. Oh my gosh, I wanted to talk about this note real quick. I had said this in the season 4 part 2 recap, and I think it bears repeating. Isayama's message about war, peace, humanity, and how complicated it all is, and how we can so easily become divided. No one is entirely right. No one is entirely wrong. I said that back at the end of season 4 part 2, and I think that rings in not only true for the final part, but for the series in general. I feel like people get so divisive and divided about the meaning of the series, and we're going to talk about it in the themes and symbolism portion, but again, I think it's good to note that we're not Attack on Titan scholars. We're not Isayama. All we can do is offer up our analyses and opinions about this fictional piece of work and relate it to our own experiences and go from there. So I thought that note from last recap was still very applicable to right now. And then the squad. I wanted to do just overall expectations, surprises, and thoughts about these characters, the characters that made it to the end. Sans, obviously, we're going to talk about Eren and Zeke at the end of it, but I wanted to talk about Connie. I wanted to talk about Gabby and Falco together. I want to talk about Jean, Annie, Reiner, Levi, Armin, Mikasa, Zeke, and Eren. I'll probably talk about Zeke right after I'm editing the outline as I'm doing and recording this. I'll probably talk about Zeke in between Gabby and Falco and Jean. So, and then Eren. Or I might talk about Zeke and Eren and sandwich the Jaeger brothers there. But I want to just give my overall thoughts and opinions about each of those main characters because they're, so relevant. They made it to the end. Obviously, I'll probably talk about Hanji when we get to the character tier, which we'll talk about in a second. But for the squad, the expectations, surprises, and overall thoughts, I wanted to kind of give just an overview of my thoughts on those, particularly the survivors. So I guess maybe we'll take Zeke out of that since he didn't survive. And Eren, I have to include Eren even though he didn't survive because I've had my antagonist theory about Eren. This will be version 6.0. So that's going to be exciting. But yeah, so just talking about all the characters, what I thought that they were going to do at the beginning of the series compared to what they end up doing at the end. So that'll be a fun time. And then I do want to have a tiny segment. I don't think it's going to be very long, but I wanted to talk about just nitpicks and naysayers or naysayings because, Attack on Titan, as amazing as a series as it is, it gets 10s across the boards for me. It's not perfect. It just isn't. No fiction is perfect. We do progress, not perfection. That's something we're taught in English grad school. You look for progress, not perfection. And so I want to talk about that in relation to Attack on Titan, just some of my nitpicks with it, because everybody has them, and I just wanted to include them in that little section by themselves. I don't know how long that's going to be. I haven't recorded it yet, so I'll give you a hint on that as far as, when I'm recording in and out of order. But we're going to have that. We're obviously going to rank the episodes, but here's the thing. I thought about ranking the episodes. I can't rank them from 1 through 75 or 78 or however many there are. I was like, I can't do it. It's just, there is no bad episode of Attack on Titan. So instead what I did was I organized them into categories. And obviously I'll have my top 10 favorites at the end, but I'm going to have 5 different categories of episodes and where they all fall in line. So hopefully you can enjoy that. And then we got to talk about the ships. Gotta talk about the ships. That has to be there. We can't have an Attack on Titan recap without talking about the ships. And after this last 2 episodes, we need to talk about the ships. Because there's been some sailing, some crashing, some just stalling in the ocean endlessly. We've got a lot of talk about ships to do. And then obviously we're doing one final character rank, tier, and discussion, which is really exciting. I've waited so long to just be able to do a whole sweep, and everybody's like, I wonder how your thoughts are going to change about these characters as we go through. And I'm like, well, now's the time we find out. So we're going to do that. And then I've had people request for some time now that ever since I finished season 4 part 2, people have been asking me to react to Attack on Titan Requiem. Oh, don't worry. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the Requiem manga reaction and do that in discussion. That's going to be in here. I've been asked to react to the OP and the 2 EDs since I didn't watch the episodic formats. So I'm going to be doing that, reacting to the OP and EDs for the final part. And then we'll have the conclusion. So I'm going to go ahead and give you a spoiler alert. This is not the last Attack on Titan thing we will ever do. Even though this is the last recap. This is the last recap I'm going to do, I'm sure. But this is not the last Attack on Titan themed video. And in the conclusion, I will talk about that. So I hope you all strap in, enjoy this final recap, put it on 1.25 speed. If you don't want to sit there and listen to all this, I hope this helps you through your holiday travel, through your holiday get-togethers. You're sitting at the dinner table listening to your grandpa talk about politics, and you're like, I'd rather listen to this. I hope this helps you in some way put together like the IKEA bookshelf you got for Christmas. I hope this helps you in some way, shape, or form get through the rest of your year of 2023 and into 2024, because there's still going to be Attack on Titan in 2024. We just aren't there yet. But I'll talk more about that in the conclusion. So I hope y'all are excited. I definitely am, but let's not waste any more time. We're going to start now with the first RIP toast and the second part of this recap. Hope y'all enjoy. Oh yeah, we're going to get this party started with part 2. The manga versus the anime. But before we do that, we are going to start out our series of RIP toasts. I know I have toasted everyone individually in the other recaps, save for 2 individuals, technically 3 individuals, no 4, that died. Oh no, there's like 7 that died in this last part, so when we get to them, we're going to definitely have to toast them, but that is not yet. So these individuals have already been toasted, but we're going to raise our booze-filled glasses to them again to celebrate their lives over in this series, and that is Moses, the first death. In the entire series, he parted the walls so that we could have Attack on Titan. Carla, sweet mama Carla. Thomas, Mina, Franz, Milius, Knack, and Tom. Those individuals from the Survey Corps, we will salute them. We've individually toasted them in the other recap, specifically the Season 1 recap, but we're going to give them a little extra final shout out. See you in the character tiers. Basically, but cheers to them. So yes, let's talk about the manga and the anime. That seems like a really fun place to start before we dive into a lot of nitty gritty things. I am really glad, in all honesty, that I watched the anime first. because in the aftermath of watching the anime, there have been lots of times where people would talk about how the anime wasn't as good as the manga, and then it kind of flipped its way at the end. A lot of people had some grievances with VIII Studios and the way that they handled certain characterizations. I think that the animation, both in VIII and MAPPA, was fine. I really liked the animation. I know MAPPA gets a lot of grievances because they've rushed some of the animation and then it gets corrected in the Blu-ray, but that's a whole deal with MAPPA that we could talk about for hours. But essentially, I think that MAPPA was more faithful in their adaptation, and at times VIII was maybe better in their adaptation animation-wise. Now, I know VIII got a lot of grievances for not sticking with the manga, especially in season 3, part 1. The way I view it is, I feel like if I had read the manga first, I would not have been able to enjoy the anime as much, because I constantly would have been like, well, that's not like the manga. Well, why'd they leave that out? What are they doing? Why did they do this? So oftentimes when people ask me if I'm going to read the anime or read the manga for something or watch the anime, I like to go with the anime first, because if it's a great adaptation, then when you read the manga, you're like, oh yeah, this was done really well. And if it's a bad adaptation, then it will just make the manga stronger, and it will make you appreciate the source material all the more. So for future reference, if you're asking me if I'm going to read the manga before the anime, probably not, unless it's something like it's going to be like dozens of years down the road before they adapt it, things like that. But I'm really happy that I got to read the manga and discuss it, and we're going to talk about it here in a second. But around the time the finale was going on and was being announced, people asked if I was going to watch the finale when it came out back like in July or April or whenever. And I said, no, I'm going to wait until the entire final season is done rather than split it up, because I didn't want to do 2 recaps. And that's what it would have been. And the recap for just episode 29 of season 4 would have been very angry. I would have been a very angry Romania, and nobody wants to see that. I was angry enough during that entire hour-long feature, so nobody would have wanted to see that. But I do like that they offer it to people in both. I think it's kind of cool that MAPPA offered it in both the full-length cinematic versions of part 1 and part 2, or you could watch it in episodic format. I think that that's kind of clever. It makes it to where you kind of have your cake and eat it too. If people were complaining that they'd rather have it in episodes, then you're like, fine, here's a 7-episode miniseries of the final part. You're welcome. And if they wanted a full-length feature film, you're like, well, congratulations, here's the full-length version. So it's kind of trying to meet its audience both ways, and I appreciate that. I would love if they did like a cinematic theatrical release of this. I would probably go see, I don't know if I'd see, it's like part 1 is so sad. Well, I would probably like sneak in for the Hanji moments and then be like, okay, and cry and then leave. But I would definitely watch the finale in the full length version. I think that'd be pretty badass. Definitely. And then seeing Armin and Aaron hug on big giant 40-foot screens. Yes. And watching people squirm. Yes. Let me do it. But someone pointed out that, several people actually, that there were episodic, like the little for your information cards that were included in the 7 episodes. And I was like, oh, cool. So I haven't actually looked at these. I just pulled them up. The Attack on Titan wiki had them. Current public information had the 7 of them listed. So I haven't read them or even looked at them. So I figured we could react to them now and before we go any further. But I was like, oh, well, I definitely want to look at those and see what they say. All I was told is that there's some pretty interesting information. So I've got pulled up here the last 7, which would be for the 7 episodes. The first one is Aaron's body. Oh my God, the Doomsday Titan. That seems appropriate. Apocalyptic Titan, Doomsday Titan. The Doomsday Titan seems fine. A Titan with a body that is more than a colossal, with a total length of several hundred meters. Unlike traditional titans, most of its gigantic body is made up of bones. The countless ribs that extend from the vertebrae become the legs of the giant body, which continue to advance, swaying slowly from side to side. Regardless of land or sea, it brings along countless titans. This titan, which has swallowed the Attack Titan, the Warhammer Titan, the Founding Titan, and the Beast Titan, would be able to control all Eldians if its inheritor wished to do so. Well, thanks, Aaron, for not choosing to do that. Yeah, which, you know what, I am glad. We're going to talk about character choices. in this recap. I am so glad Isayama was like, decided that would be completely against Aaron's character to control people, because he's totally against that. And I'm glad they set that up early on in the series to be a continuous like, oh, well, why doesn't Aaron do this? Well, because he's all about freedom, and that would be the opposite of such. So no. The second episode card is the port of Odia, a coastal city located in the southeastern part of the continent of Marley. It has huge port facilities, it's got huge tracts of land, and many of its citizens work in the water transportation industry. Not only does it overlook the sea in the southeastern part of the city, but also the river that traverses the continent to the south, making it a key point in the trade that connects the southern side of the continent and Marley. The northern side is surrounded by high mountains. If the rumbling were to come, it would come over those mountains in the north. Ha! And funny enough, it does! So, way to predict that, series. Card number 3 is Fort Salta, which I confused for Fort Salva 90% of this last finale. A fortress located in the southwestern part of the continent of Marley. It was built to suit the surrounding terrain, and it was created for the purpose of researching and manufacturing air weapons, mainly airships. It is surrounded by a table-shaped plateau, similar to a fortress, which was also used as a landing pad and a training ground for airships. The perfect little final destination for our final battle. So cool. Oh yeah, let's get into this stuff. Not that I don't care about the geography or settings, but the past generations of the 9 Titans. Yay! Aaron, who holds the Attack, the Founding, the Warhammer, and the Beast Titans, is connected to the founder Ymir. The founder Ymir is connected to the paths, and there are infinite paths. There is no fixed time in the paths, and all time just exists. And so Titans from all time were summoned. The colossal, armored, female jaw, beast, cart, Warhammer, Attack, and Founding Titans. Some of them are Titans we know, and others are Titans we have never seen. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a minute, but just in the next section, but just absolute insanity. So, interesting. I think it would have been kind of cool if they could have only summoned the Attack, Founding, Warhammer, and Beast Titans, because those are the only ones that Aaron consumed himself. But the fact that Ymir is involved means you could summon the other ones. Sure. Just makes it awfully convenient. We can also have the armored and jaw Titans there. But yes, and then, the Titan flying in the sky. Falco. Unlike common cases of Titan inheritance, Falco became a pure Titan through Zeke's spinal fluid, and then inherited the Jaw Titan. As a result, in addition to the Jaw Titan, it developed the characteristics of the Beast Titan, and its claws and jaws took a shape reminiscent of the beak and claws of a bird of prey. Its biggest feature is the huge wings that grow on both arms. Its huge wings, which can reach a total of 30 meters when its arms are spread out, have the power to lift its giant body into the sky by flapping them. I remember being so disappointed when Falco transformed towards the series end of season 4 part 2. I was like, damn it, I wanted him to be a bird. And everybody in the Discord was like, yeah, you were saying that. We were like, just you wait and see. Because I was so disappointed. I was like, I want Falcon to be a bird Titan because all the symbolism, and it was like foreshadowed with the governor and with the captain in the one meeting. It was like, don't we have a flying Titan? Like, it was foreshadowed. It would have made so much sense. And then when it didn't happen in part 2, I was like, oh, that kind of sucks. He just looks like an awkward bird. And then here we are, just saving the best for last, Isayama. The Doomsday Titan, Colossal Titan version. Someone was trying to explain this to me in the comments, and then they were like, you should just look at the episode card. And I was like, okay, and that's kind of what got me to want to see this. So, a Doomsday Titan whose user turned into a Titan after losing most of the Doomsday's body. Since it's the same size as a Colossal Titan and has the same head as the Doomsday Titan, it is thought that it has at least the abilities possessed by the Attack Titan. Even after losing the body, the royal blood, and the rumbling, it still keeps going, even if what lies ahead is hell. Yeah, I loved Aaron's, just his long, swishy hair going back and forth. Just ridiculous. And, okay, that makes much more sense, because I was like, why is he suddenly the size of Armin? That's awfully convenient. But the fact that his head was always that size, and it was just that weird, creepy Founder Titan body, seems legit. We'll go with it. As long as it's explained, it's fine. And then A World Without Titans, the final end card. Even if the Titans disappear, the fear will not. Even if the number of people decreases, conflicts will not. Still, someone must wish for it someday. There should be a world where we can join hands with each other. There should be a future where we can respect and talk to each other. That future is just around the corner. And it always is, right? It's always there. It's always a future that's there. You just have to want it. And both sides have to want it. I really like that. I'm like, Isayama's kind of like, do you get it? Do you get it? And the fact of it is, it's not just like, it's not idealistic to say it's just around the corner and being like, well, it's like, no, it always is. You just have to want it, and both sides have to be able, they have to be willing to set aside things and want to join hands and respect and talk to each other. Oh, those are really good. I love that. I love those end cards. Those are great. I'm glad that they included those. It's a nice little incentive to watch the episodic version. I personally am glad that I watched the full-length version. I think if I had taken those 2 weeks and extended it into 7, I think people would have gone insane. I would have gone insane because I would have wanted to see it, right? I would have wanted to see it. Although we will get to the OP and EDs. They're going to be reacted to at the very end of this recap, however long it ends up being. However long it ends up being, that's going to be happening later. So, yay. But in any case, we need to look and talk more about the manga versus the anime. Honestly, I've said this when I was reaching the end of the anime, and then when I was reaching the end of the manga and was about to start the final 2 episodes, the feature-length ones. By the time I finished with season 4, part 2, I was pretty burnt out. I had started that series in June of 2021. Yes, June of 2021, I had started the series. And around October or November, people kept saying, well, if you get to where you're reviewing 2 episodes a week, then you'll catch up to the final season by the time it finishes that next April. And I was like, okay, cool. That sounds like a plan. And it was honestly exhausting because y'all know how long those reactions were. To edit them, to do the recaps. I think I was riding an adrenaline train and was just chugging right along. And then by April of 2022, when I finished the season 4 part 2, my body just went and just crashed hardcore. And I did Attack on Titan Junior High that summer, and I was planning on immediately starting the manga by the time it finished around fall of 2022, and I just couldn't. I did that first volume and I enjoyed it, but I was just so tired and so burnt out of talking about Attack on Titan. I needed a break. And I was like, I had been doing it for like 54 weeks straight. And I was like, I need to just take 5. So I did. And then in January of this year, I started back, or in the spring, I started back the manga, doing like, I was originally going to do like 2 or 3 volumes a week to try to catch up when I thought both parts were coming out in June. I'm like, oh, I've got to hurry up and get through this. And then I realized I'm not going to stress myself out. I'm going to do it of 1 volume at a time and have fun with it and enjoy it and use it as a moment to catch up through the series, to brace myself for the last bits. And I'm really glad that I did that, because not only did it reinvigorated me with the series, but it reminded me of all the things that I missed, and it made me really want to get to the final volumes and the final parts, because I'm going to be honest, I don't have a lot of time to rewatch anything. I don't rewatch any shows that I've seen once. I don't have a lot of time for new shows outside the channel, unless it's something I'm watching right now for this channel. I just watch like Great British Bake Show and Drag Race reruns because I can put them on in the background and do something else. I don't really have a lot of time day to day to like sit down and watch something just for pure enjoyment that's outside of the channel. And that's not a bad thing. I'm loving the shows that I'm watching and I'm really enjoying it. Otherwise I wouldn't do it. But that's just the fact of the matter. So I don't have a lot of time to rewatch. And I'm not really a rewatcher unless I just absolutely feel the sudden urge or I'm sick. If I'm sick, I'll put something on binge and just be like, okay, time to rewatch free again. But, so the manga was a way for me to re-see the series and also see it through a new lens. So I'm really glad that I did that. And seeing the manga format, it made the adaptation seem a lot more impressive in a lot of ways, because the idea of taking all this information, Isayama writing a 50-page chapter and splitting it into episodes. Like, that's not easy. Like, usually when you have anime adaptations from manga that were like 20 pages a chapter and you put like 2 or 3 of those chapters together, you can find ways to cut and edit and make them work with the OP and ED included. But when you have a 50-page chapter, you gotta like cram that sucker in and figure out how to make it cohesive, and that's not an easy task. So I do give Wit and Mappa, despite some of the grievances that I have and others have had with them, I give them props for doing as well as they did with this adaptation, because it could have been a lot worse. And it ended up being a lot better in a lot of ways. So, and I think that's kind of like apples and oranges. There are so much like extra things that the manga gave us, like all the extra character information, especially the stuff around season 3, part 1. If like volumes 13 and 14, go read those, because I was like, what's all this extra stuff that wasn't in season 3? Like, it's so good. And then just like the bonus stories, the high school cast, like seeing that in the manga was really fun. Seeing like Armin's journey with his weird, like the weird encounters he has. Seeing Eren be just like the everyman that Isayama was like projecting into in the bonus stories. Like, those were so much fun. And Isayama's humor is bizarre. Isayama has some really dark, weird humor. I'm okay with it. It's hilarious, but I'm like, dude, you've got some messed up sense of humor, and kudos. Kudos. It's like the driest sense of humor you've ever seen. That's like macabre. Which Eren's severed head was made out by Mikasa. So yes, the most macabre humor. I'm fine with it. But I definitely think it's important that if you like Attack on Titan, even with all the grievances against Volume 34 and how he changed it for the anime adaptation, it's still worth reading. I think it's worth supporting the official release. The nice thing is you can get the giant colossal editions of the manga, which I thought about. I thought about getting the colossal editions, and I'm like, can you imagine me trying to like react to it? I just had to like sit it here and be like, like do it page per page. I was like, here we go. Like, that would have been so hard. But I ended up getting the digital versions. I bought the official digital English translations, which I'm really glad, because now I can go back and read them whenever I want to, wherever I want to, which is nice. I'm usually a very physical, as you can see, a physical manga person, but for series that have lots of volumes, like more than 12 or more than 20, I'm like, I usually like those digital because you can take those everywhere and they don't take up as much space. So that was really nice to have that, and to support Isayama. I definitely wanted to do that. So with the volume covers of the manga, I figured I might as well go through my favorites and which ones I like the most. And I also found out something about volume 34 that I did not know about. So of all the manga covers, I really like Isayama's manga cover style. It's very different than most manga covers I've seen. The style, especially his earlier work, kind of lends to this more gritty, more artistic looking structure, and I like it. I would say my favorite covers, my top 10 of the 34, I really like volume cover number 1. It's iconic. The Colossal Titan Bertolt with Eren facing him down. And then at the end, you have Eren facing down another Colossal Titan that ate Bertolt. So I just love the opening volume 1 cover. It's iconic. I love it. Just the image of, everybody knows that Colossal Titan peering over the wall. That's like, if you know nothing about Attack on Titan, you know about that Colossal Titan. So that one's really, really good. Then from there, I would say that the season 1 and season 2 covers are okay. They're not my favorites, but they're fine. I don't have anything against them. They're just not my favorites. I like volume 13 because it looks like a boy band photo. You have Eren like with his arm like this, and Levi's got the rifle over his shoulder. And with Levi being the forefront of this arc, it kind of makes sense. But I really like volume 13's cover. And then obviously volume 14 is one of my favorites because I even got the little glasses wipe here of Eren or Erwin and Hanji and Levi. One of my favorites. I like the Dedicate Your Hearts. Volume 14's cover is just beautiful. I love it. It has that Western feel. Really great. And then I would say volumes 20 through 23, 20 being the one of Perfect Game with Levi holding his arm as the others have fallen off against the Beast Titan. I really like that cover. The Basement is probably, as far as composition and organization, I think volume 21 is maybe my favorite in terms of that, because you have Eren opening the book that Grisha had, and you have Mikasa helping him open the book, and you have Levi and Hanji standing next to them. Like, the way that it's shot and from the perspective, they're all looking down and the light source is coming from the book, like the knowledge, like symbolically and composition wise, I like that one, I think, the best. And then volume 22 is the ocean, and it's so different from all the other covers in the series because it's that clean, bright blue. Everything else is like murky yellows and greens and browns and reds and kind of like rust colors. And then you have this beautiful like blue ocean and blue sky in volume 22, and the three of them standing there. And it's just so vivid and perfect and simple. It's really, really good. I think the covers I like less for Attack on Titans are the ones that are busy, that have lots of characters and lots of things. They're just too busy. I like just a nice concrete theme. And volume 23 is nice. I like that the warriors are all there. I think that one's okay. I really like volume 28, and I gave it so much shit. It's the one where Zeke's like half naked on the cover and Levi's behind him, but Zeke is drawn so well that it just looks really good. And I know it's so wrong and raunchy, but I just like it. I don't know. And I'm not saying that as a Zeke stan because I'm not a Zeke stan, but it's just it's a good cover. It looks good. I don't know. It looks like a yaoi cover. Maybe because it looks like a BL. I'm like, oh yeah, this one, right? To contrast that, I really like volume 30, which is the one of Aaron and the light and the paths. I like that one quite a bit. That one, the purple color scheme, purple and green are my favorite colors. So the purple there, I really like it. And then volume 31, I think volume 31 with the rumbling and all the colossal titans and Mikasa, it's a really cool parallel to volume 1 because you have volume 1 with Aaron versus the one colossal titan, and then you have Mikasa in volume 31 against all the colossal titans, and then there's Aaron straight ahead of her, and that's a nice little foreshadowing because then in 33 she's looking down at him up close. Very nice. I like it. But what I didn't realize was with volume 34, because I'm reading it online, I get to see the volume cover, but unless I click to the very, very end, I don't usually see like the other sides of the cover. And in the Japanese version, you see Aaron and Mikasa and Armin like running up to the tree on the cover, but then when you open the full flap, there's on the back cover, it's like all of the others from the Survey Corps like following them to the tree. There's Bertolt, there's Annie, there's Reiner, there's Sasha and Connie and John, there's Marco, and I think that's like Nina maybe in the back and Historia. Like, they're all there. And I was like, oh. And it's really cute. Like, they're all running up the hill to meet him, and Aaron's looking at him smiling. Like, that's so cool. I did not notice that. It's like the mountains and the sunset in the background and the shadows are behind them. It's just subtle, but it's effective. I really like that. I love the shadow and the darkness behind them on the hill. So cool, right? So before we go to the next part, though, I had been told that I need to read some interviews with Isayama, and so I tried to do some research, and I wanted to find an interview post the manga ending and post the anime ending and see if there are differences. I wanted to see that. I'm like, are there going to be any differences between the manga ending and the anime ending and how Isayama talks about them? So I found two different sources. We might as well talk about the manga first. This source is from a May 2021 interview that was translated by a Goldsword 07. It's from Tumblr, but it was a translation commission from an ending interview that was published back in May 2021. So I haven't read these. I haven't read either interview, honestly. I wanted to read them and talk about them with you all together while we're here for the recap and see what old Isayama has to say, because I'll be honest, y'all. I was telling Discord this. It was very frustrating, but I've had so many people recommend analysis videos. You won't believe how many analysis videos, links to analyses, things that people have recommended. And no tea, no shade to anybody that's made an analysis video, because I know making this, the time that it takes to edit, put together, script it, bring it all together and make a video, especially one that's longer than 20 minutes. I get that. I understand it. I respect it. Kudos to y'all for putting that work in, that effort. That's amazing. But I have been recommended several that were just boring. They were so boring. Every voice was like the same YouTube narrator voice. It was like, did you know that Aaron was actually not committing genocide? What he was doing was reliving Ymir's will, and this is the tale and the imagery that has come before it to stand behind it to tell you something you know nothing about. It was just like this monotone, flat, like if I wanted to fall asleep, I would put it on in the background and read a book and just pass out. Like that's what I would do. And no offense, but I'm like, I gotta read something that keeps me engaged, that makes me laugh, that makes me like be like, oh, that's so cool, and think about it. And it wasn't just that, it was that a lot of the videos people recommended were either one, they were talking about things that I've already talked about, either in the discussions, the recaps, or online through the Discord. They were things I already knew, and so I was like, okay, this is just repeating info that I already know. Or even worse, they were videos that people were treating their opinions as facts. And here's the thing, anything that I say in this recap about any of the characters, about the themes, about the symbolism, they are just my subjective interpretations. They are just how I experience the text and how I interpret it, right? And I'm totally fine if people disagree with me. If they're like, oh, well, I actually thought this was the reason. And I'll be like, oh, that's cool. That's neat. I didn't think about it that way. But there have been so many people in comments and so many people when they recommend videos and such for me to watch and read, they'll be like, well, remember, this is how it actually is. And I'm like, or they'll be like, well, the actual reason that this is like this is this. And I'm like, And they're like, actually, you don't understand. This is the thing. And these are all what actual people have wrote me, by the way. Or they'll be like, well, you're wrong. This is actually what this means. And I'm like, FYI, when you use a condescending tone and tell people stuff like that, they're not really inclined to read what you tell them to read. They're just like, nah, I think I'm good. And I tried to watch some videos that were recommended to me. I tried. But a lot of it was just people trying to make their opinions that are, you know, connotative, that are subjective, and treating them like they're fact. And I'm like, well, unless you're Isayama and you're telling me deliberately what's going on, then it's just your interpretation of it. It does not necessarily mean it's correct. You just are treating it as such. So, cool. In the words of John Oliver, neat. So, yeah, I wanted to find some actual Isayama interviews that I could actually hear what the author says about the text. And so this is the first one about when the manga ended. So, thank you Goldsword07 for translating this. Huzzah. Question. Congratulations on completing Attack on Titan's serialization. How do you feel now that you've finished writing the final chapter? Isayama. There's still some work left to do when it comes to putting together the final manga volumes, so I don't actually know how a life without deadlines feels yet. But by publishing the final chapter, I feel I can finally breathe again. However, there are still several things to do that need to be done. The translator note says, usually putting together a volume includes fixing drawing mistakes, even redrawing certain scenes if the author wasn't satisfied with how they looked, fixing text, both wording and simple changing of the Japanese characters, drawing the omeki or extra pages like the high school cast fake previews, which usually take up 2 pages, and so on. So of the 8 extra pages he mentions below, probably only 6 will be used to add the new original story content. Okay, cool. Question, what? What else is there to be done? Isayama. At first, the draft of the last page of the chapter was neatly divided into 5 panels, but I was feeling quite indecisive about it. At the time, the last page was a scene of 3 people running towards a tree on a hill. After having a meeting about that with Baku-san and my other editors, I decided on a last-minute change, and I turned it into the one that is now published in the Shonen magazine. The limit for each printed chapter in the magazine was 51 pages, but since up to 8 extra pages can be added in the manga volumes, I wanted to finish up everything I could draw in the printed magazine and add it in the final manga volume. Oh, so the extra pages are probably the ones with the tree. Gotcha, the ones with the tree and the boy and the dog. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. They just didn't know about it at the time. Well, everybody in the Discord was like, how are you reading the final volume? And it was very confusing. People were trying not to be spoilery, but they were like, are you going to see the extra pages? And I was like, what extra pages? Is this a spoiler? And it just was the fact of the extra collage the montage at the end that we see in the end credits of the animation, and the boy and the dog. That was the extra stuff, and everybody just wanted to make sure that I saw that. And I ended up seeing it because it's in the official English translation. But I think they were afraid I was viewing from like a pirated fan site or a site that was doing fan translations, and it wouldn't be included. And luckily, that wasn't the case. As for the serialization, which spanned 11 years and a half, have there been any changes about the way you think about manga? Isayama, up until recently, I had drawn as if sexism wasn't a thing. But when drawing the Marleyan military, which was comparatively more modern, if I had added, with no explanation whatsoever, female soldiers like I did for Parody Island, it could have given the impression that Marley was a quite developed nation, and it would feel out of place. That's why, as long as I was drawing a story set in an era of the past, I couldn't draw female characters as part of the top brass in the military, because it would have meant acting as if there was no actual history of gender discrimination at the time. Interesting! It might be a story set in a fictitious world, but if you don't connect it in some ways to the real world, it could end up becoming a story people cannot relate to. That's interesting. Okay. In the scene with all of in the boardroom meeting scenes with the Marleyan military, there are no female soldiers. And when they have the big, parade, when Willie Tybur gives a speech, there's no female soldiers in the upper brass. So if you're tying it to historically something, that makes a lot of sense, which is kind of ironic and funny, because then you have characters like Peek and Annie in the Marleyan soldiers, but they're less than human. They're Marleyan, or they're Eldians, so that makes sense to have them because they're Eldian warriors, whereas, the Marleyan soldiers don't have that going on. Interesting. And then you have Parody that has men and women in the army all the time. Interesting. I never thought of it that way, and I didn't really notice that there weren't any female soldiers in the Marleyan upper brass, but now I do. So it's like, interesting. Okay. Question. The unraveling of events that led to the final chapter has been quite shocking, especially when it comes to Eren. Here we go. Isayama. I have been frenetically checking any and all reactions to that. There are as many honest opinions as there are people, and they're all correct. With how I portrayed that part, it's not so strange that it was interpreted as if Armin accepted the massacre. My portrayal was lacking. Armin did not approve of the despicable measures taken by Eren, but he ended up benefiting from the mass slaughter regardless of his intentions. Armin, who couldn't possibly understand Eren, faced their last farewell with a firm "thank you for becoming a mass murderer for us," essentially conveying how he himself was also an accomplice. He wanted to feel closer to Eren, even if just a little. I realized the final stage in particular had two difficult themes, and my portrayal was inadequate. I deeply regret that I wasn't able to fully express them in the manga proper. I've been drawing this manga for 11 years and a half, and when I completed the manuscript, I truly believed that everyone will be happy with this. I was conceited. I apologize to those who have supported me until the end, but have felt let down by the ending. I kind of feel bad for him because, I am glad that he at least got to be a part of the anime, and hopefully in the interview that I'm going to read here in a minute, he talks about that, because it definitely feels with what he's saying, like, I wanted to do this with the scene, but I didn't know how to say it and how to properly do it and give it justice, so I feel like I couldn't get what I wanted across. And then we see the anime, a few years later, it's like he figured out what he wanted to say, and he's like, no, this is how I want to do it, this is what happens. And you know what? On the one hand, I could see a reader being upset because, I was upset. I was like, where the hell's the rest of this? Why are you doing this, Isayama? But at the time, knowing the time crunch that he was under, and knowing that he was trying to get this done, and knowing he was probably like on the edge of burnout, it was during COVID. It was like not a great time. I definitely am glad that he is self-aware and that he's transparent and apologizes that he didn't get it done the way he wanted. I'm glad he does that. It's like, I'm glad he's not one of those authors that's just like, I didn't do anything wrong, you're the ones that don't get it. Like, no, he's like, it's not how I want it to end, and I'm not happy with it. But I like the idea that Armin, in that moment in the manga version, was trying to connect to Eren, trying to figure Eren out, trying to be like, is this right? Is this why you did the things that you did? And just because we don't have those extra scenes we have in the anime, what he's saying makes sense. It still doesn't make that scene great, but I'm glad he at least acknowledges it and apologizes for it. I'm like, good, cool. I like an author that's transparent and self-aware. And so I kind of feel bad that he's just like, I didn't get it the ending that I wanted, but kudos, you got it in the anime, so nice, cool. During these 11 and a half years of serialization, has there been any memorable events? Isayama, I'm happy that I could deepen the relationship with my assistants as manga friends. When the serialization started, everyone was in their 20s, but now some of them are married and have even become parents, and we have become close family friends. That's so crazy. Yeah, you and your assistants being together for 11 years, working on this one series and getting to know each other every day, and they have families and like going through everything. That's so crazy, right? Question, was the manga becoming an anime a memorable moment too? Isayama, the anime adaptation can certainly be considered another part of Attack on Titan. Lots of people got to know this story through watching the anime. Personally, it was refreshing for me too, as I could experience the story anew. It's kind of like the reverse of my experience. In addition to that, the characters were taken out of my hands in a good way by the directors and voice actors. They became moving as independent existences. It was a first and interesting experience. Do you have a favorite scene? Isayama, as far as drawings go, the scene I like the most is the one in chapter 104, Victor's, where the jaw titan claws at the attack titan. Besides the fact that I feel like I can't draw anything better than that, there also haven't been many action scenes with titans after chapter 104. Interesting. That's such a random chapter to just be like, this is the one I like. I'm like, what? Well then, what about your best chapter? One of them is chapter 71, Bystander. Yeah! Bystander! I feel that chapter exceeded my abilities at the time. I like the way it doesn't feel like Attack on Titan, as the spotlight was on the life of a single character who isn't involved with the original story. You talk about Keith Shaddis. He's our best bystander. Yes. Oh, I love that. Nice. Chapter 69, Friends, was also depicts some characters' personal life. Isayama, I like that chapter too. At the time of drawing its draft, I flattered myself with words such as, oh, aren't I so mature? Normally I would draw the main story's continuation, but in chapter 69, 71's cases, I felt like I was drawing stories that were complete on their own. Yeah, I think that's why, honestly, spoiler alert from when we get to the episode rankings, Friends and Bystander are two of my favorites, because they just are so standalone on their own, but yet they still tie to Attack on Titan, and they still feel cohesive and coherent. There's no other way to explain it. I love it. Haha, nice. Question. With the start of the Marley arc in chapter 91, The Other Side of the Ocean, both Titans and modern times weapons made an appearance in battle. Isayama, the battle scene was the time I had the most fun while drawing manga. I was in a state of total concentration and full energy. I'm sure because it was something totally new and different, right? Question, how has Attack on Titan been for you? Isayama, it's as if the youth has come a bit late. A third of my life has been packed into this work. That is a statement. Of course, there have been hard times too, but it's been a chapter of my life that normally you wouldn't be able to experience, and even now I struggle to think it was real. Although I've been spoiled by my readers, I had planned to draw all the while accepting even harsh opinions. Yeah, I feel like that's insane, first of all, to think that 11 years, he's in his 30s, I'm assuming at the time, that this has taken up a third of his life, which is crazy. But also, when you write a story this politically and emotionally charged, yeah, I feel like he had to gear himself for the feedback he was going to receive, and I'm glad that it's been mostly positive for him. And then question, finally, a message to the readers, please. Isayama, through Attack on Titan, I could connect with an unfathomable number of people. I've been happy to share this time of my life with my readers, which is something that, if I had had a normal life, I never would have had experienced. Now that the serialization is over, I have been freed. So I want to stroll around a small city with a can of 1-cup sake in one hand. That's what I could call freedom. I like that. Yeah, Isayama was like, I'm free! I'm done! The story's over! We're good! Awesome. Nice. Okay. So that, I like that. This other article came out November of this year, so about a month ago. The New York Times actually did an interview with Isayama. The New York Times, which is like, that's so insane to me that a major U.S. news publication is doing an interview with Attack on Titan, an anime and manga creator. Like, that's just, that's just wild to me. And when I saw it, I was like, oh, okay. All right, peer-reviewed source. So I'm excited. We'll see what this is. But the article is titled, if you want to look it up later, Attack on Titan ends how its creator always envisioned, which is like a stark contrast from what we just read with the manga ending. So let's do this. As an anime phenomenon comes to a close, the story's original creator, Hajime Isayama, breaks down a conclusion that was pretty much there from the beginning. All right, so Raphael Modemeyer wrote this on November 5th, 2023. On Saturday, the final episode of the anime adaptation of Hajime Isayama's Attack on Titan premiered on Crunchyroll and Hulu, ending an epic tale that started back in 2013. Like the manga, which ran from 2009 to 2021, the anime was an instant hit, becoming one of the defining shows, blah, blah, blah. All right, so we're going to get down to the interview and see what all we got here. So, since the manga ended in 2021, there's been plenty of speculation and debate over Aaron's antagonistic turn and what the story's ending means. Ahead of the release of the final episode, the manga creator Hajime Isayama, speaking through an interpreter, David Higby, talks about the restrictive nature of writing and the story's dark ending. These are edited excerpts from the interview. Interesting. Okay. So the manga ended a couple of years ago and the anime is just finishing now. How do you feel about the story coming to an end? For this anime to be made and for that to go beyond the borders of Japan and reach a worldwide audience is something that's been a very happy occurrence to me. In a sense, Attack on Titan has connected me to the world, and that's something I'm very glad happened. How much of the ending from the manga did you have in mind when you first began writing? And how much did it change along the way? That was pretty much there from the beginning. A story that starts with the victim who then goes to the story and becomes the aggressor. That is something that I had in mind right from the get-go. Along the way, certain aspects of the story didn't go as expected, and I adapted and fleshed out certain aspects. But I would say the ending of the story didn't change much. I love that, the victim to aggressor. All right. There's a much talked about scene where Armin, who's struggling with Aaron's turn into a mass murderer, seems to thank him for his actions. Can you talk about the meaning behind that conversation? My thinking there wasn't really that Armin was trying to push Aaron away for the sake of justice or whatnot. It was more that he wanted, in a sense, to take joint responsibility. He wanted to become an accomplice. In order to become an accomplice, Armin had to make sure that he used very strong wording so he could take those sins upon himself. And that was the intent behind it. Yeah, because it's like, Armin's like, we're going to be in hell together forever to like take responsibility alongside Aaron. Should he have done that? Maybe not, but he's Aaron's best friend. And in this moment, he realizes his best friend's an idiot and a mass murderer. And he's like, well, what can I do for Aaron at this point? Because he's going to die. I'm going to kill him, even though Mikasa ends up killing him. And he's like, what can I do? And so he does the only thing he can for Aaron. He takes responsibility together. And we'll talk about it when we talk more about Armin. But okay, that makes a lot of sense. You have a scene where Aaron apologizes to a kid for the carnage he's going to commit and say he was disappointed in the world he saw beyond the walls. What does this say about his motivation? Isayama says, I think that refers to the fact that Aaron was dreaming of going to this world outside the walls where there was nobody and there was nothing. There was an excitement about this world that was going to be just an empty, clean slate. I don't really know whether that's a good or bad thing. And I don't really know why that was the ideal I set up for Aaron as part of the story. But what I can say is that when he does get across the wall at that point, when he sees that the world is really not that different from what's within the walls in the world that he already knows, that's the disappointment that I'm referring to in that specific scene. Yeah, it's like Aaron just wanted there to be no one there. He was expecting there to be nobody beyond the walls. It's like, well, this is why we don't take children's books like that literally. Aaron says in the final episode of the anime that he had no choice but to follow the future. Oh, wow, we're getting into some good questions. This interviewer asks the right questions. And he said that he was powerless against the powers of the founding Titan. Armin even asks if he's really free. Was he telling the truth, or do you see this as him telling an excuse? Ooh. So the truth in the situation is a situation with Aaron actually overlaps in a certain sense with my own story with this manga. When I first started this series, I was worried that it would probably be canceled. It was a work that no one knew about. But I had already started the story with an ending in mind. And the story ended up being read and watched by an incredible number of people. And it led to me being given a huge power that I didn't quite feel comfortable with. It would have been nice if I could have changed the ending. Writing manga is supposed to be freeing, but if I was completely free, then I should have been able to change the ending. I could have changed it and said I wanted to go in a different direction. But the fact is that I was tied down to what I originally envisioned when I was young. And so the manga became a very restrictive art form for me, similar to how the massive powers that Eren acquired ended up restricting him. Oh, wow! That's really cool! Okay. We're going to bring this up later when I get to later parts of this, but I like that he took it as, I actually really love this, because what I was afraid of was Isayama saying, like, yes, the laws of physics and time travel and laws of causality, and here's what all these random sci-fi mumbo-jumbo and stuff that's subjective and fictional and blah, 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 except for, like, whatever physics. But he doesn't go that route at all. He uses his feeling like he can't change the manga because it's already going a certain way, and he doesn't want to change it because he feels like it's altering what he originally set out. It's like he originally had this idea, and he's like, I'm going to put it out there and see if it takes hold. And then it did start to take hold, and he's like, well, people like it how it is now, so I can't change it, because what if it ends up not being what they liked to begin with? So I like that this was all like Eren's position of being stuck in this time loop of his own, is something of his own design. It's like Isayama's like, I could have changed it, but I didn't want to. I was too afraid to change it because I didn't know what would happen. So I just made my own destiny by keeping on track. And it's like Eren was too afraid. He knows that this one path, if he sticks on it, it's going to take him to the end. But if he changes it along the way, he doesn't know what could happen. He won't be in control anymore. And he's too afraid to change it. And that's kind of how Isayama felt with the manga. I love it. I love it tying to his own personal experience, and that he relates to Eren in terms of being restricted by the power that's been given to him. I love that. That is top notch. Love that. Love it, love it, love it. Awesome. You have been involved in the anime production for a little while, supervising the adaptation storyboards, and have been known for asking for changes to the story in the adaptation. Did you personally ask for anything for the final episode? Yes, absolutely. I checked the script, but the main thing was the storyboards. There were different things I suggested. When it comes down to it, it's really the role of the production to make those decisions. But I wanted to at least give my input so that they could take those into account when they were making the final decisions. Nice. And I feel like I've been teasing Discord and Patreon with it for like a year now, but I would like to get into the final Bleach season when it all gets down to getting completed. I'd like to build up to it. Because I personally, and this is just little minor Bleach subtext, I was not happy with the way the Bleach manga ended at all when it came out. I don't care about the extra novels, all that other junk. It's like they were just superfluous. It was the manga. And the manga, I did not like the way it ended. And when I found out that Kubo was rewriting parts of it for the anime adaptation, I was like, oh, so this will kind of be like Isayama being involved and rewriting parts of it. And I've asked not to be spoiled, so please don't give me Bleach spoilers, for the love of God. I want to watch it. But all I've been told is that they're good changes. And I'm like, good. So that has me excited because I've seen it be successful with Attack on Titan here. So that makes me excited for Bleach to see how it works out. So I'm like, cool. But I like that. I like that because, you know, there's a thing. Authors grow and they change. And they realize, like with the end of the manga, when Isayama was like, I wish I could articulate this better. You come back 2 years later and he's like, I finally figured out how I want to articulate it. Here we go. And it works out so much better. Right? And so I kind of like that evolution that happens with the adaptation. It's neat to see that go down. Final question. The manga ends with you showing the future of parody and sort of the cycle of war continuing. Is there no end to the conflict and the cycle you present in the story? Isayama says, I guess there could have been an ending where it was a happy ending and the war ended and everything was fine and dandy. I guess that could have been possible. At the same time, the end of fighting and the end of contention itself seems kind of hokey. It kind of seems like it's not even believable. It's just not plausible in the world we're living in right now. And so sadly, I had to give up on that kind of happy ending. Which we had some people share in the Discord, like the editor talking about people in the ending, and because there's been a lot of people that wonder if Attack on Titan is pro-genocide in this, and spoiler alert for the sections when we get to it, it's not. But I feel like Isayama saying here, and with the ending that we get in the manga, him saying, look, because the end card that's with the episode is very much like, it's just around the corner. It's right there. And Isayama's like, yeah, I could have gave it a happy ending, but would that have matched the tone of this series? Probably not. And would it be realistic? Well, not really, because unless we learn from our mistakes, and unless we change, and unless we actively try to seek out peace, then it's not going to happen. So I feel like he's just trying to make a statement of, please change the future. Otherwise, we're going to end up with it being bittersweet like this series. So, that's harsh, right? Okay. Well, I really liked those interviews a lot. Those were really, really good. But the manga and anime as a whole, I mean, the anime, we're going to be talking a lot about it in the sections to come. But as far as the manga goes, I am really happy that I got to read the manga. I'm glad I got to support Isayama. I'm glad I got to talk to people about the manga and see it, because normally when people are like, they're like, you should read the manga, I just never have time. And I always feel bad, and I'm like, I just don't have time to read it. But in this case, I made time, and it was definitely worth it. So if you've not checked out my manga reviews, they're on YouTube. They're a lot of fun. But we need to get on to the next part, right? I think I got it in me. So before we get on to the next part, though, we need to have another RIP toast, which is the next one here, from season 1, part 2, which was most of the people that died in the rest of season 1. Again, we've talked about all of these individuals throughout the season 1 recap and review and RIP, which I was pretty tipsy for because there was a lot of toasts to be made. But we had Ian, we had Matobi, we had Marco. Marco gets a swig right now. Sonny and Bean, they get a drink. Dieter Ness, Gunther, Petra, and Eld and Oro, our Levi squad. And the right flank of the Survey Corps. I only included them because they were taken out, and I included them in the recap, so that was fun. But yeah, what a troop, right? Season 1 was just like a bloodbath. There was a lot of people die in season 1. I was like, phew. So the next thing I wanted to talk about was the questions that were answered and unanswered from season 4, part 2 to part 3. So what I did was I took the unanswered questions from season 4, part 2 that I had at the end of the last recap review and RIP, and I went through them just to see if we found any answers. So the unanswered questions that we got on here, it was like, this is the second Titan War, but it's the other Titan shifters versus Eren instead of being divided. Well, depending on what Armin will do and who he sides with. Eren labeled himself as the savior of humanity, not himself. Does he still believe that? I'm curious if Eren still believes Armin is the savior of humanity and what that could mean. I said that at the end of the recap, and I'm like, yes, he did believe that Armin and the others could save humanity if they could stop them, but Eren still wanted to destroy the world in the end. So it's fascinating to see how Eren was still convinced that they were going to be the ones that were going to be the heroes to pull together the world after he was gone. But I love that I was asking that going into the final part. I'm like, those are good questions to answer. Now, an unanswered question is, why are there 9 Titan shifters? We never get that really explained explicitly. It's not ever really explained particularly. It's just like, you know, if the 3 daughters had 3 kids, if they had 3 kids, or I know we've talked about in previous recaps that it could be Ymir separated in 9 different parts. I mean, there wasn't actually a clear-cut explanation, but there didn't really need to be, so just still in the shadows. And then the other unanswered question I had was, what will Falco and Gabby's roles be in all of this? And so we find out, you know, they end up helping the future generation, working towards peace and babysitting Levi. I'm glad they ended up together in the end. I was so worried that one of them was going to die and the other was going to be miserable. So I'm glad that they're like the only canon couple in the whole series that gets to be together at the end. Like the canon couple. Like it is explicitly they are together. They've confessed their love. It's all good, right? I mean, there's people that speculate about Jean and Mikasa. We'll talk about that later. But like Gabby and Falco are the couple that they get to be together, and it's great. So, expectations and surprises. My expectations for part 3, for season 4, part 3. I put down what my expectations were from the conclusion of the last recap review in RIP, and I had a good laugh with these, so I wanted to share them with y'all. My predictions from the last recap. Here we go. Will we see or learn anything else with the Ackerman family by the end of the series? No. We're going to talk about that later, but no, not necessarily. What will happen to Zeke? Will Levi kill him? Yes. Yes, he will. The most satisfying part of that part was like, oh God, if Levi doesn't get to kill Zeke, I don't know what we're going to do, because it's the only thing he's wanted the last 3 seasons. Is Eren the last Attack Titan? Well, we find out that Eren isn't, as far as the show talks about, and we'll address that later, able to change the bodies of the Titans. I said, after the rumbling, if a large chunk of the world is gone, the rest may not attempt to harm Parity for fear of it happening again. Well, that's sort of a short-lived truth, but not in the long run, so possibly, maybe, who knows? We're going to talk about Eren and the Attack Titan and all that stuff later. I had this prediction. I'm not sure how Eren can survive this battle, so I feel that he's going to die or somehow fake his death and leave from the others. But how will that happen? I'm not sure. How could he live with the others after what he's done? I feel it's going to end tragically or bittersweet. Definitely bittersweet. And yeah, I was like, I don't know how Eren can survive in this battle. And I still, when people are like, oh, Eren should have lived at the end, I'm like, but how? Like, how literally, with especially the, episode 29, with everything he does in the genocide, like, how were we expecting him to be able to live? Like, that just does not seem like it's feasible or practical, but whatever. And then I said, will Mikasa kill him? Will Armin kill him? How will they get in contact with him as the founder? And how can they even kill him? Well, surprisingly, as long as you get in the mouth, you got a pretty good shot. I was afraid that Eren was going to be underground the whole time, like Lara Tiber was. And I'm like, well, how are we going to get to him? But the thing of it is, Eren literally was just there for the taking. Like, if you could make it to him. And plus, if Eren was underground, he wouldn't have been able to soar above everyone else and be free to see the sights that he wanted to see. And it's like, that would have been completely against his character. Even though it would have been the more logical solution if you wanted to keep yourself safe, it would have gone against what Eren wanted. So that wasn't going to work. But Mikasa and Armin technically killed him in a way, but Mikasa dealt the final blow, right? Armin just took credit for it. I asked, can the Colossal Titans fight and move around, or are they just a straight pathway and Eren's just leading them? They don't really do much, just zombie walk straight forward. Can Eren do more while using the rumbling, as Gabby suggested? Well, Ymir was capable of bringing some things out to be a problem. It was interesting that I said that in the last recap, and then that Gabby ends up actually taking care of several of them, so that's pretty fun, right? Will we get a follow-up on Ymir? Any more with her past? How she and Eren will part if they do? Would Eren end up in the paths with her eternally, like Goku and King Kai? I mean, no. So we think. They both are freed by the end. We do get more on Ymir, but I'm saving that for later. So, but yeah, I think that's hilarious that I was asking those questions, being like, when Eren and Ymir are holding hands in episode 29, it's like they look like the Shining twins. I'm like, oh no, that prediction's coming true. He is going to be eternally in the paths. Oh no. And does he end up in the paths? Who knows? That's such a good question, right? I mean, the paths I don't think exist anymore after all this, but it's fun, right? Armin and the others seem to be setting up possibly that they could serve as representatives of Parity to talk with the outside world. Would Reiner be the warrior of Marley that could speak? What about Anya and Kapan? I honestly think at this point, when I asked that question in the last recap, I did not think Annie was going to live. I thought she was going to die. And I thought Peak was going to die. And Reiner was going to be the only one left. But they did end up becoming ambassadors. Anya did not, but Annie and Peak got to join Reiner too. So that was a good prediction. I liked that. And then what will be left of parody and what will happen to it and its people? Well, it's in a military state, which fits the realism Isayama was talking about at the end of that interview. But Armin and the others are still going to try to do good. I was trying to talk about this in some of the comments and in the Discord, but Armin and Annie and the others arriving back on parody at the very end of the series, it reminded me a lot of The Hobbit. And in The Hobbit, what ends up happening is that the four hobbits that go out on this journey at the start of the Lord of the Rings and everything they experience, they finally come back. And it's a metaphor for coming back from war, that J.R.R. Tolkien was in World War I. And when he came back, he used that experience of trying to integrate back into society. And he talked about the hobbits returning back from all these crazy adventures and this war they were involved in. And when they return home, it's not the same as they left. And it doesn't feel like it ever will be the same. And the funny thing is, Isayama kind of does the same thing with the warriors and the ambassadors, with, the Survey Corps and the warriors that are the ambassadors together. He does kind of the same thing. It's just the difference that's so interesting is that in The Hobbit, nothing at home's changed. Everything at home was the same humdrum, little Green Gables lifestyle, like Andy Griffith, like town, like everything was the same and the people were the same and they were living their hodrum lives the exact same. And the hobbits that had been out to literal war and watched people die and saw all these horrific things, they came back home where everybody was just like, it's all nice and dandy here, and they were just forever changed by what they saw, and they couldn't experience the same happiness there that they had once had before they left. Like, they had been forever changed by what they saw, and they're like, we have each other, we're together, but our lives will never be the same because of what we've experienced here, and no one here understands, right? And what's interesting is Isayama kind of does the opposite, where they were gone fighting, experienced the same thing like the hobbits in Lord of the Rings, but when they get back, everything's changed. Like, it's a militaristic state, and there's all this civil unrest. Like the place they once called home is not the same and will not be the same. And they've got to work to try to figure out, well, how do we live with this and what do we do? So I kind of like that, though. I like that parallel, and I like what that represents. So it's interesting. And then, were there any surprises? Were there any surprises? Oh, I feel like there were a lot of surprises in this last feature length double feature. I definitely think the inclusion of the Titan shifters from other generations, did not see that coming. Did not see that coming from a mile away. I know. If you had told me back in season 1 that on Aaron's founding Titan back, there would be all these Titan shifters from the past, I'd be like, what the fudge? What? I would never have believed it. So that was a big surprise. Zeke and Armin having the conversation in the paths is one of my favorite scenes in the final chapters. I love that scene so much. I would never have imagined Armin and Zeke having a conversation just by themselves or of that scale, but I really loved it when it happened. I was like, oh, of course. I just figured they'd find Zeke and then just kill him, but the fact that Armin kind of got Zeke to come out was really, really good. Levi living! Lots of these surprises are going to be characters living, but Levi living was a big surprise because I thought he was going to die. I thought Levi was going to die. I've been told that originally he was supposed to, but he got spared, and I was like, good. He needs to live, because that's kind of Levi's whole motif is he's literally the boy who lived, and he represents, the idea, he's the antithesis of Zeke, and the euthanization argument is the fact that Levi lives and finds happiness in his life despite all of the loss and negativity he faces. He still finds a means and a meaning to live. And I think that's the total opposite of Zeke in every way. I'm going to talk more about this later, but the fact that he didn't get a moment with Aaron at the end, we're going to talk about this later. I'm going to talk about it at when we get to Levi's conversation. Gabby sniping the Titan shifters, that was fun. I didn't anticipate her using the sniper rifle again, but she did, and it was great. The fact that only Aaron and Zeke died. I figured Aaron and Zeke were going to die, but I thought that Annie was going to die. I thought Peek was going to die. I thought there was a chance that Reiner was going to die. When John and Connie were turned into Titans, I was like, well, they're dead. I thought it was going to literally be just Levi, Mikasa, and Armin at the end if Levi lived, and nobody else would be alive. And I was fully bracing for that. And then no, they ended up living as well. So that was great. The fact that both Flock showed up at the naval port, he didn't actually die during retrospective, but also the fact that he didn't kill anybody. When we saw Flock like walking in the background behind Anyan, I was fully convinced he was going to take the gun and like shoot Annie or shoot Peek or shoot somebody and kill them. And that was going to be like a big old thing, right? And it was going to be like, oh my God, no. But he didn't. He just shot the plane in the gas tank. But I was fully convinced when we saw Flock. I was, one, surprised he was alive, and two, I thought he was going to shoot somebody. Like Anyan or someone was going to die from that. But nope. It was just Flock, and Mikasa killed him. We'll talk about Flock later. But yeah. So I did think that was surprising. Aaron going back and having the conversations with everybody, his like final farewells to all of them. I wish I could have known what he told Annie. But yeah, I thought that was really interesting. In a good way, a good surprise was Armin getting to punch Aaron and the "we're going to hell" speech. Like, I honestly think that's my favorite part of the finale, is that whole dialogue between him and Aaron. It's my favorite part, and we'll talk about Armin and Aaron later, but I was really surprised by that in a good way, and I was surprised in a bad way when I realized it wasn't in volume 34. The fact that Mikasa was the one to kill Aaron, I genuinely thought it would be Armin. He does take credit for in the end, so I guess you're half right, I suppose, if you thought it was going to be Armin. But the fact that Mikasa killed him, and that she is the one that ends up freeing the Titans from their power. The fact that Mikasa is the one to influence Ymir, did not see that coming at all. And we'll talk about that later, why that's such a big shock. Even Armin's like, wait, what? We're going to talk about that being such a big shock, but I was not prepared for that at all. I was really surprised by that in the final. And then the end credits, and the conclusion with the tree and the boy and the dog. And the fact that it all kind of was a cycle. But I do like how people have commented how with the boy and the dog, it's the idea that you started with Ymir being chased by dogs and wanting to die, but also wanting to stay alive and falling into the tree and just getting revenge through her encounter with the founder. And then we cut to the boy in the future who's just like exploring out of curiosity. And the dog is not chasing him, it's his companion. So you could kind of take like the dog and Ymir was the Eldians and Marlians as symbolic, representations. And here you have, the warriors and the Survey Corps work together at the end. And that's like the dog and the boy. And maybe the boy encountering the founder is Aaron the founder now. And is the boy going to encounter Aaron and be like, oh, hey, what's up? We don't know. But maybe it won't. I like the message that maybe it won't end the same way that it did before. That there's a chance that the time will change and it will be different. It just depends on our actions. So I like that a lot. But yeah, when it first aired, the end credits of the finale, I didn't have time to process it and let it sink in, the possibility that it could have like a hopeful connotation. And it was just like, oh, this is very doom and gloom. Which it kind of is, but yeah, so those are my surprises and my expectations and unanswered questions from part 3 of season 4. I am excited to get into the next part because we've got to talk about lots of things like the timeline and overall thoughts about that. So with this next part, I'm going to have to get this ready for the person that's going to be explaining it. The next toast we're going to do is the RIP toast number 3. And this is going to involve the characters of No Regrets, which are Isabel, Farlin, and Flagon, who I just am now realizing I got wrong in the character tier, so huzzah. But yes, Flagon, Farlin, and Isabel, they were from No Regrets. They died, Farlin and Isabel being Levi's friends, and Flagon being that other guy. So we've toasted them back in season 1, but I feel like we needed to just give another little toast to them. Oh, in this. But Basically, last recap review in RIP, I got out Conspiracy Board Sama, had them on a whirlwind adventure explaining the timeline, how it all matched up. It was a big old ordeal. But right now, unfortunately, Conspiracy Board Sama has currently become the Board of Gay Yearning for Jujutsu Kaisen, so it's kind of out of commission right now. And White Raccoon's on holiday. White Raccoon's like, I have been used so much this month, I need to sit it out. I need to sit things out. Y'all deal with it yourselves. So I was like, well, we kind of know the timeline now. We've had a few little extra things added to it, but it didn't feel right to not break the timeline down for this final recap. But I was like, well, how do I want to do it? And then I realized this timeline, we need to hear it from the words of the hillbilly with a nuke themselves. So if you'll join me, we're going to go summon Romania Mac, who's going to come out cosplaying as Eren Yeager to let y'all know exactly how things in this story went down overall. So, hope y'all enjoy. So they wanted me to tell you the timeline of this series, right? It's not hard. I got time. Look, I was minding my own business, and I was under this tree, and I had some kind of dream about Mikasa leaving, and I was bummed out about it because she's co-signing on this house in Shiganshina for when I'm like done destroying the world. I mean, great views of the ocean. And if she leaves, I gotta default my payment because I don't have a job, so that's a problem. Anyway, my dad left Mikasa all the family's money for some reason. I don't know why. Why she's a recipient of the life insurance of our family and not me is, I don't understand it. No. So then our home gets trashed by this city renovation gone wrong. Yeah, I'm not even sure they got it approved. I'm pretty sure it's not up to OSHA standards, but whatever. So then I see Bertolt, and look, I was gonna let this toothy broad eat him, but I have to hold it against Armin later on. Because he's only hitting on Annie instead of me because he ate Bertolt and made him develop like heterosexual feelings or something, so I gotta spare him. So, stepmoms. Am I right? Look, people get mad because my dad was convinced by future me to give his Attack Titan founder powers. I mean, who else was he going to leave him to? Like, what's his face? Like, is he even important? Anyway, after my dad goes MIA in my GI, I left Shiganshina, and then, I don't know, some stuff happened. And then I came back to Shiganshina. So I met my bro and his weird horse, and I don't know if I have to invite him to Christmas or not. He doesn't seem like the type to celebrate that holiday, and I killed his mom, so that might be a problem. We were gonna have this slumber party in my basement back in my old place, but we get to the basement, it smells like this musty owl. I found this bitchin' photo album though. I mean, my parents were really hot. Then I'm minding my own business, and I get bitched out at this funeral, which, rude bruh. And I had to kiss Astoria's hand. Like, she's been getting into all this alternative therapy since her girlfriend died. And so this electric shock therapy that she's been doing ends up zapping me. And next thing I know, I'm seeing Mikasa coming out with me with Blade. And I'm thinking, I didn't know she was into that sort of thing. So Zeke's crazy ex-girlfriend keeps stalking me and telling me this bullshit about Youth in Asia plan. And I don't know how plans involving Japanese kids have anything to do with saving Eldia. But anyway, I'm minding my own business, vacationing abroad. And this gym bro that I used to do sets with, he gets me to come down in his basement. He's having some kind of mushroom trip. And next thing I know, this spring break party outside at Liberty or something is getting crashed. And I get caught up and taken into custody with my bro. Can you believe this? They don't let me make bail. So my frat bro Flock, he helps me break out. Dude digs my abs. I don't blame him. And he gets me my SIG coat, and he's got this fan club together or some shit. I was minding my own business, trying to reconnect with my bio bro, and then this literal child whose parent or guardian was not keeping her away from a loaded firearm, she like blows my head off. Bro catches it, which, I mean, as a pitcher, totally blown away. Literally. I mean, figuratively too. The guy barely could make first string last year. And somehow we do this like hot tub time machine craziness, and we end up in the past with my dad, who I finally find, which, sure, better than thinking about the fact that a literal 10-year-old just decapitated the protagonist of the series. Am I right? So we follow my dad around, and I finally get fed up, and I'm like, Dad, yo, I'm ready to get out of this weird flashback. and he's having this existential crisis or whatever, and I tell him I got tickets to the End of the World tour I gotta go to, and my family freaks out. The next thing I know, I'm meeting this blonde matriarch who's my great-grandma or something, and I had no clue I'd be going from spring break to a family reunion in the span of like a week. But brah, she's been down on herself because she was the spouse of this douchebag, and she's been hung up on it for like a millennia or whatever. So I'm like, Grams, let's just go on spring break together and give it one last go, you know? And she's talking about how she thinks the world should be destroyed. And I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. You can't have a war if there's not people in it. So I stopped back by and let all my friends know what I'm doing, and they're bummed for some reason. I guess because I didn't invite them, but like, it's literally a family-only thing. My bro's only coming because he's the only one licensed to drive. So 2 bits of good news. I got my bro Armin to come back. We're back together. We're going to hang out at this club he knows. It's called Hell. I think it's south of Trost or something. And Mikasa, well, she said she'd be here in a second. Where's she at? Welcome back. I hope that was exciting for you. So we're, before we start part 5, which is going to be about themes, symbolism, and other miscellaneous things that I forgot to put in the rest of this recap. We're going to do RIP number 4 from season 2. And these are the season 2 deaths. I mean, there was Kaya's mom included, but we didn't really toast her, I don't think, in the original recap or RIP recap review and RIP. So we're gonna toast Kaya's mom in this one alongside Mike, Gerger, Nanaba, Lin, Henning, and Hannes, who had some of the most horrific deaths in the entire series until we get to Ramsey and Halil. So it's kind of weird. Yeah, we don't really think about season 2, I think, as much as some of the later seasons because of how crazy they are. Season 2 had some pretty horrific deaths with Nanaba, with Mike, and Hannes, and Gerger all getting like ripped apart right in front of us. It's pretty horrific. And I think that, you know, we had to have Gross in season 3 kind of bring us back to reality during the Attack Titan episode to be like, are you guys okay with that? And us being like, oh yeah, no, we're not. So a toast to them and Kaya's mom. There were some mutilations and brutal killings in season 2, and cheers to y'all. Y'all deserve better. For sure. We'll talk about that in the character tier rankings, but yeah. So in this section, I've got symbolism, themes, and just random miscellaneous things that I feel should be talked about that didn't really have a place anywhere else in the recap. So I was sent by CW the guidebook that was like, there was a guidebook interview that was translated, and there was little bits and pieces from there. A lot of it was stuff I'd heard from the Discord before and I think I've talked about in previous recaps, but there was a couple of nuggets of information that I hadn't talked about, and I wanted to bring them up here. The first being that Isayama was inspired by The Village by Shyamalan, M. Night Shyamalan. Are we surprised? I think that was like at the very beginning when we first found out that there could be life outside the walls. I was like, wait, is this like The Village? And it kind of is. And The Village has that premise of a very isolated culture that thinks they're the only humanity left in the world. And then you open it up and realize, oh no, there's actually a big world out there. They've just been isolated and trapped in this environment for too long. So, and it was mainly by a cult. So what can we do? As for, it also said the ODM gear, Isayama really liked the idea of transforming a broken vacuum cleaner into a weapon, like the Rockman Dash game he played in the past. So he used the machine's mechanism as base for the ODM design. And there's like, you can find it on Twitter and stuff, there's images of like the Rockman Dash game, and it's like a broken vacuum cleaner made into like a weapon. And I'm like, that's basically the ODM gear. Why did I not think it looked like a broken vacuum until now? What? So I really liked that. I'm like, it went all this time not even making that connection. And there it is. So, I really liked Christopher Peterson's comment with volume 34 of the manga, talking about how the founder seemed like a particularly bad tapeworm infection. I don't know any particularly good tapeworm infections, but tapeworms make me squirm. They are the most gross thing in the world. The idea of something inside of you feeding that they can literally pull. Nope, not having it. But basically, Christopher Peterson said that's what Aaron gets for not washing his hands while eating his father raw. You have to be extra careful with unregulated meat. Oh my god. If that really would tie to Isayama's like just horrifically morbid humor, that's like right up there on the top tier. That was great. Yeah. Attack on Titan is actually a PSA for knowing how to handle raw meat. If you didn't know, you should, because otherwise you could end up with a parasite inside of you. And we're gonna tie that to this next part. So as far as symbolism and themes go, I think that, as you all know, by the time I've gone through recaps for season 1, season 2, season 3, part 1, season 3, part 2, season 4, part 1, season 4, part 2, and now this final recap, there's not as much symbolism and themes to talk about that we haven't already talked about. And as I was going through the recap from the season 4 part 2 recap, I realized a lot of the things that I want to say are things I've already said in season 4 part 2. A lot of the predictions that we made for that recap ended up happening in the anime and manga. So it's like, well, do I repeat myself? Isayama seemed to have to repeat himself a lot in those last few volumes. So I would just do an overview, but I feel like I have talked to death the symbolism behind some of these things. I've badgered it into the ground and beaten it with a mallet. So if you haven't watched those other discussions and recaps, and you might be like, well, Romania, what about this? And I'm going to be like, I've talked about it already. But to summarize, some things I think Isayama definitely loves to reference, one being trees. Trees, I talked a lot about this in the finale, parts 1 and 2. But the paths, the tree that Aaron woke up under, the tree that was something so simple that they all chased after, those simple freedoms, something from nature that outlasts the sin of man, something that's everlasting, it survives the destruction of mankind. I like the idea that the boy or the dog, we talked about in the comments, but it was kind of like, okay, well, if this giant tree that's mutated at the end, does it contain a founder in it? Did the mutant bacteria live? Is the boy or the dog potentially going to become an immortal body? My bet's on the dog, because, if it's the dog, maybe we can have a creature with unlimited power that isn't mankind. Because we saw how that went the first time, right? Give the dog unlimited power. What could go wrong? But also, I don't know how I feel about that, because if it's not the founder, and maybe it's just a tree. Maybe there's nothing inside of it. Maybe that's the ambiguous. It's like the little top spinning at the end of Inception. Even though I know there's analysis videos telling you whether the top stopped or not, whether it was a dream or not. Don't comment about that. I already know. But my point is, maybe Isayama tries to leave it ambiguous enough to not tell us, maybe there's nothing inside the tree. I kind of almost want that, because if the founder is inside the tree, does that mean that it was like in the remains of Aaron's head, and it just like cockroach survived after all that nuclear holocaust that happens at the end of the series? I don't know how to feel about that. So I'm glad Isayama doesn't answer that question. Hopefully the little 18-page extra in the art book does not answer that question, right? Or it just shows us like a Titan dog just running away. Oh my god, what if it was like this dog becomes this giant Titan with unlimited power, and this boy has to like chase after it to stop it from destroying the world, and he's like, I'm sorry guys, it's my dog. I would read the shit out of that. I'd be like, a boy trying to stop man's best friend from destroying the world unknowingly? Sign me up, Isayama. I'll read 10 volumes of that. Kaijo 8 be damned. So, yeah. I don't know how I feel about that, but I do love that he uses trees throughout the series as a metaphor for various things. We've talked about lanterns and them signifying the light of knowledge, things like that. Birds, I feel like birds as being a symbolic element. I mean, they're such a universal symbolism in so many stories throughout multiple cultures. What else can we say? I mean, the wings of freedom, it's been there all along. And something simple and pure, like not being caged or not being held back. I like CW commented about the panel where Mikasa is giving her monologue in the finale, and Falco, like, as Birdman shows up behind her, and you just see her, like, enveloped by the wings. Like, it's such a great message. And I love that CW said, the true wings of freedom are the friends we made along the way. I love that so much. So, I have read several several theories from several commenters. This hasn't been just one person, it's been several, that have tried to tell me that Aaron is a bird at the end of this, or has maybe been a bird the entire time. I know. I don't think so. I feel like, yeah, there's several moments of birds throughout Attack on Titan, but it's all just Isayama using simple symbolism to symbolize freedom or a character's want for freedom. Like you see Falco reaching up for the bird in the sky. It's just Falco wanting freedom. When you see Armin talk about how there could still be beauty and life and peace out there in the world beyond what he's seen, and he sees the bird land on the dock, then it's like, no, he's imagining that freedom of finding what he's looking for illustrated by the bird. It's not Aaron. It's just a bird. And then I think the only major, like, possible cause for thinking that Aaron is a bird is when the bird grabs Mikasa's scarf at the end. That, if you told me that Aaron was the bird after he died that grabbed her scarf and he had reincarnated into a bird, that I might believe you on. The very last bird that lifts up her scarf, because that's a little cheesy. I mean, it's fine. I'll be honest though, I thought that was probably one of the cheesiest moments in the whole series. I'm like, Isayama, you really gonna make a bird grab her scarf? Like, how many times has that been done in other series? Come on now. I mean, no tea, no shade, but I've seen it done before. And I kind of pride Attack on Titan for doing things that nobody's seen before, like make out with a corpse head. But I just, that's the only part of the finale that kind of took me out for a second, being like, oh, that's so cliche. Don't do that. But if you told me that that was Aaron, sure. If he died and instantly was reincarnated into a full-grown ass bird, sure. I mean, it's been 5 years later when that happened, so whatever. But there were some comments that were like trying to tell me he's been a bird this whole time. I'm like, I don't think so. I feel like, and this is kind of goes true for a lot of different things with the symbolism and themes, I feel like a lot of people tried to make this way too complicated and way, like a lot of, like I said in a previous part of this recap, I was recommended a lot of explanation videos where people tried to tell me like it was and explain certain things. And some of the stuff they were saying, I was like, one, that's not really founded by anything Isayama said from the interviews that I've read, so I don't know where you're getting this from. But two, I was like, a lot of it was just making things way overcomplicated. Like, Attack on Titan is a very well-written story. The character work and the themes of conflict and how we struggle to make peace with one another, though that writing is so rich and so complex and so interwoven with all these different themes about war and about love and hatred and prejudice and all of that stuff. But some of the mechanics of the story, I think by the end, people maybe had, and I'm just going to point this out there because I've been a victim of it myself, is that, you know, when you read a manga for a long period of time and you see it from chapter to chapter and you don't have the full picture of how it ends yet, you make some fan canon predictions. You make some theories in your head. You think of how some things are going to end. And then when the actual truth of the series comes out, sometimes it's a lot more simple than what you've made out in your head. And you can be like, well, that seems too simple. It has to be more complex than that. It has to be like all of this stuff here. And a lot of the videos that I've watched, I think, do that. People just make things way too complicated. And I'm like, that, like Aaron being a bird. No, it's just Isayama using basic narrative symbolism. That's 101. Like, you know, stuff like that. And that's not to say it's not a bad thing. Like, sometimes using foundational things with symbolism and theme and those elements is the most effective. A lot of famous writers, Hemingway, Frost, I'm thinking of Western writers because I'm American, but Hemingway, Frost, Vonnegut, a lot of them use very simple, easy to understand levels of symbolism, but they're done so in a way where when you read it, you can take your own experience and kind of extrapolate a lot more layers out of it than maybe even the authors thought that you could. So it's kind of interesting, right? But I don't know. Some of the things I was like, well, yeah, that could be it, but that seems a little bit kind of, you know, far-fetched. So I don't know. I guess my thing is, I think Isayama told a very, for the most part, cohesive story from start to finish, but the ending, it's the end of the hero's journey, and he subverts it in a way that only Isayama can, and pisses off a lot of people with it, but it's great. But I think people were trying to make it really, really complicated in some of the videos I watched, and I was like, it's not that complicated. It's just, it's really well done, and there's a lot of layers to it, but it's a pretty nice, it's straightforward. You may not like how straightforward it is, but it's not too crazy hard to understand. at least from what I get by the end of it, right? Which, granted, we've done a lot of complex things. Last recap, I had like an hour-long thing about the timeline. That was huge. But I think theme and symbolism-wise, Isayama has, for the most part, interwoven a very complex system of symbols and themes, but they're not overly complicated, right? Or at least that's what I think, so I don't know. I do like Melissa and Nick H46. They talked about how the reason why Isayama stopped at chapter 139 was that 140, I guess the way that it's written in Japanese, means freedom. So let's just stop a chapter short of that, right? And then there's been a lot of ties to like numerology with Isayama, because Isayama loves numbers. Like when he released the manga and when it was adapted, there's a lot of like number theories that go into that seem pretty legit. But 139, chapter 139, 139, 13 years, 9 titans. If you told me that Isayama did it for that reason, I would totally believe you, because that seems in line with how he's been with numbers so far. And CW added to that, saying that in the draft for chapter 138, I like that in the draft for 138, Isayama like scribbled like little notes in the background for things. Like in the background of the cabin scene with Eren and Mikasa, he scribbled Switzerland, meaning that he wanted it to look like that in the background. Also, some people apparently call Eren from the cabin scene Aaron Yogurt, Aaron, and then yogurt instead of Eren Yeager, which that CW said that cracked them up, and I was like, yeah, that is really funny, because, you know, Eren at the cabin is pretty much like yogurt, like a watered down version of himself. It's not really like who he is, so that's really funny. Back to the symbolism and theme, though. I like the idea of Reiner and Armin as the shields and saviors of humanity, and how Eren was built up to be that way, seemingly by the audience and seemingly by the story, but that's not really how it is. Again, we love that. We're going to talk about this in this section, but I think a big problem a lot of people have, and we'll talk about it in the Eren portion, so I'm not going to elaborate too much, because then I'll just be repeating myself. But a lot of people just built Eren up to be like, well, he's the hero of the story. And I'm like, no, Eren's not really the hero of the story. There was like a brief time. I mean, they've used him time and time again throughout the story because he had a special power. But often Eren was kind of like this weirdo with an ability that they're like, well, this ability is really handy, so let's just use him for it. But he wasn't built up to be like this savior. Except, you know, it's very funny because you had in season 1, I'm going to get on my tangent with Eren. We'll save it for Eren. But my point is, I like the idea that Reiner and Armin ends up being the shield and savior of humanity. And Eren kind of all the time was like, no, Armin's going to save the world. He's going to be the savior of humanity, not me. And it's like, you are correct, sir. Eren's always right. So there you go. But I like it ties to this idea of a manufactured hero. And for a while, that's kind of what Eren was. What I was trying to get at is when Pixis was putting Eren in front in season 1, saying he's the one that's going to plug the hole. He's going to be our hero. It's very manufactured. Eren is not like the hero archetype, dun, 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 like not that. No, he just happened to have an amazing ability that was useful at the time. And they were like, yes, let's use this. But I like the idea, too, that Reiner becomes this manufactured hero by being what he believes Marley is going to need to rescue them. And then Armin takes the blame for killing Eren and becomes this manufactured hero to, like, say that he did it and he saved the day. And so it's a really interesting tie-in to how we view heroes and how they're made, quote unquote. And then the funny thing is that the ones that are out in public are the lies. Like Reiner and Armin and Eren being the heroes, they're the manufactured versions that are presented to the public. But then kind of the real heroes behind the scenes are ones we don't even see, like Magath and Shadis. They're the unnamed heroes. Hanji, who stood behind and was kind of the unsung hero that didn't get any recognition. They just did what they did. Erwin, who gave up on his dream and all his actual intentions were never given to the public. And Levi making the decision to kill him and all of that. Like a lot of the more heroic decisions and figures who have more heroic actions are ones that are not publicized. And the public in the story don't know about them. But then the ones that are made up are the ones that they hear about, like Willie Tybur in the stage production and all that. So it's a cool and interesting look into how we create heroes and how we give an audience, like, here is your hero of the story. And then are they really the hero of the story, or is it manufactured? I like that. I think that's really, really cool. I like it. It ties to Ymir and how she was seen as a devil to some and an angel to others. It just depends on your viewpoint. And that will determine how you see those that agree with your own personal viewpoint and how you discriminate against others. And the thing is, realizing that, being aware, and working to understand others that don't agree with you, that's what really matters. You don't have to end up agreeing. The key is just avoid killing one another. Like, that's such a big thing, because Isayama, it's said throughout the entire story, he's like, you don't have to hold hands and sing Kumbaya. Just don't kill one another. Like, there's a big old gray area there you can cohabitate in, and it's fine. I like that one of the messages of Attack on Titan isn't that we all need to agree. It's not possible. But it's the idea that you're going to meet people you disagree with, and you just have to live with one another. That shouldn't be that hard, right? But all these other things come into play, and that's what makes it complicated, right? Like, you're in a work environment with people you don't necessarily agree with. I am in a work environment with people that have lots of different political views than me, lots of different personal views than me, lots of different outlooks on life than me. But you know what? I don't try to destroy them. I just have to work with them. And so you have to find a way to get along. You don't have to be best friends with them. You don't have to hang out after work, but you have to coexist. And there's a way to do that. It just involves compromise, and it involves putting aside things like your own pride. It involves putting aside certain things like greed, and just being able to communicate and understand one another. And if you can do that, usually it will make your life a lot better experience. But Attack on Titan shows that's not always easy, nor do most people realize that. So that's the struggle, right? That is the struggle. Humanity is in conflict with one another over and over again, and it's the trial of how do we solve the conflict or resolve it. Do we sacrifice ourselves for others, or do we sacrifice ourselves for ourselves? Do we do things because others want us to, or because they are what we want? So I like this idea of we have Eren versus Armin versus Mikasa, and they end up doing things because of their own resolve and not that of others. And I like that, right? Because you have Eren, who has had all this pressure put on him to do things. And by the end of the story, he tells Armin, he's like, I tried to destroy the world because I wanted to. Because it was me and my own personal, desires. And then he's like, I desired to talk to you all before I died because that's what I wanted to do. I mean, whether we agree or disagree with Eren's choices, they were his choices. He wasn't made to do anything. He did something because it was his own decision. And that kind of ties to Armin. Armin makes choices because they are his decision. He chooses to go along with Eren, and we'll talk about it later down in the character analyses in the end, and to tell him the things that he does in their final conversation because that's his choice and his resolve. Mikasa, I think Mikasa is probably the best example of this because you have characters like Louise telling her what Eren said to do with the scarf. You have people like Eren telling her what to do with the scarf and what to do with her actions. You have people like the Asmodeus telling her what to do. And then you have Jean, who in the very last part of the finale tells her that she has to kill Eren, while Eren's telling her that she has to forget about him. And she decides, you know what? I'm not going to kill Eren because of what you all said, and I'm not going to forget Eren because he wants me to. I'm going to do something because I chose it, and it's my decision. And it ends up being exactly what Ymir wanted, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But she decides to do things for herself. And I think that's a big thing where, if you're going to sacrifice for others, then it needs to be something that you yourself are doing. Not just because others want you to do it, but because it's what you want to do. So I like that. The idea of the selfishness versus selflessness and the balance in between. And so I had it down here that, founder Ymir was, I think this is connected from season 4 part 2's recap, but it felt necessary to re-say it since we're at the finale now, that founder Ymir was selfless to the point where she had no self-worth or free will, or so she thought. Not only in life but in death, it left her alone in an empty place, but she still kept desiring love and wanting a connection, and the image of the flower and the blood on it signifies the cruelty in a beautiful world. Eren's decisions, and this is again from season 4 part 2's recap, are seemingly going to lead him into the same fate, which it does. And as he doesn't seem to include himself in wanting his friends to live a long and happy life. So yeah, Eren knew he was going to die from step one. There is a selflessness in that. But as Eren says, he has a right, since he was born into the world, and has a right to make things happen as he sees fit, or at least to try to, regardless of how others view him and his plan. He wanted to destroy the world, and that is his selfishness. So yeah, I mean, I like that Isayama kind of tackles those concepts and presents us with a protagonist that has a very selfish view. And it kind of throws you for a loop because you come to empathize with Eren, and then suddenly you realize this has been his character all along, and you're like, oh, okay. What do we do with that, you know? And what does that say? If we can empathize with Eren, here's the thing. If we can empathize with Eren, with his decisions, then what's stopping us from empathizing with someone on the other side? You know, and I think that's a big thing Isayama is saying. Like, if you can empathize with Eren, who's doing these horrible things, why can't you empathize with somebody on the other side in reality? What does that say? You know, is it because they don't have an 8-pack? You know, I think that's something very, you know, kind of like, it's a Gross moment where Gross is holding you he's holding you hostage and staring straight at the camera at you, being like, well, if you can do this for this fictional character, what's stopping you from doing it in reality? And it's like, you got to come to terms with some things, right? So, because people in reality are even more complex than a fictional character. So, what does that say? I like the idea of the theme of, is there another option? And the answer for me is that, yeah, there is, but it's hard and it takes constant work. It doesn't always work out, but does that make it any less worth it? And I think that's the big thing Isayama's trying to get at, is that, we'll talk about it here in a second, but peace is hard and it's not the easy route. And we as humans sometimes like the easy route, but that's not always the one that's worth the most. So I'll talk about it here in a minute, but the idea that we're all a slave to something, but that doesn't have to be a bad thing. And I really liked that concept. That whole thing in Friends kind of like hits you like a ton of bricks, because you have Levi versus Eren. And in this concept, Levi acknowledges, when he talks with Kenny, he comes to terms with Kenny's speech of saying that, yeah, everyone's a slave to something. And, you know, but that doesn't have to be a bad thing. Yeah, it could be a slave to alcohol. It could be a slave to drugs. It could be a slave to violence, even freedom. But you could also be, you know, a slave to love, like Ymir. And you could be a slave to your children, like Kuchel. And are these bad things? And what makes them bad things? And can you live with yourself and move past that? And Levi's a slave to his promise to Erwin, but he still moves past it and still lives his life and tries to do the right thing. And he ends up living at the end of it and fulfills that promise and is able to move on. But Eren kind of views it entirely the opposite way. He views being a slave as the ultimate bad. And Kenny kind of acknowledges, like, no, sometimes you have to be a slave to something to get by, to survive, to have meaning in life. And it's like, so I like that complicated theme that gets brought up. Another one on here is, can we change the future, or is it set in stone? Eren embodies a concept that he believes his fate is determined, and he's in part a slave to that too. But in real life, and I said this again back in season 4, part 2's recapped, we know the future is too complicated for it to be set in stone entirely. And I think that this part, we've talked about it in some other sections of this recap, but this is the part that I love from that interview back in the manga versus anime section. It's back there. We talked about it there. But the idea that Isayama acknowledges that the fixed timeline Eren believes he's in, it's really more of a metaphorical, like, artistic narrative choice. He's like, I just want to parallel my own experience writing the manga with Eren's experience in the story. And Eren believes that things are set in stone because he believes it to be. Is it? No. He could have, at any point, he could have changed what happened. But he didn't, because he didn't think that he could. right? And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in Aaron's section, but I just find that so interesting that Isayama's like, I didn't change the ending of the manga because I was afraid to, because I didn't know if it would like alter the chain of events. So he's like, I just kind of just left it be because I was too scared to change it. And Aaron is so enamored by the future that he sees, and he wants that future to exist, that he just doesn't want to change it, and he keeps it fixed and believes that there's no way to change it. So it's like, because he believes it, it becomes the reality. And it's crazy. I love that. I love the moment that Isayama in that interview said that. I was like, oh, all this makes sense. Love it. Absolutely. Thank you, Isayama, for explaining that. But yeah, another theme. Communication is a necessity. It's just like, communication solves so many problems in this series that it's like, if you just talk it out and understand one another, it can solve a myriad of problems. And what's funny is we actually had something like this happen in the Discord on Patreon. I got in an argument with someone, I think it was Maya B, about a spoiler or something like that, or something that I disagreed with. And it became this big old thing on there. And finally, we just talked it out in the Discord, in the chat, and explained it to each other. We're like, this is what I think, this is what you think, but this is where I'm coming from. And they were like, well, this is where I'm coming from. And we just talked it out. And then afterwards we were like, oh, okay, well, that all makes sense. So we're good? We're good. Cool. And something that, if we hadn't talked it out and communicated, if we had just gotten mad and been like, well, you're stupid and wrong, well, you're dumb and wrong, and then we both just left Discord completely and never spoke again, then that wouldn't have gotten solved, and we still probably wouldn't be talking. But that day, we talked it out, came to an understanding with one another, and the crisis was averted, and we were like, okay, we're good, great. You know, like human beings are supposed to. We're like these complex, intelligent creatures that are more intelligent than 90% of the species on the planet, and yet, how do we not see this, you know? I love that. So I feel like we even talked about it afterwards in the Discord. We're like, wow, it's almost like this series we've been reading for how many years has been teaching us this exact concept. You know, the internet is a scary place, and there's lots of hatred on the internet because people don't believe there's any consequences. I've always taught students, because I have a lot of students that have anxiety. I've talked with a lot of students that have like issues with self-esteem, and they've talked about it in our discussion forums for my classes. And we talk about that. And I'm like, yeah, when you write something on social media and you troll people, or you make fun of them, or you cyberbully, a lot of people do it because there's no consequence. Because you can just put something online, leave it, and you don't have to think about how it affects the other person. And it's just like an open-ended thing for you, while that other person could be suffering with it so hard. And I think if half the stuff that was written on social media by these people, if those people had to walk up to someone face to face, they would not have the balls to say it to their faces. They would curl up in a little corner and die because they just couldn't do it. Because that's a totally different experience. Telling it to someone's face versus saying it on a public forum is an entirely different experience with so many different social consequences. So yeah, I think that's a really important thing. And I'm glad Isayama's series kind of like goes through that and discusses it. Who knew? Flock believed that the devil is what we had to believe in, but that's not necessarily the truth. One thing about Flock's character, he stuck to his guns right the way to the end. He never conceded and said that anybody else was right. He stuck to his guns, and you have to kind of respect him for that. Even if you disagree with him, you kind of be like, you know what? That takes a lot of balls to do. Whatever. I do like the idea that Armin and Hanji are this idealistic view that peace negotiations can be achieved with time, and that you go from there. There needs to be a balance between both. You can't be a total pacifist, but you also can't commit mass genocide either. You gotta find a middle ground in there, right? Alexander Q talked about Jean and Gabby and Reiner. I like the concept that all three of their stories kind of run parallel to Aaron's, especially like Reiner's is very noticeable because Aaron comes out and says, you're just like me. And then once Aaron says it, you can kind of like, it's like, oh, should I have been paying attention to all this? And it all kind of falls into place. But Jean's whole role as well, Gabby's especially is like so parallel to Aaron, except hers branches off into the, here's what would have happened if you were communicative and understood, Aaron. But instead you did this. So whatever. But my big thing before we dive into this last part of this section is, and I I say this with wholeheartedness, and I'm going to try not to be emotional, but this series is about the struggle and hardships of going towards peace. It is so hard, and it seems nigh impossible, but it's possible, and it's worth it. With all that is going on in the world today, it is easy to hate. It is easy to point fingers and shift the blame from yourself onto others. But, like Historia says at the end of the series, we are all responsible, whether it's by us acting or not acting. We have a responsibility to choose humanity, to choose compassion, to choose communication, to choose the hard road. And as Niccolo and Mr. Browse have said, you keep the children out of the forest, and you strive to keep fighting for peace. Even if you fail, you keep trying. Or we'll all just end up in hell with Aaron and Armin. So I would fight for the message of peace that Isayama tries to give us over and over again. I was getting very frustrated in the ending because by the time the series ends, he has shoved it down our throats enough being like, did you get it? And still, I read on the internet, there's people that haven't gotten it. And I'm like, I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want. At this point, I don't know. So, Be Happy asked me to put down what my favorite moments from my favorite moments of the series. They were like, are you going to talk about your favorite moments of the series? And I was like, oh, that's a loaded question. Your favorite moments? I feel like we could talk for days about them, right? So what I decided to do was take my top 9 favorite moments from seasons 1, 2, 3, and 4. And season 4 includes the finale, the 2 parts of that. And it was really hard. So my rule of thumb was if I thought too long on it, then it would go beyond 9. I wouldn't be able to narrow it down to 9. So instead I'm like, Romania, you're just going to, whatever 9 moments pop in your head, think of the series chronologically from episodes 1 through 25 of season 1. Think of the 9 moments that stood out the most for you. And what are those? And so these are my raw, at the top of my subconscious. These are the first things that I thought of that I was like, these are the ones that I remember the most and that I find most endearing. So I think those have value above. If I thought too long on it, I could probably think of like all these little extra little scenes, but no, these are the ones I have. So from season 1, my top 9 moments, Aaron showing up to save Mikasa in episode 7 when she decided to die fighting, the small blade, when she was like, I'm just going to go out fighting, and she goes after that Titan, and then Aaron shows up and waylays him and saves her. Like, I love that moment. Pixis saving Armin and crew. When Pixis showed up, I was like, I was ready to get out wine chant. I was like, who is this bald glass of water, and why is he here? And so Pixis, like, that was one of the first like character hype moments I had of a new character showing up. Wouldn't be the last, but Pixis was like the first. So he gets special kudos there. Even though it sucks, Marco's death and the aftermath with the bones, with Jean with the bones. I hate Marco's death because it's so visceral, but it's one of my favorite moments because I can't get it out of my head. I always think back to Jean finding Marco's body and just kind of reeling, and the woman being like, what's your name? He's like, his name was Marco Bolts. And she was like, okay, I'm glad you knew his name. Like, and then him sitting there with the bones and the cremated remains and not knowing if they're Marco's or not. Like, that scene's so good. Number 4 is Levi's courtroom scene with Aaron where he beats the shit out of him. Aside from Armin punching Aaron, it's the best moment of Aaron's life, as far as I'm concerned. I'm like, Levi just kicked the shit out of him. That's like the only time Levi gets to do it. He gets to kick him again when he gets on the plane in a Assassin's Bullet, but that's like it. But yeah, that courtroom scene with Levi. Just want to watch Aaron suffer a little teensy bit. Erwin, his who do you think the real enemy is, when he's got like his arm around Aaron and we're like, oh, is it Aaron? And that's going to come back in season 4. That moment's going to come back in season 4. You all know what I'm talking about, I'm sure. But I love that moment. This is such a tiny moment, Number 6, this is such a tiny moment, but it's one that I can't get out of my mind from season 1. And it's when Annie bends down in the female Titan form and lifts the little cloak hood off of Armin to see that it's Armin. And he's like, and then she realizes it's not Eren and leaves. For some reason, that scene always sticks out in my head, because up until that moment, we thought of the Titans as these like mindless zombies that just attacked people and ate people and had no intelligence or regard. And it's the first time that, aside from Eren, it's the first time we see a Titan like have cognitive thinking and do something. And it shows us that, yes, there are people inside these Titans that are controlling them. And Eren's not just a random fluke. There are others like him, and it opens up this whole world of possibilities. And it sets up my Annie and Armin ship, and it does all these things. So yeah, that moment, it's so insignificant and little, but it always has stuck out for me. And every time I think of season 1, I think of that moment, and I'm like, yeah. Number 7 is Levi discovering the Levi squad being dead. The scene of it in the manga, the scene of it in the anime, it's like, if you want to make yourself sad, you go back and watch that scene. But it's so, the sound design, the quiet of it, just Levi's expression, it's so powerful. And he doesn't say a word. He has no internal monologue, nothing. You just see him see everybody, and he's just like, and that's all. You don't need words. You get everything emotionally and communicatively that you need to know about what Levi is thinking in that moment from that scene alone. That's all you need. You don't need to, he doesn't have to say a word. You get it. You get exactly what's happening. So yeah, that moment. Number 8 is Armin's speech to Annie in Smile. I love Smile. That episode's great. But I always remember that moment of Armin, am I a good person speech. It reminds me a lot of, there's a scene in Doctor Who of the 12th Doctor with Clara, and they're like, am I a good person? And that speech kind of seems very similar to the Annie and Armin speech. Maybe that's why I like the scene so much, but because the 12th Doctor is one of my favorites. But yes. And then Mikasa telling Annie to fall in episode 25. And then the Titans in the wall. I put that scene together because it's all in the same episode, but the Titans in the wall scene, like that post-credit scene, I was like, there's Titans there the whole time? Oh! It's great. It's a great moment. I love it so much. But those are my 9 moments from season 1. Season 2 were actually pretty easy to come around because there's only 12 episodes. So I was like, what's 9 moments from those 12 episodes? They were actually pretty easy to come together. The first is the Beast Titans appearance. Fantastic. Terrifying enough. It's kind of like with Annie lifting the cloak. It's just like the Beast Titan appearing and killing Mike is one of those moments you're just like, what the fudge? And then you just got to go from there. The Titan eating Kaya's mom is one of the creepiest, disturbing things I've seen in the show because it's so subtle and gross and creepy. And normally, like, the Titans, they just gobble people up and then they move on. It's a quick, fast, terrifying thing. But the Titan, like Connie's dad in Titan form eating Kaya's mom and doing it so methodically and slowly while Kaya is just sitting right there is, there's a lot of gruesome deaths in season 2. A lot of gruesome deaths. Number 3, it's a little moment, but during episode 5, Historia, when Historia's on top of the castle and she's like, Ymir, tear it down! And she's just screaming for Ymir to wreck shit. Love it. I'm like, girlfriends for life. Historia just yelling for Shamir to wreck shit and destroy the castle while Bertolt and Reiner are like, we're gonna die, is absolutely amazing. I love that scene. Number 4 is just the episode Warrior. Number 4, just the whole episode 6 of Warrior, it's great. It literally is a perfect episode from start to finish. There are a lot better episodes. When we talk about the episode rankings later on, there are better episodes than Warrior, sure. There are more exposition relevant episodes than Warrior, sure. There are episodes with better twists than Warrior, sure. But Warrior is just such a solid episode. So good. Love it. Number 5 of season 2 is Eren's nub battle with Reiner when he's just sitting there like, I'm gonna kill you. And he's like just with his nubby arms that have been cut off and he's just fighting Reiner. It is macabre Isayama humor and I'm a sucker for it. I love it. I think it's the most funny thing of season 2. That little nub battle. Yes, please. Number 6, Reiner revealing Bertolt's love of Annie. You stare too much, enough that everyone can notice. That line stuck with me so much throughout this series. Yes, it did. And it was like the first time we had romance mentioned in this series. It only took a season and 8 episodes, 9 episodes to get there. But we got it, and I'm a sucker for romance, so getting it in tiny little bite-sized crumbs in this series, I'll take what I can get, and that was one of them. Number 7 was Ymir's backstory from Children. It's a shame that the manga makes you wait so long to see it. God, it's a shame, because I really like how the anime does it. I think it's good to show it in season 2. I'm a personal fan of showing it in season 2. That's just my opinion, but I like that. But yeah, that whole backstory. Number 8 is the scene of them on Reiner's shoulders and around Bertolt and Reiner in charge. That whole scene of them all confronting each other. I didn't think it was going to happen in season 2, and then it did, and it was wonderful. And then the entire final battle in Scream. Episode 12 of season 2. Everything. Yuki Kaji's voice acting as Eren in that moment. The stuff between him and Mikasa. Hannes' death. Jean and Armin trying to save each other. Erwin losing his arm. Everything going to hell in a handbasket. The punch. The scream. Reiner being like, you're the worst person to have this ability, Eren. All of it. Ymir deciding to go back with Reiner and Bertolt. It's just, that whole battle is great. Wonderful. Love it. The hardest one to pick out moments for was maybe season 9 or season 3, because there was more than 9. Season 3 had more than 9 moments, and I was like, ooh, this is going to be hard. I think season 3, to me, had some of the more epic moments, and I was like, oh, I really liked season 3 a lot. So this was kind of hard. I do have an honorable mention because I needed to mention it, but honorable sad mention is the ocean scene. It's not part of my top 9 favorite scenes, but it's so melancholy that I hate it. It's so sad that I hate it. I'm like, oh no, we finally got to the ocean. Y'all are supposed to be happy. Why are you Eren, why are you raining on everybody's parade? Stop it. But I would be remiss to not mention it, right? I would be remiss to not mention it. So what can we do? So yes, the sad ocean scene. But my top 9 moments of season 3 are, in no particular order, or we'll do it chronologically. That'll be easier. Number 1 is Levi versus Kenny in the town. Animation, the best in the whole series. That sequence is like the best animation in the whole series. I'm sorry, it is. I could watch it on loop for an entire day and not get old or bored with it. And then Kenny just coming up through the doors, Levi with the gun going backwards at the bar. Can you beat it? No. Number 2 is Historia's I threw it on the ground and rescued Eren in the chapel during Wish. That whole scene is like, mwah, just feminism. Take this, dad. I'm saving this guy that's my friend, and get off my lawn. I love it. It's a great episode. Great moment. Kenny's Everyone is a Slave to Something monologue in Friends. That whole scene is beautiful. That whole sequence is beautiful. And then him dying as he gives Levi the serum. Epic. Amazing. 4 is Keith Shaddis's backstory. I almost left this one out to put the sad ocean scene on. So if you disagreed that Keith Shaddis's backstory should be in place of the ocean, I totally understand that, and you are valid, and I get that. I think Keith's, more hopeful, and the speech about everyone being special the moment they're born. I preferred that happy time than the sad ocean scene where it all just kind of goes down the drain, but some people like that sort of thing, so, I understand it. Number 5 is, this is a little scene, but to me, it's like, as somebody that's a shipper of Levi and Erwin, it's like, okay. The scene where Levi and Erwin discuss whether or not he should go on the mission before they leave to go to Shiganshina. It's such a little scene. It shouldn't mean much, but just the intimate conversation between the two of them and how it's going to tie to a later scene that I really like. And just Levi trying so hard to get Erwin not to go, because he knows if Erwin goes, he's gonna die. And Erwin is so dead set on going because he has to see his dream through. It's just such the expressions, the emotion, the dialogue. It's such a great scene. I love it. Number 6 is Erwin's, tying right into that, Erwin's quiet speech to Levi versus his final speech to the Survey Corps. I love in Perfect Game the contrast between Erwin having this quiet little speech with Levi, being like, this was my dream. I would sacrifice all these people here if I could just go to the basement. What do you think I should do? And Levi's like, you should give up on your dream and die. And Erwin's like, okay. And they have this quiet little horrifically intimate moment where they're both deciding that, yep, you gotta die. And then he goes and gives that speech to the Survey Corps and sells it, that they just gotta do it for their comrades, do all this. He lies to himself and goes and does it. And it's so damn good. And it's just, so rage, my soldiers. It's just like, I love that moment. Oh, it's so freaking good. And it's so heartbreaking. And it makes me sad just thinking about it. The rest of these scenes all make me sad in season 3, but they're so iconic that you just can't get over them, right? So, number 7 is Armin's internal monologue as he burns against Bertolt. All these damn monologues. Armin's entire monologue where he fools Aaron, faces Bertolt, and it's just like, this is what's got to be done, and you'll see the ocean instead of me. And it's like, Armin, no! And the funny thing is, the irony is that Aaron didn't want to see anybody beyond the sea, but he didn't want to go to the sea without Armin. It's like, love it. Love it. Number 8 is Aaron's speech to Levi about Armin being the savior of humanity and the whole argument and Aaron crying and getting him to spare him in Midnight Sun. So freaking good. Hero, Midnight Sun, and Perfect Game. They are like a triple threat of just amazing episodes back to back. They're just, so good. And then number 9 is basically all of that day in Attack Titan. Sorry, I put 2 episodes in one. I consider them to be 2 episodes in one. I think Attack Titan and that day should have been condensed into one because they're the one flashback. I would say that moment is just the one flashback of them all together. So there you go. What have we got here? My dog is like, where's his toy? Oh, he's holding it. So yeah, those are my scenes from season 3 that are my favorite. And that leaves us with season 4. My top 9 moments of season 4. This one was really hard because there's not a lot of happy moments in season 4. There's some really good moments, but I was trying to sit there and think like, okay, well, what scenes would I want to see again? And there's a lot of great moments in season 4, but I'm like, which scenes would I watch again and again that aren't gonna like traumatize me for life? And that is a question that's very steeped, right? So none of these scenes are great. None of these scenes are happy, feel-good scenes. They're all horrifically sad, but they're really, really good. They're my favorites. So chronologically, the Door of Hope scene with Reiner contemplating suicide and Falco saving him. And Falco being the reason he doesn't. Because it's like everything built up over 3 seasons with Reiner to the point where you're like, you finally understand his character and you get where he's coming from. And then he's going to end it all. And you're like, no, don't do this. And then Falco makes him stop and saves him. And it's like, it's like, oh my God. Such a great scene. Number 2 is Aaron and Reiner's conversation in Declaration of War alongside Willie Tyburn's presentation. His performance is happening upstairs. That entire scene, basically it's like Warrior and Declaration of War. Those 2 episodes, they're like perfect from end to end. There's nothing wrong with them. They're just so good. Done. Amazing. Number 3 is Levi's scene against Zeke in Savagery. I almost put Flock's like little Burger King smirk in there, but that was such a little moment. And the manga let me down so much with that. I was like, come on, manga. You can't, what? Mappa really did it over the top with Flock's little smirk. But I think in the end for me, Levi's scene against Zeke in Savagery, the music, the way he like closes his eyes as he's about to kill his comrades, that whole thing like went over the top. And plus, like hell, I'm putting Aaron dissing Mikasa and Armin on here. That scene was way too hard. No. I needed Levi's scene with Zeke after that moment. For sure. I needed that to cleanse my palate. That's how despairing that episode is. Okay. This is one of my favorite moments in season 4, maybe in the entire series. But I think it's one of my favorite moments because it's such a great callback. Season 1, you have Erwin with his arm around Eren as Sonny and Bean have been killed by Annie and Reiner, but we don't know that. And Erwin's like, who do you think the enemy is here? And it's such a layered question because it's like, well, Annie and Reiner, are they the enemy? Was Sonny and Bean the enemy? Is the Survey Corps the enemy? Is Eren the enemy? You know, who is the enemy? And it all comes back to the scene where Eren has Peek on the rooftop and he's like, tell me where the enemy is. And she's like, there. And points right at him and says, there's the enemy. And it's like answering Erwin's question. It's like the callback to Erwin's question, and she's answering it for us, being like, you're the enemy, because he's trying to kill them all. And it's like, yes! So, it's such a great cathartic moment. I'm like, that's like one of my favorites in that whole season. Maybe in the whole show. Love it. And then you can tell I love Eren as a character. Eren's death scene in Two Brothers where Gabby blows his freaking head off. And I'm not liking it because Eren gets decapitated. I love it because it's such a shocking moment. You don't think it's going to happen. You're like, well, Isayama's not going to kill the main character off. And then there goes his head. And you're like, what? And the fact that, like, the trippy scene of the collage with, like, the high school cast and everything in it is in that. And then you have, like, the scene where in the manga where the fans of Attack on Titan reading the manga had to wait 2 months before they found an answer to that question. It's just like, it's so crazy. Someone tried to give me a theory that, like, the high school cast was like a parallel universe in the Attack on Titan and, like, proved Eren was, like, time traveling or some shit. And I was like, no, that's just Isayama parroting his own parody and including it in the manga because he's a troll. and he's an author. That is one thing about Isayama. He did so much with, like, fourth wall breaking and, like, meta stuff, like taking stuff from his other series, like his parodies, and putting them into the actual series. Like, he very much knew what he was doing. And I feel like sometimes with Attack on Titan, you have to not only look at it from a lens of it as a story, but you have to also look at it from a lens of examining it as how would a writer examine a piece of writing? Like, how is it constructed? And that's so crazy, right? That's such a big thing that has to do with it. And so we're going to talk a little bit more about that with the characters themselves, but that's going to come later. So yeah, I love that scene. And then Eren just trolling Zeke in Memories of the Future. I will watch Memories of the Future. It's one of my favorite episodes. Spoilers for the episode rankings. It's one of my favorites. Memories of the Future is. Just because Eren just trolls Zeke the entire time. And Zeke thinks, going into that episode, that he's figured Eren out. That he's solved Eren. That he's going to make his brother help him euthanize everyone. And he thinks he's got him by the balls. And then Eren's like, no, that's not it at all. And it's such a great scene, right? It's so, so good. And so then the next one, number 7, is, look, I can't talk about season 4 without mentioning the old man Yowie moment between Magath and Shadis. I'm a BL reader, and I love BL, and I love romance, and damn it, I'm gonna ship the hell out of them because it's like the one moment that I'm like, does anybody else see this? And it was such a wonderful, validating moment when I got done watching the episode, and I did the discussion for that episode, and then I went to Discord and was like, so Keith and Magath, and everybody was like, and I was like, it's a thing! I was so happy that night on Discord when I was telling people, I was like, are Keith and Magath a thing? And everybody's like, that's what everybody thinks. And I was like, oh, it's not just me. It was like, it's such a validating moment. And they're perfect for one another. And I love it. And I've been having so much fun with fan fiction. I haven't looked up my Keith and Magath fan fiction yet. Until now, whenever I'm done with this segment, you better damn believe it. But yeah, loved that moment. And then the last 2 moments are from the finales, part 1 and part 2, because I would be remiss to not mention them. As horrifyingly sad as it was, my favorite moment of episode 29 is Hanji's death. It is the best moment of that episode for me, of episode 29, the extended version. It's the best moment. Hands down. It elevates the manga material. It gives Hanji a proper death. Hanji goes out the way they want to go out. And lots of people have commented, they're like, if Hanji had lived and saw a world without Titans, what would that world be like to Hanji? And I'm like, that's damn right. Hanji would probably hate it. So yeah, no, I'm pretty proud that Hanji got to go out in the blaze of glory as they deserve. So good job. Or I always do it. I always do the wrong one. It's like this one. Yep. So yeah, devoting our hearts to Hanji in that sense. And then the last number 9 moment from season 4 is, I've talked about it enough. I'm going to talk about it again here in a second. But it's Armin and Aaron's conversation on meeting in hell. Aaron calling himself an idiot. We'll talk about it here in a little bit in more detail. But that's one of the best moments in the series, is just them talking it out and Aaron hearing what Armin has to say and Aaron admitting that he's a hillbilly with a nuke, and then Armin deciding to be like, well, you're my friend, so I'm going to make you feel better before you die, so I guess I'll meet you in hell one day. And Aaron's like, is there a hell? And Armin's like, sure. We'll see each other there. Such a good moment. But yeah, how I talked an hour about this, I don't know, but I did. So before we dive into talking about the remaining characters, the characters that survived till the end, before we get talking about that, we do need to do another RIP toast. Hope y'all still hanging in there. So we're on part 6, which are the character discussions. But before we do that, I want to do a toast to people that have died in season 3, part 1 of Attack on Titan. There were a lot, but this is the first portion. Nifa, Pastor Nick, Abel, Keiji, Demo Reeves, Alma, which is Astoria's mom, Duran, all these people. And I'll be honest, as you're going through trying to figure out what order I recorded all of this in, because the order's all messed up. I actually recorded part 7 before this and thought that the season 3 part 1 toast in that section was the first string of deaths. No, it's this one. There were just a lot of people dying in season 3 part 1. A lot of deaths. And so we've toasted them individually in the recap, but special shout out to them for especially Pastor Nick. I wish we'd gotten more with Pastor Nick. I'll talk about him more in the character tier rankings, but I wish we'd gotten more with him. Definitely deserved better. But so what this part is just overall expectations, surprises, and thoughts about the characters that made it to the end. I'm going to talk about a lot of the characters in general when we do the character tier rankings, but I figured that our last squadron of characters that made it, they deserve to get some special recognition and discussion, to kind of like have my final thoughts about their characters when I think about them. And I obviously saved Aaron for last because he has the most to talk about. But wanted to start out just going through the list and just going through everybody. I debated on whether or not to include Zeke with this at first, but then I was like, Zeke didn't make it to the end, and Aaron's so relevant, he has to be mentioned here. So I didn't end up including Zeke. I talked about it in the intro, whether I would or not. I ended up deciding not to, but I'm going to talk about him in the character tier squad. And just, I feel like his death was very fitting for Levi to be the one to end it. Maybe I'll talk a little bit more about Zeke when I get to Levi. But first of all, Connie. I would say out of all the characters in the squad, the main squad, Connie was, and I know people are going to be like, yeah, us too, unless you're just a really big Connie fan. But Connie was probably the character I just didn't connect with the most, and I kind of just didn't think about him a lot until this final episodes 28, 29, and 30 of season 4. He was always like in the background, but he always would like rise to the surface. And then during Pride and Judgment and Traitor, during those episodes, you're kind of like, oh yeah, Connie's here and he is very relevant. But I'm so glad he lived. Amazingly, I thought if anything, like when Jean and Connie got hit with that Titan gas, I was like, oh my God, they're gonna die. That's it. I was feeling so sad about it. And I was like, I'm feeling sad that Connie died. Oh my God. But I like Connie. I think he gets a bad rap because he's not a Titan shifter. He's not an Ackerman. He's not Eren Yeager's best friend. He criticizes Eren a lot throughout the series, which I think for Eren fans gets him a bad rap. And he is kind of an understated character. And I like Connie. I think Connie, for me, kind of peaks in season 2 because that's his big arc with Reiner and Bertolt and Annie. But what I do like about the finale is, since we are kind of coming full circle and wrapping back to the first couple of seasons, I like that he gets reconciliation with Reiner and Annie. He gets to, like, in the end, kind of connect with both of them and kind of get closure with them. And he ends up becoming an ambassador. I feel like a lot of people forget about Connie's storyline as a soldier, that his mom wanted him to be a soldier, and he just wasn't sure if that was his place. He wasn't sure if he was going to make it or not. He's kind of the everyman character that isn't sure where his place is in the system. He's not like Jean, where he has these ambitions, but he's not like, you know, a character like Daz, who doesn't think he's worthless. Like, Connie knows he's capable of doing things. He just doesn't know where he fits in at. And so for him to be in the Chaos Trio with Jean and Sasha kind of seemed logical. And then when she was gone, it kind of threw everything into chaos. So I like that by the end, Connie gets to be an ambassador, and he kind of finds his place. He's not a soldier, but he's not a warrior, but he's not just an everyday Joe. He gets to have a purpose and gets to be alongside all these other characters like Reiner and Jean and Annie. And I like that, right? And he has his best bro, Jean, in the end. Like, then without Sasha, like, I really like the friendship that develops between Connie and Jean. Like, I love that friendship and that broship that they have, and they get to be in together in the end. It's so cool, right? It kind of reminds me of, like, Yamcha and Tien a little bit, I guess, is the only thing I can think of at the moment. Or like Hai and Kurama, kind of. Like, I get those vibes too. I really like their friendship. And I'll be honest, I gave the moment a lot of grief during the finale when Sasha shows up there at the end before she, like, wisps away into a puff of smoke. I thought it was really cheesy, and I was like, oh, are we really gonna do that? But, you know, I've softened a little bit during the holiday season. And I'll admit, I'm glad that both him and Jean got closure, and they got to, like, see Sasha's, like, final form in this little spirit, and she looked happy. Even if she was kind of melancholy, she wasn't like the state she was during Assassin's Bullet. So I'm glad for that, you know? And honestly, I feel like you could say aesthetically, Connie looks the most like the Krillin of the series if you're comparing to Dragon Ball Z. He's not, because if he was, he would have gotten with Annie at the end. But no, I don't think that that's it. I do like Connie growing his hair out. I like Connie looks like he's moving forward in a positive way. And the fact that he can connect with Reiner about their survivor's guilt, I feel like that's such a cool thing and a nice tie back to season 2 where him and Connie really connected. Like, I like the broship that is the bro triangle that has developed between Jean and Connie and Reiner. It's like Leonardo DiCaprio and his, like, boys posse, like their entourage. I like that that's kind of developed between them, this, like, club between the three of them, their little fraternity together. It's really sweet. I like that. But yeah, I've always been kind of indifferent about Connie. He's never been like a standout character to me, but I really liked him in the last 2 parts. I like in season 4 that he held Eren accountable and was like, well, what about this? And it's like, well, you bring up a really good point. But I like Connie in season 4, and I like the way his character gets to end. So kudos for Connie. Kudos for Connie. One character that I really liked that I thought was going to die too. I thought, honestly, half these characters were going to die, but Peak, I thought she was going to die for sure. I thought that because she's kind of the outside character. She's not part of the main warrior crew that was on Parody. She's like Porco, and she's like Colt, and she's like Zeke. She's kind of the outsider coming in. I thought she was going to die. I was fully convinced that on top of that damn Titan, she was going to die and that it was going to be sad. But no. Nope. She gets to stay and be the other woman in the group other than Annie, which I guess if Historia was included in that, she'd be number 7. And then if Mikasa was involved, which she's not, but if she was, it would have been like an even 8, 4 guys, 4 girls. Would have been some equal representation, but Mikasa and Historia have other bones to pick, I guess. But I'm glad that Peak is there because she's a good balance. Because Annie can be so cynical that Peak is so, like, calm and level-headed. She needs to be there as, like, a neutral party. And plus you have, you know, Reiner and Annie that are former warriors. And you have Jean and Connie that are, you know, former Survey Corps members. And then you have Armin and Peak who are Titan shifters formerly, but they're on both sides. So I guess it is kind of like a 6 and 6 scenario, where a 3 and 3 scenario where you have 3 warriors, one of which was not in the Survey Corps, and then you have 3 Survey Corps members, one of which is a Titan shifter. So it does kind of balance out in a weird way, even if the genders don't balance. But I like Peak being there. I like that I like Peek's character was kind of like the outsider looking in the final installments. She was mainly just being there for Magath. Like she's not like Annie where she's there for her dad necessarily, even though she is there for her dad. But she was really there to like honor Magath's wishes and to see those through. And because logically to Peek, that just made the most sense to do what needed to be done and to help others. She never really questioned it. She even, tells Gabby and Falco, she's like, I don't know exactly what we're supposed to be doing, but we'll figure it out. Like, I liked what Peek represented in those final installments. And even though she didn't get as much screen time necessarily as some of the other characters, I think her screen time was really effective. And she just went straight forward towards Aaron. She was like, I don't know him. I don't have a personal attachment. He tried to kill me. Fine with it. Like, I just love that. I love she just jumped forward and was like, nope, we got beef. Let's go. It was a very Scott Pilgrim moment. I liked that a lot about her character. And I'm glad Isayama in the end made her a woman. I think that was an infinitely better choice. The warrior crew is a sausage fest already. Like, we needed, and I'm glad of it too, because having like the female Titan, and Annie's the only female in the crew, seemed a bit too token. Like, having Peek be a woman and be like a very effective Titan that was really helpful throughout the series, I think was a really good move. It was a solid choice, and I'm glad Isayama decided to do that with her character. I definitely ship her with Jean still, but I think Peek is one of those characters you can ship her with like everybody and it works because she's just a good character. I know a lot of people don't like Peek, but I liked her character a lot, and I'm glad she got to live and be a member of the Ambassadors as well, moving forward to the epilogue of the series. So then Gabby and Falco, damn. Gabby and Falco, I feel like I've talked about them a lot, but them living, them thriving, them taking care of Levi. Them being the ones to take care of Levi is hilarious to me. I love it though. We'll talk about Levi here in a little bit. But I like them being the representation of the next generation, and that maybe through them we can see it might not be so messed up. The children will get out of the forest, and tying to that, to freedom, to dedication, to peace, all that fun stuff. I really like that about their characters. If I'm being honest, I have not watched the final arc of Bleach, so I don't want answers to this. I don't want, an update or a clarification on this. But from the manga of Bleach, this is not really a manga, spoiler too much, but there is like a little girl and a little boy. I say little girl and little boy, they're like preteens, teenagers, in the last arc of Bleach that show up at the beginning, and you think, oh, they're going to be representations of the next generation of the Shinigami. Okay, cool. And then it goes nowhere. Now, Kubo has rewritten parts of Bleach for the new anime. I am going to watch it eventually, so hopefully their role will get expanded. But like in the final arc, you think that they're going to have this big role to play, and you're like, oh, cool, they're going to represent this one thing. No, they're just extra characters. And you're like, oh, and for a hot second, I'll be honest, when we first introduced Gabby and Falco, I was very wary because I was like, is this going to be like a Bleach thing where we think they're going to be relevant and new characters and then they kind of fade into the background and we never hear from them again? No, they have a lot to do in season 4, and they are nice vehicles for the themes that Isayama is trying to project in the final season. And it's nice to have characters like Gabby and Falco because you can do so much with them. You can make them similar to the characters that are already there. Like Gabby and Aaron's parallels are endless. And then I've had a lot of people compare in previous recaps Falco to Mikasa, to Armin, etc. So you can do a lot with that, but you can also have them go off on their own side quest and do tie-ins to the theme through them because they're children that are much more effective than using it for our main characters because they are already dealing with X, Y, and Z. So I like that Gabby and Falco got their own story arc with Kaya, their own development, their own part to play in the final series, that they're happy together at the end, that neither of them died. I was afraid for a second that one of them was going to die and it was going to be a whole thing. I'm glad Isayama lets them be like the happy couple at the end, right? Which is great. Like the one like perfect little bit of happiness seeing them with their like little flannel planting trees. I'm all about that. I thought that was really, really well done. Nice. So yeah, kudos for Gabby and Falco. I've always loved their characters from the start. I know a lot of people don't like Gabby. I don't understand, but whatever. I won't judge. But yeah, I really like their characters a lot overall. Then we have Annie. I feel like with these last several characters, I've spoken so much about them in the recaps, in the episode discussions, in the comments. It's hard to really say anything new about them, but just to summarize Annie's character, the journey that she goes on from being this apathetic girl that doesn't want to be around others, she wants nothing to do with anybody, she's not sure of herself and the role that she has in this world, and she doubts so much, to actively seeking out everybody at the end, saving them, and helping them to find purpose, and helping herself to find purpose by engaging with a broader audience by being an ambassador, is such a cool twist with her character, and I really, really like that. I'll be honest, literally everybody except Armin and Mikasa I thought was gonna die. I thought Armin and Mikasa were probably gonna live, but I thought everybody else was gonna die in this last part, because that just seemed like what was gonna happen, and then they didn't. So, which was great. I'm glad for it. We've had enough death in this series. I think letting some people live is justifiable. But Annie's such a weird character. She's there all throughout season 1. She's like the villain of season 1, which is fun. And then she's completely absent season 2, season 3. And then season 4, she's mentioned a lot until like the midway point when she comes back. And that's such a crazy thing to do with a character. I like it because it allows Isayama to kind of like, she would have had nothing to do in seasons 2 and 3. So she didn't need to be there. But what I like that they do with her character, rather than, I mean, I've talked a lot about Historia's character, and I'm going to keep talking about her when we get to the character tier and stuff. But with Historia's character, she kind of gets to a point, and then Isayama's like, well, plot-wise, I have nothing to do with you, so just go be pregnant in the woods. It's basically, even though you're a queen, go be pregnant in the woods, I guess. Like, they're not going to find you. It's a 1 mile radius island, but go hide there. I'm sure you'll be safe. like Kaya and them know where she's at, I think. So, you know, it's... But what I like about it is that with Annie's character, even when she's not doing anything, she is actively still learning as a character. Like, they use her with Armin and Hitch, not only as a way for Armin and Hitch to develop their characters, but she also becomes this like audience surrogate where we get to like be the soundboard for Armin and learn all these things. And then she does as well, which is really well done. I liked that a lot, you know? I thought that was a great idea by Isayama, and it allows her to be active in the final part where we don't have to do the trope of, oh, we got to catch her up to speed with what's been going on. No, she knows, because she's been listening to Armin this whole time, our narrator, as we'll talk about here in a minute. But yeah, I liked that, and I liked how Annie started out very similar to Aaron, but then she becomes her own person. Like, you know, Jean, Reiner, Gabby, Annie, they all have a lot of parallels to Aaron, but by the end of the story, they're their own people, and they kind of become very different than him. And I appreciate that. She gets romance. Annie gets romance in this series with Armin, and that's amazing. She also gets to have this like relationship with Mikasa develop that's so well done. Like in the latter part of season 4, the relationship to Mikasa, it's such a great callback to season 1 when they were fighting each other and just showing how these two enemies kind of became friends and supported each other. Like when Annie was telling Mikasa, she's like, you know, don't think about Aaron, just focus on saving Armin and let's do this. Like, you know, her caring for Mikasa and vice versa was really refreshing and really nice to see at the end. I like that she gets closure with her dad. Thank goodness. But I like that she doesn't stay with her dad. I like that she goes back to being with Reiner and the others as an ambassador. She like gets to live her own life, right? She's not tied down by her father and her past, which I really appreciate. And then she gets to get closure with Reiner and Armin and Aaron with these like unresolved conversations. Like with Armin, the conversation about being the good person. I love on the ship when her and him get to like finally reach a resolution with that, and they get to see both sides of the story. That's wonderful. She gets all the funny moments too, like the part where Mikasa's like, what's an okapi? And Annie's like, you uncultured hillbillies. Like it's great. And then yeah, her just mainly getting to live and carry on and be her own person. I love that about Annie. And I really liked Annie's character from the start. I was really sad when Annie's character was put in the little chrysalis, and I was like, we're never gonna see her again. And then we didn't for a long time, and I was really sad about it. And then when she came back in season 4, I was like, yes. And I love the transformation and arc that her character goes through. It's really, really good. So kudos to Annie, like kudos to her. and getting her groove on. So good for her. So next I have on here Reiner. Reiner. Does he have the most in-depth character journey of everybody in the series? Maybe. I think for a hot second, Isayama was like, what if I had made Reiner the main protagonist? Because that's kind of like the early Marley arc, season 4, part 1. It is really Reiner's story. And I love Reiner as a character. I didn't have any feelings for Reiner until after Warrior. Honestly, season 1, I didn't even... Well, Reiner's not around much in season 1 because that's the point. It's to make him not stand out, because then you're going to have the reveal in Warrior that he's the armored titan. And it's so smart of Isayama, because if you'd shown Reiner so much at the beginning, then you would have figured out he was the armored titan really quick. Like Annie, you kind of figure it out. You're like, well, this blonde-haired titan that's going around, and Annie's this... being suspicious and disappearing and isn't part of the Survey Corps anymore, so, just, it was still a surprise, but it makes so much more sense after you figure it out. I feel like Isayama was like, I don't want anybody to know that he's the Armor Titan, so we're going to leave that as close to the vest as possible and keep him away from the story until it's time for that reveal. But then, come season 2, we have to build up Reiner's character as the soldier and his memory issues and stuff, so we have to feature him in season 2 during those opening first 5 episodes. There has to be a mini arc with him so that you'll come to like understand his character more and be intrigued by his character more. So when the Warrior drop happens, you're like, oh shit, there it is. And then you kind of are on board with his character. And that's what happened with me. Like, I was starting to really get into his character, and then Bertolt was being suspicious as hell, and I was like, what's going on? And then Warrior happens. But I love what Reiner represents as someone that's a veteran, as someone that, has a survivor's guilt from coming back. It almost feels like the camaraderie he finds in the ambassadors in the Survey Corps and that group. It's almost like he's in an AA group or something, where he finds this camaraderie and like-minded people who have suffered the same afflictions as him. And it's just, they all kind of like commiserate and band together and move forward together. And I really love that. I love that he finally, at the end of the series, finds a purpose in his life that is beyond just protecting Gabby and Falco. He's living for himself at the end of the story, and I love that. I love that so much. But speaking of Gabby and Falco, like Reiner having the kids support, like in season 4, part 1, where Gabby and Falco are like calling out his name, it was like, it's so damn sweet. And that I love that Reiner becomes the hero that he kind of always wanted to be, but didn't realize he became it. Like when he was fending off the Founder in the final part, and like when his mom and them see him like parachuting down to save them, like Reiner becomes the hero. He just doesn't even realize it until the end, And I also like that Reiner becomes more than just the opposite of Eren. I like the motif of Reiner and Eren being two sides of the same coin. I like that. But I like that by the end, Reiner gets to be his own person. He's not just the opposite of Eren. He is different enough. He's not just like, it's not a cliche. He becomes his own person, has his own journey, and he's not just like an imitation or something like that. I like that a lot about Reiner. Like Door of Hope it has some of my favorite moments in it because it's so personal and real. And I feel like Reiner's character, he just goes through this broad and in-depth journey. And it makes sense now when Isayama was saying he's one of my favorite characters. I get it. I'm like, yeah, you put Reiner through hell and back, and he's like a pincushion half the time. But you can tell Isayama loves his character, and he does him so much justice. Like, I would argue Reiner has every bit as much character development as Eren does in this series. It just comes in different waves than Eren's does. But it's there. It's like, And it's what's so funny is it doesn't really happen at the same time. Like, you have season 1, you have mainly Eren developing, and then season 2, season 2 is a lot of Reiner development, and then season 3 is Eren, season 4 is Reiner. It just goes back and forth till the end. It's all really good, but I've always loved Reiner. I've always wanted Reiner to be happy and be loved. Like, Reiner isn't in a lot of ships, which is sad, because Reiner deserves to be in a bunch of ships, but I still wanted his character to be happy in the end. I wanted to ship Reiner with happiness, and I'm glad that that's kind of what we get in the end. It's bittersweet, but it's there. Also, we've talked in the Discord a lot about like all the not safe for work figurines that have been floating around. Like, there's some for Levi, there's some for Erwin, there's some for Mikasa, there are a lot for Aaron. There are hardly any for Reiner, and it's a travesty. They have a damn figurine of Reiner from Door of Hope with the gun, but they don't have a sexy Reiner figurine. Like, where's the sauna Reiner? Where's all this? And to add insult to injury, I'm going to burn your eyes with this photo that I'm about to put up there. So when you see a photo pop up here, it's going to burn your eyes. I'm sorry, but I had to look at it, and so now you all have to look at it too. And I'm going to feel really bad for the people that aren't paying attention at this point in the video and see this picture and they're like, ah! So that was your Citizen Kane squawk to wake you up. But basically at a convention, there was somebody that wanted a picture of Reiner drawn. And it had to do around the time that everybody was questioning about, because, you know, Ymir makes the little offhanded accusation. Freckled Ymir is like, he's like, oh, what are you doing, Freckled Ymir? Like, suggesting she's like a lesbian, and she's like, well, I hear that you like men too, and he's like, I'm not denying it. So she kind of makes an accusation that Reiner's gay, and Isayama, I guess it was brought up at this convention, so he did a quick sketch of Reiner, and the magazine that was in showed the little face of Reiner in the thumbnail, because that's all they could technically show. Here's the full thing. Now you have to see it too. Isayama drew this. This is real. Isayama made this sketch. And I guess Reiner is all about it, I guess. I'm not a homosexual man, so I don't want to say that Reiner's a bottom, and I don't want to say those things, but that is what came to my mind. So there's that. Now I have to deal with that forever. I can never unsee that, so now you can't either. But I do want Reiner to get some love. Reiner deserves some, and if him and Jean have to be in a relationship to do it, so be it. I do feel a little bit sad for him at the end when he was like sniffing the letter and like talking about Historia, and Jean's like, she's a married man, and he's like, what, to a man with no face? I'm like, I would support Reiner and Historia in a heartbeat. Screw Farmhand Coon. What's he done? Be there for the birth of their daughter? So, thus leads Jean, our king. Y'all, since season 1, I have been terrified that Jean was gonna die. I love Jean so much. Season 1, Jean Kirstein was like my favorite character. I loved him. He's our bisexual king. I have loved him, and the whole time I have been waiting I've been sitting on my hands waiting for the moment that he was gonna die in this series. I could have bet money. I would have bet money that he was gonna die. And I was just waiting for it, and it kept not happening. Like, when they were on Aaron's back, I'm like, he's gonna die. This is it. This is gonna happen. And then he didn't. And I was like, okay, we're doing so good, so good so far. And then the moment with him and Connie, when they wrapped their arms around each other, I was like, oh, well, hell, he's dead. And then, thank God he wasn't. But I thought people were gonna be like, because everybody was kind of like, oh, we hope Jean's gonna be okay. And I was like, the whole time, I was just waiting for him to be a dead character, and I'm so glad he wasn't. I was like, I love that Jean's character comes full circle, and he goes from a character that tries to, like, blame what he's doing on the bones, Marco's bones, saying he's doing this because, you know, he feels an obligation to those that have died, but all that's a front. It's all a cover, because Jean is a good person. He just doesn't want to admit it, right? And he finds it frustrating that he's a good person that wants to do the right thing. And he's like, why can't I be like what Flock imagines me to be? Why can't I be just that guy that takes the penthouse and says screw it to all the things that are morally right? But that's not Jean. That's not who he is. He could have taken that MP job back in season 1, but that wouldn't have been right. So I love that he ends up deciding to come full circle and do something, not because it's, you know, not using an excuse of someone dying and so he has to do it, but doing it because he wants to do it. And I kind of like these a little bit, you know, he's back to his, Flock was like, don't you want to be back to your former self? Like the kind of a brat, got some attitude, you know, and I kind of like that he does that at the end. He's like, being like Kuwabara from Yu Yu Hakusho, and he's like slicking the hair back, being like, gotta look good for the ladies in the history book. He kind of becomes himself again, and he gets to embrace his personality of being kind of a brat, but also being heroic and being brave. And I love that. I love that about Jean's character. I love the broship he develops with Reiner and Connie at the end. Again, like Peak, Jean has all the shipping possibilities, right? And okay, so I guess we'll address it at another point in this recap, but to address the elephant in the room, do I think Jean ends up with Mikasa? I'm going to talk about it in another portion of this recap, but I do. I think he ends up with her. I really wish we could have found out what Eren told him. That would have been interesting, especially considering all of the times in this series that Jean has been Eren's double. I think there's something to that. I wish we'd have heard that conversation. Was he going to be a ladies' man? Did he end up staying with Mikasa in the end? What ends up happening? I do like the idea that in the end, Jean is there for support for Mikasa a lot, and I appreciate that. I think if Mikasa was to end up with anybody from the original crew, Jean makes the most sense, but I don't know how I feel about it. And I know I've talked about it another time in this recap, but as long as Jean's happy in the end and Mikasa's happy with him, sure, why not? There are not a lot of Jean and Mikasa fan fiction out there, I'll let you know that, because I think most of the fandom's like, no, Eren and Mikasa forever, and I'm like, I kind of always like Jean and Mikasa a little bit more, but not my decision. I'm not the author, whatever. So, then we have Levi. Levi's journey throughout the story. I, honestly, of all the characters in this series, Levi's the one that surprised me the most. When I started Attack on Titan, I knew nothing about any of the characters, except I knew there were two characters. I knew there was one called Levi and one called Eren, and they were on all of the fan art, all of the official art, all the merchandise. It was all Eren and Levi, and I thought that it was going to be like Sasuke and Naruto. I thought Levi was going to be the Sasuke to Eren's Naruto. I could not have been more wrong. Because in season 1, when we didn't see Levi for the longest time, I was like, when's he going to show up? Isn't he supposed to be like, I thought it was Mikasa, Levi, and Eren. I didn't even know about Armin at the time, which shows you how much official art Armin was on. And I was like, where's Levi? And then when Levi comes in, he's like this mentor figure who's like an older brother or an uncle to them. And I'm like, oh, okay. I was totally wrong. And the funny thing is that usually your mentor figure in a story dies because they fulfill their purpose and then they have no purpose in the story, so they just move on. But there are so many older figures in Attack on Titan. You have Kenny, you have Uri, you have Grisha, you have Hanji, you have Erwin, that those characters can all die, but Levi gets to stay. And it's like, okay, cool. So I like the idea that Levi gets to live, but I wasn't expecting it. I was not expecting Levi to be this figure that he was. He's not the commander. He's more like a Dark Knight vigilante than anything, even though he's still a member of the Survey Corps. He's just not this vigilante type that you think he's going to be. But I feel like Isayama had to contain him and relegate him to certain positions in the series because he's so OP. Like, if Levi could just go in and slaughter everybody, that'd be the end. But Isayama, around every turn, had to find a way to either injure Levi or have him not around the main characters, because otherwise he would have solved the problem. And then in the end, he has to, like, literally disable him so that he cannot fight as much in the final battle. Not too much, though, because he's got to be able to kill Zeke, but enough to where he can't be the one to, like, kill off Eren in the end. And what's interesting with that is that I always expected Levi and Eren to be these big rivals that would be morally against one another by the end of the series. I thought Levi would be the one to be like, no, we've got to do it this way, and Eren would be like, no, I'm going away from you, mentor, and doing my own thing, and doing like an Anakin Skywalker against Obi-Wan situation. But no. Levi, interestingly enough, was never really against Eren. He was either more disappointed in Eren, or he was frustrated because he didn't understand what Eren's reasonings were. But he never seemed to hold it against him, and he lived up to that whole no regrets formula, being like, well, Eren, if this is your path that you've chosen, I have no right to get mad at you because I've chose my own path as well, and we just have to live with our choices, #no regrets. And you could tell that Levi cared for Eren. He wanted to help Eren all that he could until the point where Eren didn't, wasn't in a position to get Levi's help anymore. And then Levi was like, well, I wish I could kick some sense into you and figure out what's going on, but I can't anymore, so okay. And you felt bad for him. You were just like, yeah, that sucks. And I always wanted there to be more between Aaron and Levi, more acknowledgement about how Aaron felt about Levi, especially in season 4. Like, you knew from season 3 that Aaron respected Levi's character and was kind of terrified of him. Like, Levi beats the shit out of Aaron in season 1. And so by season 3, when they're like cleaning up the house and Aaron's like, it's not spotless, it has to be up to Levi's standards. And everybody's like, calm down, Aaron. It's like, you know that Aaron respects Levi, but I really wanted to know, I wanted them to be able to interact more in the final season. And we don't get that. Like, it's literally Assassin's Bullet when Levi is disappointed with Aaron and he kicks him and he's just like having this moment with him. That's the last that they ever talk in the series. Is episode 8 of season 4 is the last time they say words to each other. And you're just like, that's the last time they speak? Really? Except for when he supposedly talked to Aaron, but we don't know what that was about or what that was like. Did he even talk to Aaron? I don't know, because Levi wakes up and there's Erwin and Hanji there. We don't even know if Aaron said anything to Levi at the end. And that's what's so frustrating to me, is I would have liked to know where they stood at the end. Like, how did Aaron feel about Levi? What was his overall thoughts? And we don't get to know that. So, I don't know. Somebody in the comments was trying to tell me, like, they were trying to start telling me that the little extra volume that's coming out with the fan art book, with the art book, is going to be about Levi, and I stopped reading, being like, I would like to react as blindly as I can, but okay. So if it is about Levi and Aaron, that'd be amazing. I would love that. I would be like, that would answer all of my questions, to have Levi and Aaron have a conversation at the end. That'd be amazing, but I'm not holding my breath. But I do wonder, I think the big question is, was Levi happy at the end? Like, I think he's glad that he got to have the send-off with Erwin and Hanji and recognize that yeah, they died, but he was going to live on with this crew. He's like, it almost felt like Levi was like, well, somebody's got to babysit these kids. Somebody's got to babysit them and take care of them. I guess it's going to be me. Why not? You know? But I do love that. I could honestly read a whole spinoff, like No Regrets. I could read a whole spinoff with Levi. I would read a whole comic of Levi hanging out with Gabby and Falco, and him being like their caretakers. I would love that. What's so fascinating about Levi's character in the end is that he kind of ends up like Kenny. But the thing about it is, it's like a subversion, because back in season 3 during Wish, Rod Reese was telling Kenny, he's like, you just need to retire and stay away from the conflict and just live out the rest of your days. And Kenny was like, no, I don't want to do that. That sounds like boring as hell. And he like burns out, you know, like just like a flame. He burns out and just is no more. And I like that Levi kind of does the reverse of that, where Levi does retire. He does get to live out the rest of his days with Gabby and Falco around him and the others. And it's something that Kenny abhorred, but I feel like Levi is this representation of, you know what, maybe it's not so bad fading out rather than burning away. Maybe it's okay to fade away rather than burn out. And I like that. I kind of like that he does the opposite of what... He does the same thing that was recommended to Kenny, but it had the opposite effect. I like that quite a bit. But I feel like the more I got into the series, the more I related to Levi, the more I felt like spiritually attached to Levi. I definitely feel the most attached to Levi's character in the series as I read. I love Levi and Erwin's ship. It's one of my favorite ships in the entire series, if not my favorite ship. And I for a while, the Discord, while we were waiting on the final, you know, anime to get posted, there was just so much Levi and Erwin fan art in the Discord. Everybody's like, should we just rename this the Eruri channel? I was like, maybe, possibly. It probably is still going to have more fan art in there as I go through the series, so hope y'all are ready for that. But yeah, I love Levi so much. I'm glad his character gets to live, and I'm just really happy with his character and where it ends up overall. Getting down to the wire now. So the last three that I have to talk about are our main trio. And obviously I have to start with Mikasa. I could start with Armin, but I have probably less to say about Mikasa than I do Armin and Eren. Mikasa is such a weird character in this series. I never disliked Mikasa. I always felt bad for Mikasa as a character, because there were all these people that were like, Wit did her wrong, they changed her character, and then as I was reading the manga, I'm like, yeah, they left a lot out of her character that could have, and even like little tiny nuances that they don't seem like a lot in the grand scheme of things, but there was quite a bit in the manga about her character that I wish Wit had incorporated into the anime, because I think that would have made her character a lot more appealing than the meme that for some of the fandom she becomes. And I don't think that's fair to her at all. And so then there's the question of, well, did Mappa do her right? And can you fix what was, can you make her character fixed from what it was previously without completely changing it? And so it becomes a very hard row to hoe. And I feel like she's very understated, she's very underrated, and she's a not frequented enough leading lady. And the thing about it is, she's a quiet badass. Like, she is not a damsel in distress. Like, Mikasa takes care of herself quite a bit. Like, she does not need anybody to save her at all. Like, I feel what's so kind of not a double standard, but what I feel is so frustrating is that you have your Ackermans, right? I feel like Levi kind of gets a pass from the fandom because both Levi and Mikasa are equally badass characters. I mean, Levi's the more OP, but he's older, more experienced. But I feel like he gets a pass from the fandom. He's a quiet badass too, but when he does talk, he's like snarky and has a quick wit when he does speak, whereas Mikasa is much more introverted and kind of reflective. And so she reminds me a lot of Furuya from Ace of the Diamond. That's who Mikasa reminds me a lot of. And I feel like not only in her demeanor and her character, because Furuya is a badass, but he's like a polar bear. He's really quiet and kind of non-threatening, seemingly, until he like gets in gear and you're like, oh crap, we shouldn't have poked the bear. But I feel like Furuya also suffers from the fandom. A lot of the fandom don't like Furuya, and they give him a hard time, and I don't think it's warranted. And I feel the same way about Mikasa. I feel like they're both quiet characters, and because they're not in your face and extroverted and outgoing, they sometimes don't get the right recognition that they deserve, if that makes sense. And I don't think we can complain, because she gets a lot of badass moments throughout the story, and the story literally relies upon her as a crux, as I'm going to talk about here in a little bit. But and I've seen Isayama in tweets post about after I got on Twitter after the series and it was like, okay, I can look at Attack on Titan stuff now. Yay. But I've seen where he has posted that he literally like treats Mikasa like his own daughter. Like, he gravitates towards her character so much. And I'm like, so yeah, Isayama clearly likes Mikasa. And I think she kind of has a more traditional, I don't know enough about Japanese culture, but people have commented how she's more like a traditional Japanese character. And that's fine. But what's so weird is what I've seen the fandom do with her character. It's like she is seen as being like serene and badass like Rukia from Bleach, but she gets parodied like Orihime for her love of Eren. And I'm like, why can't these female characters like other male characters? What do you want them to do? Why can't you let them be a couple? What is going on? And I see a lot of people do the opposite. So I don't want to say that that's a generalization, but it's weird. Her character is so weird. Like, on the one hand, you see all of this era Mikasa artwork, and you see people like fanning over and fawning over Eren and Mikasa as a couple, but then you see other people like making fun of her saying Eren over and over again, which was like a wit decision that I'm not totally on board with. And it's like her character gets such varied reactions, and they're so polarizing that I'm like, I don't know what to do with you. So I'm definitely going to talk about her and Eren and their chemistry later, but I appreciate that Mikasa gets to be the one to kill Eren. I'm glad that she gets to close her arc herself. She gets to be the one. I never felt, this is the thing, I never felt that Mikasa relied on Eren. She could always handle herself. She was always concerned about him. She was worried he wasn't going to be able to handle himself. And guess what? 9 times out of 10, she was right. Eren got kidnapped so many times in this series. No wonder she was worried about him. Like, I feel like she was always very justified in being concerned for him. Of course, Eren was like, I wish you'd quit being a mom. And she's like, I wish you'd quit getting kidnapped and doing stupid things. So, but I mean, other than the one time Eren saved her at the very beginning, where her powers awakened, other than that, she's been able to take care of herself, and she was never like a damsel in distress, which I really appreciated about her character. But she was just always the one most concerned about Eren. So I feel like it was very interesting to watch her going from being like the one person left that wanted to spare him. Like, everybody else had gave up on Eren at that point. They're like, we got to kill him. She was the only one that wanted him to like stay alive. And for her to go from that to being the one who gets to end his life, it feels like it had to be that way, or she would just be in a pit of despair. Like if somebody else had killed Aaron, she would have just been this hollowed out husk, but she took things into her own hands and settled it, you know, for what it's worth. And I am sad that we don't necessarily get to see her move on. We get the impression from the credits that she moves on. She gets with somebody else. They have a family, and you assume that she's happy, but she keeps coming back to the gravesite and everything to visit him. But I kind of wish we would have had further commentary on that. Like, I would have liked to see her and Levi have a conversation about it, since they are family distantly. I'd like to have seen her and Armin have a conversation about it. I wish we could have had more with her saying something, but I feel like Isayama intentionally leaves it open-ended because it's one of those things like you, the audience, can probably make a pretty good estimate of what she's feeling and what that conversation would be like, rather than cement it and it not be what Isayama wants, right? Because, you know, Isayama's like, I've already gone back and re-edited things for the anime. Can't go back and do it again. So I feel like, you know, she misses him. We get that from the end credits, but it would have been nice to see more at the end. But I'm also being very greedy and I want more than I should probably be able to ask for. So, you know. But I did like Mika's character in the anime, and I liked it even more in the manga. She's not my favorite character, but she's up there. She's one of the better written characters. I think if people give her a chance and like actually pay attention to her, then you kind of get the drift. Now, I am going to go ahead and spoil something from the character tier for you all. Armin is my favorite character. Armin's my favorite. He's been my favorite for a while now. I think since season 3, Armin's been my favorite. I really liked Jean in season 1. In season 2, I really liked Freckled Ymir, and I really thought Reiner was fascinating. I really liked Bertolt in season 2, if I'm honest. In season 3, it was like Erwin and Levi show for a big part of it. But Armin, after Hero Midnight Sun, I was like, no, Armin fully. And ever since Hero, Armin's been my favorite, hands down. And that's not changed since then. So spoiler warning for the character tier when you get to it. I always loved Armin. My brother didn't like him. When I started the series, he's like, I don't like Armin. And I was like, oh, why? And I feel like I don't understand why people wouldn't like Armin. I guess if that's just not your personality type, he's not the main protagonist. It's kind of like, what if the sidekick character was legit? You know, and had a character arc and development. Like, Armin embodies like kind of an uncommon strength. He's intelligent. He's compassionate. He's kind of the full package. He's not nerdy, like the stereotypical nerd intelligent character, but he's not a weakling either. He's compassionate without being weak. He's intelligent without being a cliche. He's strong without being just a bulky, you know, brawny man. Like, he defies a lot of stereotypes. And I like that about Armin a lot. I'm glad others recognize him at the end of the series, and not just the fandom or the audience watching Attack on Titan, but the other characters in the show. Like, what I liked about it was none of the other characters in the series ever was like, Armin, you're just a weakling, and nah. I mean, none of the characters were like that. They all treated him very seriously, and when he becomes commander, nobody questions it. They're like, no, that makes the most sense. Armin's the only one that questions it because he has his self-esteem issues, but those are so relatable, right? Armin's imposter syndrome is insanely relatable. I swear, I love how logically it works for him to like get where he's at. Now, there's the whole Serum Bowl debate, which is what it is. We've talked about that so much. But to me, in the long run, Armin had to be the choice. He had to be. And we've talked about that in discussions so much, right? And he is representing what Aaron said he would. What else can we ask for, right? I said back in season 4, part 2s, I'm going to read this little section to you. I said it back in the season 4, part 2 recap. Attack on Titan is unique in that it doesn't have just one protagonist. After all, Armin is the narrator of the story, not Aaron, which leads me to theorize that Armin will close out the story and Aaron will be dead by the conclusion of the story. Called it! Guess who predicted the end? I think that was really obvious, though. Like, I think the one thing that kind of I wish Isayama maybe would have done differently with Armin would to have not revealed him as the narrator of the story, right? What I think they should have done was give the narrator a random voice. Like, at times it's Hanji and at times it's Armin. I think what they should have done, or I think it's Armin the whole time. I just thought it was Hanji at one point. what they should have done the entire time is make the narrator's voice a completely different voice actor that nobody knew. And then at the very end, have Armin say like a line from season 1, from the narration in season 1. And that would have gave the audience the clue of, oh, it was Armin that was the narrator. Because, you know, if you've watched enough stories and you've seen Lord of the Rings, for example, or The Hobbit, then you know that the narrator is the person that lives and makes it till the end. So ever since season 1, when Armin was narrating, I'm like, oh, well, either he's going to live till the end of the story and be at the very end, or he's going to live up to a certain point where the narration stops, and then we kind of do like an Emperor's New Groove. We go from there with the rest of the story. So I do think that that kind of killed a little bit of the suspense or stakes, because if you know Armin's the narrator, you know he's going to live. So I think it may have been a smarter decision for the animation studios to have given it just a random voice and then have Armin say like a line from season 1 at the beginning, at the last episode, and you'd be like, oh, it was him as the narrator the whole time. Who knew? I think that would have been a better idea, but, you know, hindsight's 2020. But several people were like, well, Armin was the narrator. I'm like, yes, I said that back in season 4, part 2's recap. That 6-hour-long bloated thing that this is now eclipsing. So, you know, what can we do? I do like, though, that Armin, one thing I really like about Armin's character in the finale is he acknowledges how he was complicit in destroying and taking lives, and tying it to him saying he deserved to be in hell with Eren. Despite disagreeing with the extremes that Eren went to, I think Armin realizes, you know, Erwin was kind of similar in that regard. Erwin was willing to kill people to achieve their goals, and Armin's like, well, I have been doing the same thing. I am complicit in this. I am a partner in this. I'm not going to the extremes that Eren is, but I'm just as guilty with blood on my hands. Not as much blood as Eren, but I am guilty too, right? So the question is, why wasn't Erwin in hell? Or was he? But then where's Flock? All of these questions. Is there even a hell in the Attack on Titan world? Is it just what Armin told Eren to make him feel better? We'll never know. But I do like that. I like Terminus also pointed out in the Discord that Armin is kind of like, is serving as Isayama's inner critic. I like that. And the character, I mean, Isayama has said in interviews that Armin is the character he wishes he could be. And I think the idea of him being the inner critic is really smart too, because Armin kind of gets to be like the voice of reason, being like, well, why didn't you think about this? Why aren't you doing that? And he's the one pushing towards peace. And so I also like the idea of Armin getting to be like the in-between person between Mikasa and Eren, and to be the best friend character. And what's great about that is he ends on good terms with Eren. A lot of times, like the best friend character, when they become rivals or when they become enemies, it doesn't end on good terms, right? But here, having Isayama give that conversation between Eren and Armin some room, it allows them to kind of like make nice with one another, which worked out really good. And then Armin didn't die. He wasn't the Krillin. I mean, he kind of is the Krillin. If he ends up with Annie, he definitely is, but I liked that about Armin's character. He's my favorite. I've always liked him, and I feel like I related most on a spiritual level to Levi, but if I could have been a character in the series, I would have been Armin. I think that if I was a character in the series, even though I relate to Levi, I'm definitely Armin more than anything. So I love that so much. But yeah, so we're back again. This is my Eren is the antagonist 6.0. Here's the thing. A lot of what I'm about to say is going to be exactly what I said in season 4 part 2's recap, because I basically predicted with Eren what was going to happen with Eren, just not quite. Like, I was like at 90%. And so I was like, okay, because I went back through my notes from season 4 part 2's recap, and I'm like, wow, nearly everything I'm about to say about Eren is exactly what I've already said. So I tried to condense it down a little bit, but I think that my thoughts about Eren were like at 80 to 90%, and now they've been fully finalized. So, and I will try to play, Eldian's advocate to Eren. I've never liked Eren's character. He's always, to me, been definitely one of the best written main characters I've seen in a story. but I don't particularly like Aaron's character, but I think he's well written. And I think Isayama does an amazing job of fleshing his character out, making him intriguing, making him empathetic, someone to be empathetic about, making him just a character you want to know more about, and you kind of want to follow him and see what happens to him, even if you don't particularly gravitate towards him. So, just going back to season 4, part 2's recap, remember when Pixis said that the world would get behind a common enemy, and Aaron said that was dumb and not likely? Remember in season 1 when Aaron talked in Titan form about destroying them all and destroying the world? Here we are! And it's been in the works since the very beginning. Yep. I love the idea that Aaron, he's neither an angel nor a devil. Like he laments with Ymir Fritz, he's just a human. He's a hillbilly with a nuke. But, as Reiner notes, he is the worst person to get the Founding Titan's powers. And there are several reasons for that. He's stubborn, he's unwilling to compromise or change his ideologies, he's fixed in his ways, he's not the smartest, and he's not the most empathetic in the room by a mile. He's a loner. He chooses to do his work alone rather than seek the collaboration of others. It's like, he's really just like such a flawed human being. But that's what makes him such an intriguing, relatable, and dynamic character, is because he feels so fleshed out. He doesn't feel like an anime or manga character. He feels real, which I think is why a lot of people kind of gravitate towards Aaron, right? But in the season 4 recap, I said that Aaron has been established to not only really care about just a handful of his friends and family and not really anybody else, much less humanity as a whole. Aaron's always been about being free and securing the freedom of the people he's closest to. And ironically, he's changed this concept of freedom and its unmoving definition. He's reached the point in his mind of no return. And as he said in part 1 of season 4, he believes he's a monster and that no one will forgive him for what he's doing. And the thing about it is, we come to find out in the finale that he's not really after forgiveness. He wants to destroy the world. The thing that's so frustrating about Aaron is I see a lot of people in the comments and online paint him as a savior, but I think that's just the people writing about him projecting on him. Like Isayama says, and has said in interviews, that he's the darkness in our hearts we would rather pretend did not exist. But usually that darkness doesn't take hold and have an entire being and doesn't have a consciousness. And this is what would happen if that darkness manifested into a person with their own backstory and their own, consciousness. And the thing about it is, Aaron, he is an incredibly lonely character. He should be enjoying the simple pleasures in life, like Armin brings up to Zeke, the leaf, the baseball. But in the end, because those matter in the end, and we should, have those in our friendships and our relationships, but his memories have been tainted to the point where he doesn't see that as possible, and he hasn't communicated with Armin and the others to that point to let them know about it, so they can't possibly know how to respond. I love how Armin gets onto him in the final conversation they have, where he's like, if you told us about your plans and trusted us, maybe we could have told us some of these things that you're just now realizing. And he's like, again, in season 4, part 2's recap, Dead Soon pointed this out, and I've tied to it in the discussions as well. But Isayama drew inspiration for Aaron from Himino, which is a story whose theme is about sorrow and discussing topics like antisocial personality disorder. It revolves around a serial killer, Morita, who says he's the way that he is because he was born this way, and it's just his nature. He wasn't necessarily molded by bullying or any outside factors, and that's literally Aaron. And Isayama, in an interview, questioned why normal people were allowed to be empathized with pain and sadness, and modern society ideals were to understand people's differences and help each other. But what about murderers like Morita? If we compare that to Aaron, how does that compare with how Armin and Mikasa wanted to talk to him? It doesn't end up saving him in the end, but it is an interesting commentary. And I think that's the thing. Isayama molded Aaron as somebody that is the villain of the story. We're just seeing his origin story and seeing him as the perspective of the protagonist, the main character, but he's not going to be the hero of the story. And I think a lot of people don't get that, or they don't like that. It's like, well, sorry, that's just how it is. Aaron is not the hero of the story. He's the villain. And we just grow to empathize with him. And so the thing about it is Aaron just wants freedom as like a blank slate. He wants the world to look like Armin's book, with all the people that caused everything awful to happen to him to just be gone. And he's willing to let those close to him keep their freedom and keep parity because they got to live somewhere, but everybody else, screw them. And it's a great subversion of how we normally view the main character protagonist, especially when it turns out that they've been the villain the whole time. Because they have been. And a lot of people, I don't think, they just can't come to terms with that. They can't come to terms with the fact that Aaron's been the villain the entire time, because he's also someone that is worth empathizing and has depth and humanity. And that's kind of the point Isayama's making. The sad thing is, Aaron's the first to accept the refugees back in season 4, part 2. He says later that it was trying to make himself feel better because he knows he's being a hypocrite, because there's a part of him that still wants to save people, but there's this other part that wants them all to be destroyed. And that's why, he kind of has, again, the meme of, well, there can't be any war if there's no people, but there is a part of him that feels like that's wrong, but he just can't go back on it, He wants to move forward with that. And the funny thing is that back during season 4, part 2's recap, I was like, well, I wonder what's his ulterior motive? What's his other plan? What's his, how is this going to be? Is he just using this genocide to like get to this plan where he's actually going to save everybody? No. The thing is, there was no extra plan or ulterior motive. He just felt the world would be better off without everyone but his close friends and parody in it. And it's the opposite of Zeke. Yeah. And is it a perfect narrative parallel? No. Is it flawed? Yeah. But that's because Aaron is a flawed character and not this godlike savior Jesus figure that some of the fandom kind of make him out to be. I've seen a lot of people try to like show me videos and send me theories about, well, Aaron's character's been retconned, or Aaron's character wasn't originally like this from the start. And I'm like, yeah, Aaron's wanted to destroy everybody since episode 1, since chapter 1. The moment those Titans came through and showed him that the world was unfair and cruel, and Aaron at that moment was like, I want to destroy them all. I want them all gone. Like, that hasn't changed. Like, it was like that the whole time. He got caught up in all these other little subplots, and people started depending on him. And, of course, Aaron, who wants to have, this sense of power, is like, oh, yeah, well, rely on me. I can do it. But then when he realizes, he thinks for a second up until after Attack Titans episode, he thinks that, well, maybe the outside world isn't like it is in here. And maybe once we get to the ocean, we'll be fine. But then once he sees the basement, once he sees all of his father's memories, he realizes, oh no, the world's just as shitty outside as it is here. And I want to get rid of it. And that he knows at that point that is in direct opposition to what his friends think. But that's what he thinks. So whenever people are like, oh, Aaron at the very end isn't like, he's not like he's been the whole time. I'm like, no, he's been like that the whole time. I assure you. You can go back and look at every recap I've done. He has been like that the entire time. But it's just people didn't want to see that because, we are conditioned to think, oh, well, the villain of the story, I feel like there's either two camps with a villain that people fall into. Either they're the misunderstood villain that becomes the anti-hero and we end up liking them because they're misunderstood and we should have understood them better, or they are the villain that is vile, disgusting, we should have no sympathy for them, we should want to destroy them. And Isayama kind of looks at that and goes, well, that's not how the real world is. That's not how reality is. In reality, you're gonna meet the people that you villainize. They have backgrounds, they have families, they come from somewhere. They grew up as a child somewhere with friends. But guess what? Then if they decide to commit a mass act of violence, what do you do with that? Do you empathize with them because they grew up, as a kid and then suddenly turned into something that was not so innocent? How do you react to that? Do you empathize with them? Do you not? Do you turn them away? Do you try to help them? Do you try to understand them? Do you shun them? What's your reaction to that? And I feel like Aaron is just a big social experiment to see what people end up doing with that character. And I don't know. So Alex Johnson makes the comment that Aaron wanted the world to be unpopulated, but ended up saving others, which is why he feels like a hypocrite, back with Ramsey and Halil. Rasian Cloud notes that Aaron is going to do... I liked Rasian Cloud. Rasian Cloud had this really cool thing that ties back to Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, to that story concerning fate and prophecy. Aaron's going to do what he did because that's who he is. And that kind of ties to the timeline that we're going to talk about here in a second. And then El Ribeiro 97 says, Aaron said he wouldn't die in a Titan's mouth back in season 1, episode 5. That aged well. That aged great, you know? But I like this idea that it just, we'll talk about this a little bit, that the whole thing about the timeline that I like is that it's just Aaron convincing himself that he has to do this, right? That this is the way that it has to be. And I kind of love that, right? I kind of love that we talked about the timeline in other parts of this recap and about how it works, but I kind of love that Aaron, it just ties back to his character. He believed that this is the way it had to work out, so he was just going to keep following that timeline until it became reality. And it's like, it's a really good narrative choice. I like it, but we're going to talk about something narratively here in a second. I have in my notes here, Aaron felt close to Ymir because they both wanted to express their inner desires and were being held back by society, by love, by devotion, things that were quote unquote enslaving them and keeping them from being truly free. And he wanted her to join him to see those shackles taken off. And again, Aaron thinks he has no control over the timeline, which Armin basically calls him out for. And we find out he just didn't want to stray from the future that he saw that he liked. Whether it was heaven or hell, he told Falco he wouldn't find out until he kept moving forward and reaching it, which is why he didn't stop. He's like, I've seen this future I like. I don't know whether it's going to end in heaven or hell, but I'm going to keep going till I find it and not stray from that path, you know? And I like that. And we've talked about Ymir a lot as well. And we're going to talk about her more here in a little bit. But my thing is, we find out that he figured his friends would have to kill him in the end since he saw Mikasa right before he died, and he didn't want to leave that, and he wanted to leave that up to them, which, like Historia says, does make them responsible for the outcome in a way. So I get that, and I like the idea that he's like, I like that he didn't try to control his friends, that he didn't try to limit them. He's like, I'm going to make you all make your own decisions because I don't want to restrict your freedom. That would make me a real big hypocrite, so I don't want to do that. But I do think that Aaron gets off a little easy, in my opinion. I do think he does, in the manga and in the anime. I don't know. Best friend or not, I think I would have been a little bit more than just sour if my best friend basically tried to commit mass genocide and put my entire friends and family in danger. And I didn't get a chance to talk about this in the Nitpick and Naysayers segment that's coming up next. I didn't get a chance to talk about it there, so I'm going to just bring it up here. But, okay, look. It is quite convenient that no one's family was killed during this final battle. They all somehow, out of all of the Eldians, all the Eldians that were in those camps that got crushed by all of the Colossal Titans, somehow every one of the Survey Corps Squad's family, Peek's dad, Annie's dad, Gabby and Falco's parents, Connie's family's already gone, Reiner's mom, and along with Gabby's family, all of the relevant family members that are left, they just somehow conveniently made it to that final plateau. Really? Out of all of them, nobody got left behind? Wasn't Peek's dad like dying? What? So here's my thing. I think it was just an out for Isayama, so he didn't have to worry about the fandom saying, well, Aaron killed their families, so why are they okay with him in the end? Well, he didn't kill their families, so, Aaron nearly killed the entire planet, but thank God our family is part of the 20% that was left. Am I right? I just, I think that it's definitely a narrative decision that was safe. And the odds were really in the Warriors' favor on that one. I mean, of all family members to make it, it had to be every family member of all the people that were in the squad. I'm just saying, I think that Reiner and Annie and Peek would have been a lot more disheveled alongside Falco and Gabby if their families died by Aaron's hand. I don't think they would have as fondly looked upon Aaron and been like, what a guy. You know? I don't think that would have been the response if their family had died because of Aaron. I think they would have been a little bit more bitter. And so I think it was just Isayama making a safe choice so that their reactions would align with what he wanted them to for that moment. I think that's kind of the case, the situation there. And I also think that a lot of this story, it's really weird. We were talking about it in the comments. I view Attack on Titan, especially at this point, now that I've seen it all, I view it a lot more as, okay, what decisions was Isayama making as a writer? And does this make sense? Does this not make sense? Does this work? Does it not work? And, 90% of it works great. 5% of it works fine. I only have like little nitpicks and naysays that I have coming up here. But I do like someone's comment that something that Isayama does that is kind of makes you have to sit back and think a little bit is that a lot of the exposition that Isayama gives is not meant to be exposition like we normally think of it. Because usually when a character says something, it's a way to tell us, the audience, that something is happening or this is the way that it is. But I liked this person's comment where they were like, well, Isayama likes to put words in people's mouths in the story, but that's not necessarily true. And we see that all throughout it. We see it with the Restorationists, how they interpret Ymir. We see it with Freckled Ymir and how she interprets things. We see Aaron trying to explain to Armin what he knows about Ymir and love, which Aaron should not be talking about what love means to anybody. But it's not really what Isayama's trying to say. It's what those characters are saying in the moment. And I think that you kind of have to play Sherlock a little bit to figure out, okay, what is Isayama having the characters say that they believe, but Isayama doesn't believe? And what is this meta commentary that Isayama's saying? So you kind of have to piece it together and think about it a little bit more. But thank God Aaron did not erase everybody's memories. Oh my God. I was so worried about that. He did tamper with their memories a little bit. But thank God they didn't forget about him, because I was thinking that was going to happen. I was like, when he started to like hug Armin, he's like, I'm going to make you forget. And I was like, son of a bitch, until you kill me. And I was like, okay, we're good. But yeah, a lot of people have wondered how was Aaron able to make Mikasa forget? And I was like, no, we talked about it in the Discord. I feel like Mikasa, the whole cabin scene with Aaron Yogurt, I think that whole thing was just Aaron trying to offer Mikasa this memory of what could have been and saying, just forget about me. And then her being like, screw that. I'm going to do things my own way. How dare you invade my space and my mind? So I feel like that was the case. He didn't make her forget anything. She just, right before she killed him, was given that memory. And she was like, oh, this is weird. And then she told Armin about it later. And he was like, he made me forget. And she's like, that sucks. But I'm glad they remembered in the end, right? All of them as well. The last thing I wanted to say about Aaron before summing it up is basically that I did back in season 4 part 2 a comparison between Aaron and Thorfinn from Vinland Saga. At the time, I had not watched Vinland Saga season 2, so that aged poorly. But I honestly, what I would love to do is, I don't want to do it until I catch up with the Berserk manga. I'm about to start reading the Berserk manga on my channel. I don't want to make this video until I'm completely caught up with that. But I do want to make a video involving Aaron, involving Thorfinn, involving Guts and Griffith, involving Canute from Vinland Saga, involving Light Yagami, involving Tenma and Johan from Monster. Just involving some main protagonists and antagonists from series that I've watched. I wanted to make just like a big video about it, but I feel like Berserk is going to be one of like the key components, so I need to finish the manga before I can get to that. So someday in hopefully 2024, I will have a video about that, and by that point maybe I'll have seen the art book for Attack on Titan with Aaron, and we'll be able to have a better idea about that. So yay. Huzzah, hooray. But that's the idea anyway. So, but yeah, despite everything I just rambled on about Aaron, I do respect his character a lot, and I would be lying if I said I didn't like the way that Aaron's character was written, because it's so challenging. It's so great. I'm just going to be honest. I'm so glad that I don't have to read comments anymore about people trying to tell me about Aaron and how he's this like savior of the Eldians. I'm like, I'm so glad I can just tune those out. I like reading comments that disagree with me, but there have been so many that have been like, I don't think you understand the meaning of the story. And I'm like, I don't think you realize I don't care what you think. So I'm so glad I don't have to read those anymore, that I can move on with my life. I'm so glad. But I do think Eren is an amazingly well-written character, but he is the villain of the series, and Isayama does an amazing job setting that up and making his character out. I don't think anything's retconned. I think this is exactly what Isayama wanted from the start with him, and I think people just have a hard time accepting that. But just because a character's not a good person in a fictional series doesn't mean he's not well written. But I don't know. Anyway, I have little bits of other things to nitpick too, so let's just go ahead and get to that. Welcome back, everybody. We're on part 7 of this recap that's way too long. Our 6th RIP toast are the deaths of season 3, part 1. Of which we had several. Most of them were children. I shouldn't be laughing, but we had Grisha officially. We had the Grisha's official death. Wilkin, Abel, Frida, Dirk, Florian, the children of Rod and his wife, Fonte. I believe, no, not Fonte. Florian was the wife, right? I believe so. And then Uri, obviously the brother. And then Fonte was, or Caven was the woman, Fonte was the wife, there we go, Rod Reese, and then of course Kenny Ackerman. I like how I toasted Kenny Ackerman but not Grisha. But like I said, we've done individual toasts for all of them in their own recaps, but there were a lot of deaths throughout season 3, and this was just part 1, so. But Kenny's death, man, a character that comes and goes, like just burns out real quick. And the funny thing is, it's like him and Levi have totally different trajectories, where Kenny just comes in for 10 episodes max, and he's just gone. And Levi lasts the entire series. And you're like, wow, how about that? So, But I wanted to make this little special section right here called Nitpicks and Naysayers. Just mainly just because no series is perfect. No series is perfect, and Attack on Titan, even though it probably will get tens across the board from me, there are things about it that I felt like I wanted to just kind of either explain things that have been commented on, things I talked about in the final reactions that people were like, well, but do you mean, and I wanted to kind of clarify my thoughts about them, and just because, Attack on Titan is not a perfect story. And it's sometimes the parts that people aren't satisfied with, those parts are fine. Like, those parts I'm like, no, I'm fine with those. They're justifiable. But there are some things that I'm like, I just wish could have been a little bit different, or could have been explained differently, or had different impacts. Now, the honorable mentions to this part here that we've talked about many times before. We've talked about Historia in this recap, as well as in other recaps, and about her role in the series. I've kind of made peace with it. I understand why Isayama did it with her character, and we've talked about it at length. It'll be in the character tier discussion and all of that, so it's fine. But I feel like I've talked about that. The whole, the fact that the council in season 3, part 1, that we built up on was never really elaborated on. It was just like a hoax. It was like they weren't even characters we were supposed to care about, and I was like, what? Like, that, we've talked about that. And then the idea and the concept of religion not really being expanded upon in this series, I'm okay with those things, because it's like, at the end of the day, Isayama can only do so much. And unless you're planning on this series going into Oda levels of being a 25-year-long series, which I think Isayama was like, no, God, no, then I think some things you have to let go. So Isayama was like, I'm going to have to sacrifice the big concept discussion of religion in the series to focus on other things. And that's fine. I'm okay with that. But these were just some of my nitpicks and some nitpicks from the commenters that I wanted to talk about. Again, they're just my opinions. They don't mean anything. People have asked, and so thus I will feel like telling you. People are like, well, what don't you like about the series? And it's like, and these aren't necessarily things I don't like. They're just things that make me go, okay. That's pretty much it. Because it's a good series, right? One thing is, I talked about how in the finale, I kept saying that it felt like a shonen to me. It felt very shonen-y. And when I tell you, I got several comments where people were like, well, Romania, that's because it's a shonen. And I was like, you don't say. What I mean by that, I was like, oh, really? No shit, Sherlock. What I mean by what I said was, I know that the genre is a shonen, right? But for me, the thing about it is that it really became a shonen with the Titan shifters at the end. That was mainly the thing. The Titan shifters and then Eren versus Armin in the colossal Titan forms. I'm like, what's interesting is that up until, and I explained this to one of these people in a comment, I was like, one of the things that kind of drew me to Attack on Titan is that it was not like shonen. It very much subverted a lot of expectations of the genre. Stuff with the protagonist, stuff with like the hero's journey, stuff with like the chosen one narrative. There were so many things with the action and the scenes that have like action portrayed. They didn't feel like Bleach. They didn't feel like Naruto. They didn't feel like One Piece. They felt like something completely fresh and original. And that's what I love about Attack on Titan. But I'm gonna be honest, when you get to that final battle at the end of the series, it does start to feel like Naruto, and it does start to feel like Bleach, and it did start to feel like One Piece, and it started to feel like a shonen, and that's not maybe a bad thing, but it is something that was noticeable, and it tonally was not similar to the rest of the story enough to where I went, oh, this is a shonen. I'm glad we finally made sure the audience knew. So it was the least realistic part about the whole series, and that's saying something in a series about man-eating beings. But I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just noticeable. It just took me out of the Attack on Titan illusion for a hot second and made me go, oh yeah, I'm reading a shonen, right? It would be like for somebody that's never watched or read an anime before, and they suddenly got to that part, they'd be like, oh, okay. You know, kind of like, I don't know, if suddenly a monster showed up in Monster. You know, you've got to be like, wait, what? And one of those situations. But yeah, I do want to comment, somebody was talking, yeah, I think it was Christopher Peterson. It's like, if we're going to nitpick things that don't quite make sense, Eren going colossal ranks below how Ymir manifested all the past Titan shifters. I liked Christopher Peterson's comment saying, when she first made the Beast Titan, it had the regular yellow lightning accompanying it, but all the rest just appeared. Having hundreds of those lightning explosions going off everywhere would have made it harder to deal with, especially if Ymir just had made a couple of colossal titans explode into being instead of, I guess, she didn't want the fight to be that unfair. Yeah, that is one thing. I was like, oh, when Christopher Peterson said that, I'm like, and I'm sure people will comment and say, well, the colossal titan battle between the colossal version of the Doomsday Titan versus Armin isn't that different than Eren fighting Reiner and all the other scenes. I can acknowledge that. You're right. That is fair. The colossal titan version of Eren appearing at the end, it is kind of like when he faced Reiner at Battle of Shiganshina, when he faced Reiner again at Battle of Shiganshina, and all of those. That part's fine. But I do agree with Christopher Peterson that it's like, yeah, the Beast Titan appeared like with the lightning bolt and was just like, ka-cha, it's there. Why didn't Ymir have a bunch of colossal titans appear and just kill everybody? I guess that would have been too easy. I guess that would have been too easy for Ymir and Eren. Gotta make it a little bit, gotta make it a balanced playing field, right? I do agree. I'm like, yeah, if you really wanted to, make things easy, you could have just had a bunch of colossal titans appear and wipe everybody out, but I'm sure somebody will have a convoluted theory being like, well, actually, Eren was controlling Ymir from inside the paths. And I'm like, no, it's just Isayama didn't want to do it. Isayama just didn't want to do it. It is fine, but it is what it is, right? It's just funny. Waffler commented that the previous kings could change Eldian biology to combat a plague. Where was the creativity? And I really thought their comment was really interesting because they talked about how, it's kind of, I don't think this is a plot hole necessarily, but it's something that's really fascinating about the series as a whole. That, yeah, the previous king, Fritz's, they could use, Ymir to change Titan biology, right? But Eren and Zeke don't try to do anything like that. And for Eren's character, it makes sense because manipulating people and changing their biology, that's the furthest thing from what Eren would want to do. That's why he hates the euthanasia idea, because he's like, no, that's altering people's freedoms. How dare you? So it makes sense why Eren wouldn't do such a thing. But it's so funny because there were all of these different creative possibilities that could have been done, like making Eldians regenerate, like making, the Titans bulletproof. Aaron had access to the biggest communication array in the entire series through the paths, and he used it one time. Except when he did private chats with all his frenzies before he died. It's just funny. It's not a plot hole to me. It's just really hilarious how Isayama points out this extremely creative opportunity, and then because Aaron's a hillbilly with a nuke, he doesn't use it. As Reiner would say, he's the worst person to possibly get that ability. It was just really funny. I liked Waffler's comment a lot. Now, one thing that I was like, that just kind of threw me off was we never really got a lot about the Ackermans. I wanted more about the Ackermans. I'm like, we'll explain that Aaron let Dinah move past Bertold, and we've got to explain that to the audience, but you can't explain me the backstory of the Ackerman bloodline? What is this, Isayama? I feel like everybody in the comments took pity on me because I kept being like, well, maybe we'll find stuff out about the Ackermans. And they were like, sure, Jan. Sure you will. You're not. But, the most they give us is they're like, oh, well, Titan science tells us that they are just a bloodline that was tampered with. And I'm like, that is infinitely more interesting than 3 or 4 of the plot lines going on in the story right now. How about we explain that? Huh? I don't care about Farmhand Coon. Get him out of here. I want to know about the Ackerman bloodline. I'm like, yeah, I wish we had gotten more about the Titan science. The Great Titan War, I understand why we didn't go into detail about that because we have a literal Great Titan War happening in the story. We don't need to go into that backstory, but for a bloodline and a group of people that are so integral to the story, especially Mikasa, you would think, I kept expecting when the grandfather died and told Kenny the little breadcrumbs about the Ackermans, I kept thinking that we're going to go back to that and that we were going to expand on that. And obviously Kenny didn't know anything, but I kept thinking that maybe Levi and Mikasa would find something out. Maybe the Asmodeus would know something. Nothing. Not a thing. I kept waiting for it and it never happened. And I was like, okay. So that is the one character plot line that I really think could have been expanded more is the Ackermans. I feel like we could have gotten a little bit more from Cassava about the Titan science. We could have gotten a little bit more from even Peak or Porco or somebody to explain that a little bit further. But Isayama just did not see it was necessary. You know what they are, and that's all you need to know. And it's like, well, okay. So I thought that was interesting. I wish there could have been a little bit more, but that's my wish list. It's not necessarily a plot hole. It's just oh, I wish that could have been like this. But so here's the thing. Let's talk about Ymir. Let's talk about Ymir. I've been holding it off, and it's just okay, let's talk about Ymir and this use of romance as the clincher in the finale and all of that sort of thing. I think it's interesting of making a point to ask why Eren couldn't influence the Titans. I know that it's been explained in the comments. I get it. Ymir's the one who has ultimate control over the Titan powers existing or not. Conveniently, by Isayama, that it has to be Ymir, right? That it couldn't just be Eren getting rid of the powers, because he probably wouldn't have. But anyway, it's just, I think it's one of those moments where the entire series was building up to Eren doing something about it. And then for that not to be the case is a twist that I was like, oh, okay. Because yeah, they make a big point about the founder being able to do anything, about King Fritz altering the memories, about them altering the biology of the Eldians. Gabby's like, well, can't Eren change Connie's mom back into a Titan? And Armin's like, I don't know. And she's like, well, why don't we go find out? They had all these different points in the series where it seemed like it was going to be something Eren would have control over. And then we have this whole idea that Eren's free and has true freedom, but then we find out that the one thing he can't do is take away the Titan powers that as a founder he should have had control over. Okay. And I know it's been explained. It's just I think the explanation is just, it's quite convenient. It's a quite convenient explanation, right? And I accept it. It's so funny that Isayama builds up this running idea of, oh, is this going to happen? Oh, it's not. Okay, cool, great. And then it ends up happening, but not for reasons that you think. It's like, that's the subversion. That's the hat trick. You think that Aaron's going to take away the Titan powers. No, it was Ymir all along. And Ymir... Oh, God. I'm bracing myself for this because I have to say my thoughts correctly and how I want to say them, because as soon as I don't say it exactly how it is in my head, somebody in the comments is going to say, well, what do you mean by this? And I'll be like, oh my God, stop. So, okay. The use of romance as the clincher in the finale. So, okay. And I get it now. In the finale, I guess my mind was thinking it was something way more complex than it ended up being. And we talked about this earlier about people making things more complex than they are. And I guess in my head, I fell into that trap because in my head, I was thinking, well, it can't be something as simple as Ymir just wanted love and she just had to see somebody experience love and get rid of it. It can't be something that simple. Could it? And then it was. And I was like, oh, there wasn't anything. I didn't miss anything? I thought I missed something. I thought it was more complex than that. Oh, it's just that. Oh. Because here's the thing. So here's the thing. There were a lot of people in the comments because I've talked about Ymir since we got the To You 2,000 Years in the Future episode and about her whole backstory. And from the start, I've been saying Ymir is set up as the victim of an abusive relationship because they are, like many others in the series. Ymir's not the only one. And I guess that's kind of, first of all, my first thing, is that Ymir is not the only victim of an abusive relationship in this series. There are a lot. Alma, Historia's mom, she was in an abusive relationship. It doesn't seem like it was too much because Rod's not a really menacing guy. Yeah, it was an abusive relationship. She ended up dying because of it. So yeah, that's number one. We don't know about Kutchel exactly, but she was a prostitute, so, you know, we don't know for sure about her character, but she ended up dying regardless. And so there's that situation there. There are examples of abusive relationships in the series. And Ymir is obviously the biggest one in the series. And she sought out a way to get away from the violence she was surrounded by and to not die, hence her finding the founder and creating this immortal body. But she could never get over the fact that even after having all of this power, Fritz never truly loved her. And I got that. Like, that part made sense back during the 2,000 years. I watched some videos where they were like, did you know that it wasn't that Ymir was having a slave mentality? She was in love. And I was like, did you all not realize that back in the episode in season 4, part 2? You didn't realize that till the finale? What? Like, I don't know. And I'm not trying to call anybody out for not getting it, but I thought that was really obvious. And so I was like, okay, yes, is there going to be more to this than just that? But there wasn't. The thing is, and a lot of people make comparisons with Ymir and Fritz and Eren and Mikasa, and I find a little bit of conflict with that because Fritz is not like Eren. Fritz was a monster that sexually assaulted and abused Ymir and mutilated her body and fed it to their children that he assaulted her into having. That is nothing like what Eren would have done to Mikasa. So I was like, no, they're not the same. I saw some comments saying that they were the same, and I'm like, no! And I'm like, no, I do not believe that at all. And some people were like, well, Ymir wanted to have kids with him, and I'm like, but he still forced himself on her, and he didn't love her back. I'm like, So there was that, and I'm like, it's the idea that she isn't learning that it's enough to... This was the thing, too, with the thematics of it, because I'm like, it's not that she was learning it isn't enough to love a monster from Mikasa, because she was already doing that. I mean, you would, at one point I was like, well, is the message going to be that, I thought with Mikasa, the message was that she loved Eren regardless of him being a monster. Like, Eren was a genocidal psychopath, and Mikasa loved him anyway. And her showing him that compassion and love despite the sins that he's committed, I was like, oh, is that going to be the theme? But it's kind of not. Instead, it's like, well, that can't be the theme because Ymir already loves Fritz despite him being a literal monster. So she's not learning that from Mikasa. She already is practicing that. So it's not that. It's that she had to learn that she needed to be able to let him go. And it's not that it doesn't make sense, because that scene with her and the kids at the end after she's like speared him, no, that makes sense. Yeah. And, watching Mikasa kill Eren, it's just that was the big twist. That was what caused Ymir to take away the Titan powers and rest in peace. That's it? I was expecting so much more. I was expecting something like profound and amazing. And I'm like, oh, so kids, if your crush is a monster, you just need to be able to kill him if he decides to threaten your friends and neighborhood with genocide. I hope you're able to do that. I hope you're able to do that. And it's like, yeah, Mikasa loved Eren, and she still, lamented killing him, but at the end of the day, it's like, oh no, Mikasa, you gotta make a choice. He's gonna destroy you and the world with genocide if you don't kill him. Odds are stacked against you, girl. I hope you make the right decision. I was just like, I don't know. I was expecting something deeper than what we got. And it's not that it's bad. It's weird. It's macabre as hell. But I was just expecting more. And I think what also makes it weird for me is that Eren and Mikasa's relationship, I'm sorry, but I see the Eren and Mikasa ship. I do. And I'm not dissing anybody that ships them. But where was the chemistry in that relationship? That whole series, Mikasa tried 90% of the time to throw subtle hints at Eren, being like, I like you. And Eren was like, what? I can't hear you. And then what blew my mind was that when Eren's having the conversation with Armin, he's like, well, I want her to pine for me for 10 years. I don't want her to love anybody else but me. And I'm like, where the fudge have you been? I was like Armin in that scene. I'm like, you didn't say a damn thing to her. You acted like you didn't even know what love was. You acted asexual for 3/4 of this series. And suddenly you decide you've loved her this whole time, but you didn't have the balls to tell her? What? I'm sorry, but season one, yeah, the past, the scene at the cabin where he saves her, he kills the guys for her. The most romantic gesture Eren can think of is to murder someone in front of you and save your life that way. And him wrapping around the scarf. I love that gesture. The wrapping around the scarf and saying, I'll protect you as many times as you need to. The scene in Scream is the most romantic moment they have together, but that's literally it. He wraps the scarf around her in episode 6, and it's a cute little childhood gesture that you're like, that's really sweet and nice. But the rest of season 1, he avoids her. He doesn't want to need her for anything. He don't want to talk to her. He tells her to cut her hair, but then he's like, I don't need you, Mikasa, and all of this stuff. And then season 2, they're like, we don't see them hardly at all in season 2. And then granted, yes, the scene in Scream, that is the most romantic moment we get. And I like the interview that Isayama did where he said that the reason he didn't want them to kiss at the time in season 2, episode 12, is because he didn't think it was right. He didn't think it was, he wondered where their character's relationship could go on after that moment. That should tell you something about their chemistry if the author is like, I didn't think their relationship had anything left after that point if they kissed. Once they kiss, it's kind of over. And then what happens when they kiss finally? It's over. It's like, he had nowhere else to take their relationship. I'm like, ah. And so, yeah. So then in season 3, it's mostly like Eren fighting for Armin, if anything. It's Eren and Armin, if anything, and Mikasa's there, and Mikasa still loves him, and she's still worried about him, but they're too busy fighting during all of that, and trying to, like, Eren gets kidnapped for most of part 1 of season 3, so they're separated from Mikasa and him. She's fighting to get him back. And then season 3, part 2, Eren and Mikasa are separated, so they're not even really together in that part of it, so they don't really have any moments together, except when they're both fighting to get the serum for Armin during Serum Bowl. And then in season 4, part 1, Eren is separated from Mikasa, or he's become a complete depressed emo version of himself that seems asexual and has no idea what love is. And he asks Zeke, he's like, I don't know why Mikasa would be following me. And Zeke's like, are you freaking kidding me? She likes you. And Eren's like, no, there's no possible way. And then he's like, but I wanted Mikasa to love me for 10 years. And I'm like, where have you been? I'm sorry, I had to rant. I had to get out of my system. And I know we still talk about ships later, but I had to get out of my system. I don't understand it. And I feel like there needed to be more internal monologue of Eren talking about liking Mikasa. Like, he needed to come out and say, I like Mikasa, but I'm a monster. I don't know how she's going to feel. But there needed to be something more there. And it's always felt like Isayama was just scared to write it because he didn't want it to be cliche, or he didn't want it to be too overblown. And I get that. And again, this is just my personal nitpick, but for the crutch of your finale, if it was a side plot, this whole love situation, if it was a side plot of the story, I'd be fine with it. It's like, okay, yeah, we didn't get that their chemistry wasn't really there, but the crux of the story is Mikasa showing Ymir that she loves Eren, but she can let him go, and that's it. And I'm like, Mikasa, if it were me, it wouldn't be that hard to let Eren go. I'm sorry, it would not be hard for me to let Eren go. I'm like, oh no, he's gonna kill me and commit genocide of the entire world. I don't know if I can kill him to save everyone. It's a hard decision. This is a hard one. This is a real hard one. And he's, other than wrapping a scarf around me, he's shown no sign of physical affection. This is gonna be a hard decision. Every, like, Eren and Mikasa shipper is just shaking their head at me right now, being like, Romania, I hate you. I'm sorry. This is what gets me. I've been reading fan fiction since this series ended. I feel like the floodgates opened and I could read fan fiction. I've read a few Eren and Mikasa fanfics, but they feel so out of character because there is none between them. And it's like, it feels so out of character. And that's why I think people parody, like, the cabin scene so much, because they're like, well, Eren seems so weird there. I'm like, exactly, because that's not how he's been the whole time. And so whenever he started bitching to Armin about wanting Mikasa to not move on, I'm like, that is such a selfish move, you guitar-playing prick. Like, let her move on from you. You don't deserve Mikasa. You don't deserve her at all. That is how he's similar to Fritz. They don't deserve the ladies that lusted after them and loved after them. They don't deserve them. I love Eren's character. As you all have seen from my previous section. But yeah, so that's just my nitpick. I don't know. I just feel like the use of romance in terms of being a point of a climax in a series has maybe been done more effectively in other series, perhaps, maybe. And if Isayama's not, comfortable writing romance, then that's fine. But maybe don't make it the central theme of your story if you're not comfortable with it. I don't know. That's my nitpick. That's my naysay. I was expecting something more profound as the reasoning why the Titan powers were put back, and it just disappointed me a little bit. Does it detract from my view of the story as a whole? No. Does it detract from my views of Eren and Mikasa? No. Do I want to ship Eren and Mikasa after that? No. But yeah, I mean, that's just me. I do, like I said, love the theme of him wrapping the scarf around her and Eren showing humanity by caring for Mikasa. I do. I just, romantic-wise, I'm just saying, there were more romantic moments between Aaron and Armin in the finale alone than there were with Aaron and Mikasa in the entirety of this series. So, to me, that says something, but whatever. So, that's all my nitpicks and naysays. Please don't hate me. I still love this series. So, that only took me 30 minutes. I feel so proud. I feel like that would have taken longer normally, but yay. So, now, though, we're going to get into some fun stuff. And now that we got out of all the stuff with themes and characters, and we're not done with characters, but themes and the character wrap-ups and these nitpicks and naysays, now we're going to get into the fun stuff with ranking episodes. Yay! Well, we are now entering the 7th RIP toast and about to start part 8. So, for this RIP number 7, this is from season 3, part 2, which would be Klaus, Marlene, Marlo, Dick, Moblet, Erwin, and Bertolt. Now, I mean, no offense to Dirk, not Dick, Dirk, Marlene. I haven't even started drinking yet for this part. No offense to Dirk and Marlene and Klaus, but Marlo, Moblet, they get a special swig. And then our boy Erwin, he gets a special swig, and Bertolt gets one too. So especially after the shaming I did of him earlier. That is deserved. So yes. Now, I wanted to rank the episodes now that we finished all of them for the anime. And I wasn't really sure how to do this because at first I thought about ranking all of them from like season 1 to season 4. But that proved to be a bad idea. I like started to try to number them, and then I got to the point and I was like, I'm just spinning in circles. I don't know what I'm doing. So I decided that instead I would do tiers or groups because ranking is dumb. So let's choose something harder. Because I thought the tiers would make it easier, but then they were starting to overlap and I'd already come so far and I was like, I'm just going to do it. So the tiers that we have to rank the episodes, we have tier 1, which is, they're great. Let me say first and foremost, there are no bad episodes of Attack on Titan. I rarely say this for an anime, and I think it's a testament to the series as a whole. There's not a bad episode. There's not an episode that I was like, oh, that sucked. No, they're all good. It's just some are more good than others. Some are better than others. So for me, the first tier is going to be, they're great, but I'm probably not going to rewatch them. They're good episodes, but am I going to rewatch them? Probably not. They're not on my watch list if I'm going to go to an Attack on Titan episode. The second tier is going to be thematically relevant. Like, maybe you're not going to rewatch them, but you need to have watched them and paid attention because they're going to be relevant. And when I talk about overlap, a lot of the ones in tiers 3, 4, and 5 are technically relevant, like tier 2, but they had more relevance, so they got kind of bumped up. Tier 2 is like, they deserve to be rewatched because they're important to the plot. You need to rewatch them. They are pretty essential. So, and as I'm saying that, I'm sure some in tier 1 that I don't want to rewatch, somebody in the comments is going to be like, well, you need to rewatch that episode because, and I'm like, I'm done. So bear with me. Now, tier 3 is the smallest tier. There's actually only 6 episodes in tier 3. And I almost didn't put this one on there, but I was like, I kind of have to. But it's watch for the lulls. There's 6 episodes you watch just because they're really fun. Attack on Titan doesn't have a lot of fun episodes. There are a lot of painful episodes, but rarely do you get some that are just fun and just kind of goofy. We're going to talk about that. But that's tier 3. Now, tier 4 is not only relevant, but they are necessary to suffer through. Tier 4 is like, you're gonna hurt when you watch these episodes, but you need to watch them. They are very important. They're more important than tier 2 relevancy. And then tier 5 are my top 10. That's just it. My top 10. And we'll talk about each of these tiers as we go. But for Klaus, Marlene, Marlo, Dirk, Moblet, Erwin, and Bertolt, cheers to you all as we start this episode ranking. Yes. So, I want everybody to know that this is a completely subjective list. Like I said, I'm sure as soon as I start talking about how these episodes are great, but I probably wouldn't rewatch them, everybody's going to be like, why wouldn't you rewatch that one? That one's my favorite. And I'm like, again, there's so many episodes, and I'm sure some of these episodes I mentioned in tiers 1 through 4 are in your top 10, but they just didn't make mine. So this is how I could rationalize it. So forgive me. Just wait till we get to the character tiers, right? Right? Just wait till we get to that. So, tier 1, it's great, but probably would not rewatch. And a lot of these are from season, well, I say that, the least amount in, well, no, they're all kind of split up. I was about to say, well, there's a lot from season 1, but then there's a lot from season 2. There's some from season 3 and some from season 4. I would say a lot of these are season 1 and 2, that they're great, but when I first started the anime, people were like, oh, season 1's my least favorite season. And I was like, what? And now I kind of know. So here, I just went in order chronologically. So season 1, episode 9, Whereabouts of the Left Arm. It's fine, along with Answer and Idol. Basically, season 1, episodes 9 through 11, they're fine episodes. They're all that little mini plot where Aaron becomes the little half version of himself. We meet Pixis, and then it's all a setup for Aaron carrying the boulder to plug the hole. Like, they're all just setup episodes for that. They're good, but they're not some that I would just go sit back. That little mini arc there is probably the one I'd probably rewatch the least of season 1, because I'm like, eh. And that kind of goes the same thing with episodes 17 and 18 of season 1, The Female Titan and Angel. They're fine. They're okay episodes. It's introducing Annie into the fold as the female Titan. They're good. They're not my favorites, but they're fine episodes. You would think episode 20 of season 1, Erwin Smith, I would not have on the not rewatch list because the title of the episode is Erwin Smith, but it's a fine episode. It's basically like after Bite and stuff like that. So it's kind of like, it's sort of one of those in-between episodes between Aaron deciding to stay with the Levi Squad and the Levi Squad dying. So it's one of those in-between episodes. It's okay. And then season 1, episode 24, Mercy. It comes right after Smile. And again, it kind of has the same syndrome as the Erwin Smith episode, where it's in between Smile and the walls. And it just kind of suffers that setup episode mentality, right? So that's season 1. Episodes 9, 10, 11, 17, 18, 20, and 24. They're good, but I wouldn't rewatch them. Season 2, there were actually a lot in season 2. That was kind of like my good. They're good, but in comparison to the other ones, I wouldn't rewatch them. Episodes 2 through 5, I'm sorry. I love Home, Southwestward, Soldier, and Historia. That whole arc in the castle, I like it, but I don't know if I'll rewatch it. And then as soon as Warrior's over, it's like 7, 8, 9, Close Combat, The Hunters, and Opening. It's all the aftermath of Warrior, which we'll get to Warrior later. And it's just prepping for children. So those episodes, I'm kind of like, eh. Episode 1 of season 3, Smoke Signal. Now that I've read the manga, oh, it's like, put it aside. I don't know. I would say, honestly, Smoke Signal, episode 1 of season 3, and Outside of the Walls, Orville District, episode 8 of season 3, they're probably my least favorite episodes in the whole series. And I hate to say that, but I think that they're 2 of the weakest episodes, and that's so weird to say. I also think that the episode, like, with the town where everything began, episode 13 of season 3, is one of the weaker episodes, which is crazy because I like season 3 a lot, but those 3 episodes are kind of some of the weaker ones. So to me, I would put them towards the bottom. Then you have Old Story, episode 3 of season 3. It's fine. Same with Trust, where Jean meets Marlowe and Hitch. It's fine. Probably wouldn't rewatch it. And then Ruler of the Walls. Again, yeah, it's just not... The early parts of season 3, I liked them a lot more in the manga than I did in the anime, especially now that I've read the manga. And then Thunder Spears is on there, and that's pretty much all I had from season 3. I think season 3 I had the least in the would not rewatch. And then for season 4, in part 1, I had Midnight Train, The Warhammer, and Assault. They're fine, but they come after or before a lot better episodes, so they kind of were just like they're okay. And then episode 11, Deceiver, and Above and Below, they're fine. I probably wouldn't rewatch them. And then Thaw and Sunset are okay, but frustrating. Episode 22 and 23 are okay, but they are frustrating because it's just like everything's gone to hell. Connie's taken off with Falco to go find his mom. I probably wouldn't rewatch those 2 episodes. I'd be like, okay. And then plus you have to watch them kill Pixis. No, I'm not about to do that. No, thank you. So yeah, that is the tier of they're great, but I probably wouldn't rewatch. Then we have tier 2, which is a little bit smaller, and that is the thematically relevant. Now, these are thematically relevant episodes that didn't make it to the top tiers. They're just kind of like you probably need to rewatch these at some point to understand what's going on or get some vital points, but so they're worth a rewatch, but they're not in my top tiers. So season 1, there's a lot from season 1. Actually, most of season 1's in this one. But that's kind of the thing. Most of these are season 1. There's actually only 1 episode from season 2 that fits this category, and then a few from season 3 and season 4. But most of them are season 1. Season 1 is a good season. It's a great foundation, but that's really what it is. It's a foundation. You need to see those episodes to understand the plot, to understand the world building, the character building, but they're not like the best of the series, you know? So I would say episodes 3 and 4 of season 1, A Dim Light and Night of the Closing Ceremony. You need to watch those because that's setting up all the stuff with Keith and Reiner and everything else. The World the Girl Saw, you have to see that for Mikasa, and that ties into Small Blade and Hearing the Heartbeat. You need to see those episodes to see Eren in Titan form, saving Mikasa, doing all that. That's important. And then episode 12 and 13 of season 1, I love Flaw and Primal Desires. They're great. You need to see Primal Desires because of Marco's death, so it's relevant that you see them. And then episodes 14, 15, and 16, Can't Look Into His Eyes, The Special Squad, and episode 16, What Needs to Be Done Now. They're all relevant. Like, you need to see those episodes. You need to see Erwin crouching beside Eren being like, who do you think the real enemy is? You need to see Levi beating the shit out of Eren in the courtroom. You need to see Jean getting the bones from Marco. You need all those moments, but they're just not my favorite episodes in comparison to others. And then Bite is the episode where Eren chooses to go with the Levi squad. You need to see that one. And then Smile and The Wall. I really do love Smile. It didn't crack into my top 10, but I like Smile. I reference Smile a lot in my discussions because it's just so good. And the same goes with like the early... I reference season 1 a lot, but they're not my favorite episodes, which again, testament to the show, right? Now, I only had one from season 2 make it into the thematically relevant category, and that was The Children. You need to watch The Children to get the whole thing with Ymir and Bertel and the Titans, and it's the beginning of the mystery surrounding Marley and all that, so you need to see that one. But that's the only one from season 2 that made this category. And then season 3, Sin, episode 6, need to see that. The night of the battle to retake the walls, the whole conversation with Armin and Eren and Mikasa that Levi overheard, need to be there for that. Levi and Erwin's conversation about Erwin going with the party, very relevant. Episode 15, Descent, where Bertolt has the conversation with Armin and decides to just go through with his plans, a precursor to Eren if ever there was one. That one is relevant. And then episode 19, The Basement, it's not like the major reveal episode, but it leads up to it. So it is relevant. You do need to see it. And then from season 4, I have The Other Side of the Sea, obviously relevant. It introduced us to Marley. The Door of Hope. The Door of Hope is one that I kind of wish would have made the top 10 too, but it didn't. I love Door of Hope. But that one to get Reiner's mental state from one hand to the other. All the stuff with Willie Tiber and McGath. You need to see that before you watch the one that comes after it. And then Brave Volunteers and Sound Argument. I like Brave Volunteers a lot more than Sound Argument, but both of those episodes are necessary to understand the arguments about understanding the other side. And then Sneak Attack rounds out tier 2. Sneak Attack is a great episode. It is relevant because it gives us some insight into what's about to happen between Eren and Zeke and all of that, but isn't necessary and isn't necessarily one of my favorites. Then there's tier 3, the Watch for the Lulls. I would say tier 3. These 6 episodes I just chose because I couldn't really fit them in another category. They aren't my favorites. They didn't crack the top 10. They're better than... I would definitely rewatch these episodes. But they're not exactly like plot relevant. You don't need to watch the episodes to understand what's going on in the story. They're not revealing a lot of vast information you should know for the future, but they're just fun episodes. And Isayama doesn't give us a lot of fun episodes. So they're from season 3 and season 4, or just the lulls. Episode 2, which is ironically called Pain, it's just fun because of the whole chase sequence. I would recommend it to a non-Attack on Titan watcher just for the chase scene, the animation, to see Levi zipping through the air, to see Kitty walking into the saloon with his creepy walk. Like, it's the chase scene with Eren and Historia getting kidnapped. Like, it's such a, like, fun is a weird word to say because some bad stuff happens, but the animation is so frenetic and energized, and it's just such a joy to watch that episode and just get enthralled by it. You watch it for the lulls. Episode 5, which is of season 3, called Reply. That episode, I love watching it because it's Erwin's big, like, his big coup d'etat moment where him and Zackley and all them, like, take over. And it's that weird moment where you find out that the royal, like, court or whatever, they mean nothing. And you're like, I thought we were going to do something with these guys, but they're pointless. It's just such a great twist early on in season 3. And I will watch the episode over and over again just to see Erwin and Niall and their conversation and the big ruse and everything. I love it. I love it. It's great. Speaking of which, to see everything fall apart, episode 3, or episode 7 of season 3, Wish, is my third and final one from season 3 that's on this list. I made a little short clip on YouTube about Historia throwing it on the ground. She's an adult. Like, it's just so memeable. It's such a parody episode that you can just have fun with, even though the subject matter is horrifying because Eren's like, eat me, and Historia's like, no. It's great. It's great because the subject matter is ridiculously, like, grim, but somehow Historia, like, getting her agency against her father and throwing the serum on the ground, and Rod Reese licking it and becoming this giant worm, and Kenny being like, what do you mean you can't become a Titan unless you got royal blood? And it's just a great episode. It's such a great turning point for halfway through part 1 of season 3. I would rewatch it again. I've rewatched the scene of Historia, like, saving Eren again and again, so it's good. And then from season 4, I got 3 episodes. One is episode 12, called Guides. It's the episode that is the meme that's been memed a million times of Eren with the abs, his 8-pack, rising on the hill, Flock giving him his coat, and him just, like, throwing the coat over himself. Like, that scene, it's infamous. I'll watch the last 5 minutes of that episode all the time because it's just so good. And then episode 17 of season 4, Judgment. Oh, Judgment. Judgment is such a fun episode because you have Peak becoming the cart Titan. You have her, like, cutting off her own arm and being like, ah! And Gabby's like, ah! But they know that Titans, like, get their arms chopped off all the time. And then you have her and Gabby leaping off the building. You have Reiner showing up. You have the showdown between Reiner and Eren in the middle of Shiga and Sheena. You have all this crazy stuff being set up. Yelena's, like, has her arms spread out as the blimps are flying by. And she does the weird face with Armin, like, the big scary face. Like, it's just... there's a lot going on in that episode, and I really like it. It's chaotic in the best way, and it was such a great way to come back for part 2 of season 4. And then the last one on my watching it for the lulz list, because we have to have it on here, is Pride. It's episode 24 of season 4. The Avengers meme that people get so mad about. I honestly love it. Seeing Annie stuff her face with pie, seeing, like, the gang get together, even though it's, like, under the worst circumstances possible. It's, like, the little tiniest bits of levity in these 6 episodes that Isayama gives us that is, like, the weirdest macabre humor, but I'm here for it. I'm like, yes, please. Sure. So those 6 episodes, they're not really relevant to the story, but they're too good to not rewatch. So they kind of fall into their own category. And then tier 4 is these episodes did not make my top 10 list, but they are definitely more than just relevant. They are necessary to suffer through to understand the story the best. And I say suffer through because these are some of the saddest episodes, but they need to be watched. So some of them are from season 1. The first 2 episodes, To You, 2,000 Years in the Future, and That Day, The Fall of Shiganshina. Those 2 episodes, they're painful, they're sad, but they're also relevant. They set up the entire story. They have the continuity that you go back to once you make it to the end. They are the iconic must-watch episodes that any anime person probably needs to see. Even if they don't finish Attack on Titan, they should probably see episode 1. It's like a cultural phenomenon. Episode 5 of season 1, which is The First Battle, The Struggle for Trost. That episode is necessary to suffer through because it's the first time we lose our Survey Corps members. We lose Thomas, we lose Mina, we lose Nak, we lose Milius, Franz and them. Or maybe Franz and them are in the episode after that. Regardless, it's the first time we lose a lot of the Survey Corps, and it's the episode that Eren saves Armin and ends up getting eaten. So it's a relevant episode. You should watch it, right? And then the next 2, for the last 2 from season 1 that are necessary to suffer through are 2 of my favorites. They would have made the top 10 if there weren't better episodes. But Crushing Blow and The Defeated, Eren losing the Levi squad, the aftermath of that, the aftermath of Mikasa and Levi saving Eren. It is such a great set of episodes. They're horribly sad. They're hard to watch, but they are necessary to suffer through. The only one from season 2, there's only 2 from season 2 I put on here that didn't make it to my top 10, but are necessary to suffer through, and that is episode 1 of season 2, The Beast Titan. Yeah, you need to see that one. It's got like one of the worst deaths with Mike dying, and then we meet Zeke for the first time. And Scream, obviously, Scream has all of the elements. Eren saving Mikasa, her with the scarf, him saying he'll wrap it around her as many times as needs to, him punching Dinah, him controlling the Titans, it all wrapping up to end season 2. Like it almost made the top 10, but I had 2 episodes from season 2 that I liked better. So it had to be in this tier. And then for season 3, there's only 4 episodes that made it here. I had a lot of episodes in season 3 and season 4 in my top 10. So, Perfect Game, necessary to suffer through, almost made my top 10, but you can only have 10. But is a necessary to suffer through episode. Horribly sad, but relevant, so good, so well directed. As well as That Day. That day almost made the top 10 too, but I was like, ooh. That day was like, give Romania Black 3 hours to talk about this episode because it was needed, right? And then episode 21, Attack Titan, kind of follows it right alongside that. And then rounding out season 3 with episode 22, The Other Side of the Wall. Those 3 episodes back to back, they're so relevant. They are needed to understand the story, and they're just really dang good. So you need to watch them and rewatch them, right? Now, I have a lot on this tier of necessary to suffer through from season 4. The Assassin's Bullet, where Sasha gets killed, necessary to watch. Gotta suffer through it. Savagery almost, I was like, I don't have room for all these episodes in my top 10. Savagery's so good, but it's definitely necessary to suffer through, especially, I think Eren, like, just being such a bitch to Armin and Mikasa, that keeps it off the top 10 for me. But that one's on there. Soul Salvation. I know. For some people, Soul Salvation is their favorite episode in the whole series. It's just not mine. I'm just not a big Zeke fan. And so I like Zeke, but he's not one of my top 10. But I do believe Soul Salvation is a really well done episode. And we've talked about it in the manga reviews. That I think that because people weren't expecting it to be as good as it was and to elevate the manga material, that's why people love it so much. And I agree with that. It's just not my favorite. But it's a good episode and you need to suffer through it. This one, I wanted to make the top 10 so bad. I was like, and that is Two Brothers. Two Brothers is one that I will go back and rewatch quite a bit to make myself suffer. But it's really good. And I say rewatch, like now that I've finished the series, of course, now I want to rewatch parts of it. So I've gone back and rewatched Two Brothers a bit. And I loved the manga chapters for Two Brothers. It's just a great episode. Then you have From You 2,000 Years Ago. Iconic episode. Eren making the deal with Ymir, starting the rumbling, doing the aftermath of the memories of the future. Like, it's just, episode 21 is really good. It just couldn't crack my top 10 with my top 10. And then episodes 25 through 29. Night of the End, Traitor, Retrospective, Dawn of Humanity, and then Sinners, part 1 of the finale. Those all are necessary, but you are gonna suffer. Volume 32 and 33 was just... Volume 32 was such a painful volume to read. I think Volume 32 was my least favorite volume to read. I was just like... Ugh. The anime was really good, but it's just such a painful time. And I love Night of the End. Night of the End could have cracked my top 10 as well, but didn't make it, so... Those are all necessary to suffer through, and if any of those made your top 10, I would not blame you. But instead, I have my top 10. They're my favorites. There's no rhyme or reason. It's just how I love these episodes. They're my favorite. Sadly, nothing from season 1 made the top tier, so sad days. But these are in no particular order because it's hard. But the ones from season 2, I have 2 from season 2 that made my top 10. One is Warrior. Warrior is a game changer. Warrior is the game changer. Like, until you get to end of season 3 and season 4, Warrior was the game changer at the time, and I think elevated this series from being just really good to holy shit in, like, instantly. And so I think anybody from, you know, Warrior watching it would be like, yes, Warrior needs to be in your top 10. It's just that good. The other one from season 2 is my guilty pleasure, but I love this episode so much, and it's Charge, episode 11. I don't know what it is. I just, the scene of all of them on Reiner, and like Mikasa staring at Bertolt in between the fingers, and Bertolt with the whole "we just want to be found," and that speech, and it tying to the theme of the whole series, and setting up the events that are going to happen in Scream. It's just, Charge is just such a really good episode, and I always gravitate towards it. And Erwin giving the command to go after them, it's one of my favorites. It's not the best episode in the series, but it's one that I always kind of gravitate towards and I want to watch. I guess because it has that hopeful vibe to it before things go to shit in the next episode, like they normally do. Now, from season 3, the first 2 here are ones that Isayama say are some of his favorite chapters. So if Isayama likes them, but that is Friends and Bystander, episode 10 and 11. Friends and Bystander are some of the best in the series, in my opinion. They are 2 amazing episodes. They're not about Eren. They're not about Armin or Mikasa. One is about Kenny, of all people, and his relationship with Uri, and all of his decisions, and then him deciding to give the serum to Levi. It becomes the crucial element that changes the game of the entire series. If Kenny hadn't gave Levi that serum, none of this would have happened. So, or none of it would have been saved. So there you go. And then Bystander with Keith. That whole message about us being born special, Carla's message to Keith, like, it set up Keith's character so that when him and McGath decide to, like, do something at the end of the series, it's like, just hits so well. Love that episode. And then if I didn't include from season 3 Hero episode 17 and Midnight Sun, am I even an Attack on Titan fan? Hero and Midnight Sun, like, one of 2 or 3 times I've cried in this whole series. Midnight Sun for sure. My dogs were concerned for me and the reaction, but it's just so good. And Armin's like one of my favorite characters. So him sacrificing himself, them all deciding to bring him back, Erwin's death, and Levi's just, when he dies, Flock showing up with his body, like, just everything about those 2 episodes. I watched them around Christmas in 2021 when it came out. I remember I had a Christmas sweater on, I was watching them, and they were just so amazing. I loved those episodes so much. So, those are my ones from season 3. The last 4 of my top 10 are from season 4. First of all, it's episode 5, Declaration of War. I love that episode. Reiner and Eren meeting in the basement, Falco being like, well, gee, mister, what's going on? And then just everything that happens that sets off the chain reaction for season 4. It's such a solid episode. Thematically, season 4, episode 13 is probably my favorite, and that is Children of the Forest. I love Children of the Forest. It's like the theme of the whole series, being told by a random family in a restaurant. It's great. It sets up the whole stuff with Flock. It's amazing. It sets up the stuff for Savagery in the next episode. It's just one of the best ones for me. And then Memories of the Future, episode 20. I love that episode so much. I will go back and rewatch all those clips of Aaron just trolling Zeke over and over again. Just him leading around being like, next, thank you, next. And just leading up to Grisha being like, Zeke, my son, your other brother, he's a problem child. And then honestly, as much grief as I've given it, I still love it. In my top 10 is the finale. As flawed as it kind of is in ways, I love it in other ways. The emotionality of it, the character work, the animation, the epicness of it. There are flaws, but you know, the series makes it work, and the final conversation with Armin and Eren probably hit me the most out of so many scenes from Attack on Titan. It really got to me. And I was like, damn, it's just really good. And it's, for rounding out the series, I really enjoyed it. So, and it was such an experience watching it like in a big giant chunk, you know, instead of a 20-minute episode. So yeah, that one's in my top 10 too now. But yeah, those are my tiers. Those are my favorites. I'm glad to finally get that dang episode ranking out of the way. Good, only took me half an hour. Yay! So, with that being said, we're on to our next RIP toast, which is the 8th one. Season 3, part 2. We have Dinah, we have Grice, we have Gross, we have Kruger, we have Ymir Fritz, and we have Freckled Ymir. I put them all together because they all occur around the same timeline of all their deaths. So, obviously with Ymir Fritz being way earlier, but toast to them. Kudos to them. I guess Ymir Fritz could have been saved, technically her soul and stuff till the very end, but we'll toast her again. So, the ships. Isayama's idea of romance is a thing. I like how last recap I was like, man, marriage has got Isayama all up in the romance, huh? And this last part, a girl makes out with a severed head. Just when you thought you knew, you done been had. So yeah, we're gonna talk just briefly about ships. I don't have a whole lot to say. I feel like I talked a little bit about the romance aspect in the nitpicking segment earlier, but Isayama gave us ships rising and sinking faster than the ones leaving the port in episode 29. So I was like, damn. Like, they were getting out, those ships were sinking faster than the people getting the little rowboats. I was like, damn it, Isayama, what we doing? Although, some of the ships that sank, you were like, okay. And then some that kept rising up, you're like, well, I didn't expect this to be a ship, but all right. So, let's talk about Armin. I am so glad Armin got lots of stuff going on. Armin got Annie, that he had a great conversation with. You could totally ship him and Annie. I like towards the end that him and Annie are together in the group. I feel like I wish there would have been a little bit more, if it was going to be a romance between Annie and Armin, I wish there had been a little bit more subtext in the final bits with them, because they had that moment on the ship, like they're going to be in a relationship, but then, I guess then Armin remembered his whole thing with Eren, and he was like, well, I love you, girl, but I got a date in hell with Eren. Second, but I still ship Armin and Annie. I do. I shipped them back in season 1, and I still ship them now, and I'm glad all the moments that we got with them. But look, you all told me way back in season 1, because I was shipping Armin with Annie, and people were shipping Armin with Jean, and I was like, okay, which we'll talk about that in a minute. But there were a lot of people that were like, do you ship Armin with Eren? And I was like, not really. And then in season 2, there were more people trying to ship me with Armin and Jean. And I was like, I'm not feeling it, but you do you. And they were like, are you shipping Armin with Eren? And I was like, no, not really. And then in season 3, whenever Eren saves Armin, and they have that little hug, and he's got tears in his eyes and stuff, and they were like, are you shipping Eren with Armin? And I was like, each other and saying they're going to see each other forever in hell. And the fandom's like, are you shipping Aaron and Armin? I was like, yeah, I finally made it. I rode my way here. It didn't hit me until the finale where I was like, oh. That whole thing of Armin chasing after Aaron and of Armin like getting with his bro to try to help him, like making rubbing elbows with the brother, you know, getting in the good graces. And then the whole speech where he knocks Aaron to his feet and he's like, why aren't you thinking of Mikasa? And Aaron's like, well, I do like Mikasa, but And then Armin's like, you know, just what do I do with you, Aaron? And it's a classic friends to enemies to partners in hell. It's basically what it turns into. And then I was like, okay, I get it. And it doesn't help that Mappa's all in on it. Mappa is like, they will tell you otherwise. They ain't going to make a Yuri on Ice sequel, but they'll make Aaron and Armin as homoerotic as possible, let me tell you. They even had this promotional art that someone shared in the Discord. Yeah, this promotional art right here. Yeah, you know what that scene is of? That's of the scene where Aaron is having the little alternate universe moment with Mikasa. You see Mikasa in that image? No. But you know what you do see? You see the shadows of Armin and Aaron's Titans holding hands. What? Mappa, what? What the hell? First wit, now Mappa, y'all leave Mikasa out, but you got this going on? What? It's great. I've jumped on the bandwagon. I have succumbed. I am now with the Armin and Aaron ship. It's fine. We're all good here. I'm like the little dog with the flames around it being like, this is fine. It's all wonderful. But it's good. Now, the Annie and Aaron, I left this up from last recap. Definitely platonic. I mean, unless she wants to vibe with him and Armin. I mean, could I do an OT3 of Aaron, Mikasa, and Armin? Yeah. Could I do an OT3 of Annie, Aaron, and Armin? Yeah. It's like Mikasa would be like with Aaron and Armin could be there too. And then Annie would be with Armin and Aaron could be there too. So it's kind of like whatever, you know, Neapolitan flavoring you want to go with. That's kind of the way you could go with it. But it's fine. I like Annie with Armin. But if Armin was like, I won't see you in hell, Annie. I'm going to see Aaron. I feel like she would be like, okay. I feel like Annie would be totally chill with Armin going off and living in hell with Aaron. I think she'd be fine. She'd be like, you know what? Can I come too? I've got nothing else to do. I think that would be the case. Now, no more Aaron and Historia love unless you're reading Attack on Titan Requiem, which skip down to that part if you want to see that. But does Historia deserve Farmhand Kun? Who is he? Isayama. Look, I know you're making this extra chapter or whatever for your art book. In that damn art book, there had best be a picture of Farmhand Kun. If there is not a picture of Farmhand Kun in that art book I've pre-ordered, then I will come and find you, Isayama. I'm not going to issue death threats or anything like that because I think that's bogus, but I will come find you and write you a very neat, polite letter asking you to draw Farmhand Kun. You've shown us every other character. There was Daz in this series. Daz. We saw Daz's face. We saw Demo Reeves' face. We saw the face of the guys that were murdering Alma, who's Historia's mother. But we haven't seen the face of Farmhand Kun. This is a travesty, sir. How dare. And he does like the thing where he draws like the shape of his head. And like there's like a little like maybe there's a mouth there and stuff. But it's not good enough. I need distinct features, Isayama. How can I ship her with him when I don't even know what he looks like? How can we draw fan art of Farmhand Kun and Historia when we don't know what he looks like? Exactly. My dog down below just yawned. Like, yes. So Flock and Aaron, nah, it's not as strong as part 1, and Aaron's just kind of left him on red. Maybe he'll be in hell too. Maybe they can all get together. Although, I will say, one of my favorite parts about Flock isn't even anything Flock's done. It's in Savagery, where Armin, they're like, oh, Flock's here with Aaron. Armin's like, Flock's with Aaron? Like, that's one of my favorite moments. Because it's just, Armin has such a look of disgust and disbelief, being like, why is Aaron hanging out with flock. It's like when you find out, it's like when your friend leaves your friend group and joins a new friend group and you're like, why is he hanging out with them? One of the funniest damn moments of this whole series. It's not even intended to be funny. Eren and Mikasa. See previous section. But okay. We talked a little bit about this in a previous part, but I mean, I do appreciate that it's like Eren's first memory after having his head blown off by Gabby during Two Brothers is seeing Mikasa. Fair. His first memory from the future is Mikasa killing him, so. And then Eren lingers on Mikasa when he ties the scarf around her. Anytime he sees her with the scarf, he lingers on her. He lingers on her in memories of the future. All of that stuff. It's just, and I know we've talked about a little bit previously, but Eren just always kind of seemed more asexual to me than anything. Like, he just seemed like he was asexual and not into anybody. Like, and I would have been fine with that. Like, if he honestly didn't really care for Mikasa, sure, okay, he's asexual, he doesn't care for anybody. I'm fine with that. But what makes this so weird to me, and again, I've talked about it previously, is that Eren, in the end, when he's telling Armin off and he's like, well, I wanted her to be jealous of me for 10 years and to not want anybody else but me. And I'm like, you didn't even know she was flirting with you back when you were talking with Zeke. Was that a lie? Did you know she was flirting with you? What? It just seems so weird that Eren wants Mikasa, to forget about him and move on, but he doesn't really think that way, or so he tells Armin. It's a mess. The Eren Mikasa ship is a mess. It does not have a tightly wove crew. It is a hot mess express. And like Alexander Q said back in the previous recap, they're like, well, family can be romantic. And I'm like, yes, but just Eren and Mikasa needed to talk more. Like, even in the alternate universe vision that she gets from Eren, they don't say hardly 2 words in it. They're just like, they say like a few little exposition lines explaining how they got there, but then they don't really talk about their relationship at all. It's just like, oh, well, just forget about me when I die. And she's like, no, I won't. And that's when she goes and kills him. But it's not the most developed relationship in the series, and it bothers me because it's one of the most crucial relationships in the series. So, like I said, we've already talked about it, but I'll talk about Mikasa and Jean here in a little bit, but I'm not really the biggest Eren and Mikasa shipper, not because I want to ship them with anybody else. It's a weird ship. It's a weird ship, and I'm not going to judge anybody that's all for it, but to me, I'm just kind of like, it's okay. It's okay. I feel like Columbia and Rocky Horror. He's okay. So, yeah. Eren and Ymir, remember that? Remember when Eren and Ymir Fritz, I was like saying that could have been a ship, and everybody's like, she's just a child, and I'm like, she's 2,000 years old. I'm glad that didn't end up coming to fruition, but it was a weird ship to think about at the time. And then Eren and Reiner, no, I guess you could still ship them together. Reiner, I felt bad for, because Reiner, I mean, he ends up happy in the end, but he seems so alone. Like, he's talking about wanting to be with Historia, but I'm like, John points out she's a married woman, so there's no chance for that. I've been exploring fan fiction now that I can read fan fiction. Thank God, it feels like forever. And I've seen a lot of Jean and Reiner fan fiction, especially post finale. A lot of people shipping Jean and Reiner. Awesome. I mean, you set it up at Night of the End that it has potential, and then in the finale, they save each other. They give each other meaningful looks throughout everything. They're like looking at when Reiner's like being held up by Jean at Eren's like founder Doomsday Titan form, and they're just kind of like lovingly looking at each other. It's all there. The pieces of the Jean and Reiner ship are there, and I'm not opposed to it. I just want Jean and Reiner to be happy. So if our bisexual King Jean and Reiner get to be together, I'm all for it. I have nothing against those moments. No way. Plus, it's kind of like they're both friends with, Armin and Bertolt, who are essentially the same person now. So, or, Armin's 8 Bertolt, so you got that. So that's fun time. But yeah, and I also thought about this. Reiner, he likes blondes. Annie's no-go because Annie doesn't like Reiner that way. And Historia's no-go because she's like with Farman Coon. What if Reiner ended up with Hitch? I'm kind of for that. Like, what if Reiner and Hitch got together? She wants a big brawny man, you know, and she also likes Annie, so she likes the blondes. So, you know, if Hitch and Reiner got together, sure, Hitch can be bisexual. Sure, go for it. She can't have Marlowe, he's dead. Annie's off with Armin, so why not Reiner and Hitch get together? And, you know, it'd be another moment of she's working with the, you know, military on parody and Reiner's with the ambassadors at Star-Crossed Lovers. I think it has potential, and I want to go find some fan fiction that hopefully has that in it. We'll just have to see. But yeah, Yelena's still obsessing over Zeke, which is sad. Zeke just wanted his life to be over. Zeke didn't want to be in a ship with anybody. Zeke was pretty much asexual. He was just like aromantic, like nope, did not. The seeing his parents' marriage was just like, nope, not for me. But that is sad that Yelena's still like crying over his baseball gloves and stuff. Like, bless her heart, she really did love Zeke. Like, I think truly, and sad he's not there. And then Anya and Kapan, I had him shipped with Hanji. I had Hanji shipped with Peak. I've had Peak shipped with John. I've had Peak shipped with Elena. All these random ships. Like, oh, Hanji. I honestly thought Hanji was kind of asexual too, but I liked the ship of Hanji with Anyan. I think they could have made a cute couple. And then everybody in episode 29 of season 4 was like Hanji and Peak as a ship. And I'm like, after her comment about having the, as Levi said, the hard on for a Titan, I can see that. So sure. But that was really funny. And then Peak and Jean, I was fine with Peak and Jean. At the end of the finale when they were on the boat and Jean was like, oh, I gotta look good for all the history textbooks, and Peak is like, sure. I don't ship Peak with Reiner. They definitely give off like comrade vibes. They're just bros and that's it. I don't get romantic vibes with Reiner or Peak. But Jean and Peak, I'm like, Peak is pretty much up Jean's alley. She's got long dark hair. She's strong. She's capable. She probably would live in the upper, society of parody with him. Girl, Jean, you're missing out. She's right there. And she doesn't have an attachment to a creepy dead guy. She let Porco go a long time ago. So that could work, right? But, people were shipping her with Elena, but now they're separated. So, man, but Jean has all the options. Again, we talked about in the last recap that Jean had all the options for shipping. He has all the options here. Like, not so much with Armin. I actually think, like, the Armin and Jean ship kind of dropped off this last part because Armin is now shipped with Aaron. But Jean, you could ship him with Peak. You could ship him with Connie. Oh my god, the thing where Connie, like, had his arm around Jean and stuff. They were bros. If you wanted to ship that, you could. Maybe Connie could ship with Reiner. I don't know. Connie's not doing anything now. And then Jean with Reiner. And then there's the big debate. Is Jean with Mikasa at the end of the series? I think he is. I think that's him. In the manga images as well as the anime makes it look like Jean. They make his hair color exactly the same. And he has a very weird, distinct hair color. It's like a strawberry ash blonde. So it is very distinct. The manga makes it a little less apparent, but the back of his hair in the manga is the same as Jean's, so you think that it's Jean. How do I feel about Jean being with Mikasa? There's a lot of feelings that I have about this. I feel very awkward about it. On the one hand, Mikasa is somebody that Jean wanted to be with from the start. And so the idea that he finally gets to be with her at the end is nice. The idea that he loves her unconditionally and she could accept his love is nice. Sure. There is the nice little poetic parody where Jean was wearing Aaron's wig the entire series as a double. And he was like, I'm tired of being Aaron's double. And if he ends up with Mikasa, he kind of is. And it's like, oh, that's where it gets weird. Because it's like, yeah, it's like kind of if you marry your best friend's wife and suddenly it's like, ooh, she says she loves me, but she's also visiting my best friend's grave every year. It just, I don't know. On the one hand, it kind of reads like Jean is like the sloppy seconds that if Aaron hadn't died, he would not be with her at all. And I don't know how I feel about that. And then the idea that Mikasa's always going to love Aaron, but she's able to find happiness with Jean. Is it true happiness? You know, did she mourn him for 10 years and then move on to Jean? How do I feel about that? I'm very torn. I'm not opposed to it as long as Jean is happy, but we don't know if he's happy or not. And it's kind of like, and they end up having kids together and stuff, which, dear God, if she named one of them kids Aaron Kirstein, I'd be like, oh my God, why? But there's a very big possibility. I'm glad Isayama did not tell us her kids' names. I'm so glad. I'd be like, no, call them like Marco or something, like Marco Kirstein, like just name him Marco and just leave it at that. You know, Mikasa and Marco, we'll just go with that. I don't know. I just feel like, on the one hand, I want to be happy for Jean, but on the other hand, I'm like, he knows that he's like, not a replacement, but kind of a replacement. And it's like, I don't know. I'm not opposed to it, but I'm not happy about it, I guess. I kind of like the Jean and Reiner ship almost more, and definitely the Jean and Peak ship more, but then it's like, you know, who does Mikasa end up with? Some random guy? Another farmhand? Farmhand Coon's brother shows up and marries her? Maybe. Let's do that. Let's get Historia and Mikasa being sister-in-laws because of Farmhand Coon and his bro. Let's do that. Let's have that happen. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I would be interested to know. I would love to know what Isayama, if Isayama ever said anything in an interview about Jean and Mikasa being together. I would love to hear his perspective on it, or if he intends it to be ambiguous, or if he intends it to not be Jean at all. I don't know. And then obviously Gabby and Falco going strong, most canon happy couple in the entire series, and they're the next generation, so it makes sense that they get to be the couple that has the most peace. And they literally joined the Peace Corps together and started planting trees, and they take care of Levi. Speaking of which, you have Levi and his promise to Erwin that he kept. And it's like, these Ackermans, do they ever get a chance to move on from their lost loves? You know, Mikasa, is she going to finally move on and find someone else? I guess she does. What about Levi? I don't know. I can't picture Levi with anybody else. I know there were some Levi and Zeke shippers, but that ship has sunk. So it's like, who would... there was people that shipped Levi and Hanji together, but that ship has sunk. Everybody that could be a potential ship with Levi is gone. So he's literally by himself. But what, we have the Golden Bachelor on TV now. Why can't we make Levi the Bachelor and have an anime bachelorette series with Levi to try to find him true love? But yeah, I kind of feel bad for Levi that he doesn't seem to have anybody romantically, but maybe if it's not Erwin, he doesn't want anybody else. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, so the ships were definitely aplenty in this final part here, but they were some weird ships. Some very weird ships. Which leads us to our next toast. But I'm going to need to go back and get some more coffee before we start the character tier. This is honestly one of my more favorite parts of the recap, and it's ranking the characters, and we're on the final tier. We're on the final tier! Yes, but before we do that, we have to do an RIP toast for Season 4, Part 1. There's a lot in this one to toast. We have Willie Tiber, Zofia, Udo, Calvi, the drunk guy from episode 4, Laura Tiber, Carlo, Peak Squad, Lobov, and Sasha. Sasha obviously getting a major toast, but I'm gonna miss you guys. So cheers to them. Cheers to the ones there. Yes, indeed. So with the character ranking, I tried my hardest to find a character tier with everybody on there. I think I came close. The only ones I couldn't find on it were Ramsey and Halil, but we'll talk about them at the very start. Because the only tier I could find was from seasons 1 through 4, part 2. They didn't include Ramsey or Halil in it, so I was like, or any of the new Titans, but we'll talk about that in a second. But so here I've got this tier ranking, and I'll go ahead and just start it here in 3, 2, one. It has 5 categories. Obviously the S tier is the my faves. They are my top 10 characters. I'm only going to limit to 10, top 10, and rank them in order. The A is the amazing category. B, I chose B for bitter feelings. Bitter feelings. They're characters that I'm kind of like, about, but they don't fall into the last 2 categories, which are category C, can't remember. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot in that category that I don't remember. And then D for deserved better. They were done dirty. D could have been done dirty, deserved better, should have had more character development, things like that. So Ramsey and Halil definitely go into the deserved better. Those kids, I could have watched like a whole spin-off series of just them leading up to their untimely deaths. I liked their characters a lot. Definitely deserve better than being crushed underfoot by Colossal Titans. For sure. I also would like to put the Okapi in the bitter feelings category because I don't know what to think about it. And Isayama's weird deep throating fetish with that thing is no. The weird tentacle porn. Not here for it. So yeah, we've got this big old spread of characters here. We might as well get started, right? I will say, let's go ahead and get some of the characters out of the way. Our poor girl, from No Regrets, Isabel, right? She goes under deserved better. Her and Flagon, where Flagon at? They deserved better than being crushed by the Titans. I'll find them here in a minute, I'm sure, but her and Flagon definitely deserve some better. They did not deserve the fate that they received. There he is. Poor him and her. So sad, right? Definitely. And Connie's mom deserved better. Damn it. Or she just stuck there. At least we got to see that, at least we know that Connie said Aaron was going to get her changed back into a human, and she was after Ymir lifted the curse. So there's at least that. But damn, she just had to sit at that house for how many days and nights? Sad days. Also, Lara Tiber deserved better. All she could do is have resting bitch face and look up at Aaron and then she was cracked open like a nutcracker in the mouth of Porco. The last place you want to be is in the mouth of Porco. Just the shade. Girl ain't even into dudes. Why you mad? So yeah, so I would put under, can't remember this guy, who worked at some point in the series him, sure. And then who else we got here? There's this old lady, I guess, is that Mrs. Browse? Is that Mrs. Browse? Mrs. Browse, I'm sorry, I can't remember you. Bye. Get out of here. We'll get to some others here in a minute. Like, I'm sure some of these, when I say can't remember, some of them I legit can't remember, and others are like, you weren't relevant. Like, these 2 guys that were Jaegerists with Flock, who the fudge are they? Get out of here. Get out of here. I can't remember you. I don't even know who you are. I'm actually going to put you up here in bitter feelings. I don't feel that much about you, right? No, get out of here. Also in bitter feelings, I know some people were like, oh, well, he tried to save Gabby and stuff, but he's still kind of a dick. And that's the guy from Marley. He kicked down the soldiers that were in line, Aaron being one of them. He, like the domino effect where he got up in the soldier's face and tried to scare him. I'm like, those guys had PTSD. Leave him alone. He deserves to be in the bitter category for scaring veterans. Nobody should do that. Also, this guy, was it Warhammer or whatever his face is? He goes in the bitter feelings because he was an asshole in season 1. He was a scaredy cat and an asshole, and I didn't like him. So get over there. I definitely think that Niall deserved better. Bless his heart. Niall getting turned into a Titan at the very end in season 4. And then at least Gabby took him out and he didn't have to suffer long. But the fact that he knew he was going to turn into a Titan at any moment and become a monster, and then he got shot by a kid, and he didn't get to see his daughters and his wife again. The fudge. That sucks so much. So sad. Nope. Not having it. Not having it at all. Who else deserved better? Oh, Nanaba for sure. Nanaba, I felt so bad for Nanaba. Her and, oh, what's his face? Where's Gengar? Where's Gregor or whatever his name is? this is bad. I'm not going to put him in the can't remember because I can quite remember where in the fudge is he? He's somewhere in here. I'll find him in a minute. But I felt bad for Nanaba. Like the moment she was like calling out about her dad at the end when she was dying, like what the fudge? Like girl had some demons in her closet and Isayama didn't even give us those. He didn't even tell us anything about her, but I felt bad for her. And then you come to find out that her and Mike could have been a thing. Speaking of which, Mike goes up in there too. He deserved better. Like, dude getting crushed to death by the Titans and eaten alive. No way. I hope Nanaba and Mike are together in paradise, you know. Bless them. Just, they deserve better. They had some really grisly fates. Same with Petra. In fact, all of the Levi squad, they all deserved better, right? Oh, she's not Petra. She's the one. I'm going to put her in can't remember because I thought she was Petra, but she's the one that helps Pixis out. No, Petra's over here. Dang it. And then, yeah, her, and then Gunther, and the one guy that's with them. The Levi squad, I felt sorry for them. Very sorry. Sucks to be them. I guess, does he get in there too? Yes. Yes, I think so. But I felt bad for them. Like Levi squad, they definitely just what a crushing blow, am I right? But I felt bad for them. They deserved a lot better. Sad days for them. Also, we'll say Freya, Grisha's little sister, she deserved better. Getting mauled by dogs, not a fun way to go. Maybe there's gonna be more in deserved better than anything, right? Who knows? Any more I have bitter feelings about? Oh yeah, obviously the main guy from Marley, the government man, it's like, where's the flying titan? He goes up there. Don't care much for him. And then, who else can we throw on there? The fake king. Yeah, whatever. We were talking about this earlier on in the recap. Remember when we thought the fake king and the council was like gonna be a big sub story, like was gonna be a big plot point, like Isayama was gonna have them be like of much importance, and then no, they just like were so superfluous, nobody cared about them. What? It's such a weird thing, right? So let's get into this. Anybody else that I can't remember? That's Erwin's dad. That's Erwin's dad. I can't remember. I couldn't remember who he was, but it was Erwin's dad. I would say he deserved better, but I don't know. Does that make me a monster? Does it make me a monster? Thomas. Poor Thomas. Thomas and Knack and Melius, get them in on there. Poor thems. And then Mina. Oh man, they deserved better for sure. Most of those. And then Franz, whatever his name is, and Hannah, they deserve better. Basically all the people that died at Trost deserved better. It sucked to be them. That was definitely a sad day. Now, I'm going to put somebody here that definitely deserved better, but is an amazing character, and that's Marlowe. Put him up there. I really like Marlowe and his character. I felt so bad for Marlowe. I feel like it's such a wasted potential, but I really think that Marlowe's character, he went out, I think, in the most plot respective way, because I think if Isayama had kept him alive, he was too similar to Eren. It was going to be at odds, right? Because if you notice, characters that are similar to Eren kind of get taken out of the plot for a while, if not permanently. Like Annie was very similar to Eren, so she had to be put in stasis for a while because we can't have somebody competing with Eren's personality. Marlowe was similar to Eren, but we got to kill him off because we already have Annie to deal with. So yeah, it makes sense why Isayama killed him off, but it's just like, it sucks, right? Another amazing character we might as well get out of the way is most certainly, let's go ahead and put in the amazing category Bertolt. Give my dude Bertolt some love. I feel like a lot of people don't like Bertolt. I don't know why. I'm baffled why you don't like Bertolt. Is it because he's quiet? Is it because he doesn't, say a whole lot in the series? Because most of his arc is right before he dies? I don't know. I don't feel like Bertolt does anything wrong. Like, he doesn't have a bad personality. He's not an asshole. He's not really quiet. He has some really good moments. He does, like, the whole speech in charge. That's one of my favorite episodes. He has that moment. He has the whole confrontation with Armin. He, is the first canonical ship to get brought up. And not really canonical, but he wants to be with Annie. It's, the first time romance is mentioned in this series. And I was like, when Reiner was like, oh, you want to be with Annie? I was like, what? We're talking about Like, just, yeah. And then he keeps having impact even after he's dead. Like the beautiful like skull motif with Armin, the power transferring, when Armin apologizes to him in the paths, the colossal titan on top of, the Doomsday Titan's body. Like, I like Bertolt's character. And I'm sad that he gets hate on, because I'm like, if you forget about Bertolt or you're indifferent to him, fine. That makes total sense. But if you hate Bertolt, I'm like, what did he do to you? I mean, yeah, he's the colossal titan and he destroyed Shiganshina, but then you might as well blame Reiner. If you're going to hate on Bertolt, you got to hate on Reiner and Andy too. And if you do hate on them all three, then it's like, well, I don't know what to tell you. Who else we got on here? This one random dude that's with the council, I guess. I can't remember him. Put him over here. This girl, who the fudge is this girl? She's under a tree reading. Who is she supposed to be? Where is that supposed to be? That's supposed to be Ilsa with the notebook? That doesn't look like her. That's so weird. I don't know who she is. You get to stay over there. How dare you? The random wife of Demo Reeves, she's under, can't remember. Don't really care about her. These guys that are on the court with him, no. Oh man, Connie's dad, look, I'd say he deserved better, but him munching on Kaya's mom, that sucks. And no, I can't take that. I'm like that. And he almost killed Sasha, so he's got to be in the bitter category. No. You know what? Sonny and Bean, they deserve better. Sonny and Bean deserve better, damn it. They didn't do anything. They were just minding their own business. They were just minding their own business when they got captured by Hanji and them. And Hanji and them were going to give them a good life. And then you know what happened? Annie came along and killed them. Damn it. That's not fair. I feel bad for Sonny and Bean. I love the Dawn of the Dead reference that they represent. It's really fun. I like that a lot. Oh yeah, this one random dude. Can't remember, the one that gets killed before Sasha climbs onto the blimp. Yeah, him. What do we do about him? And then, this random guy, I'm going to put under can't remember. He's one of the Grices that, he caused Grisha to become a restorationist. So what do we do? But I do remember him, but he's not very relevant in my book. Anyway, who we got? Oh, is that Armin's grandpa? Armin's grandpa? Can't remember. Can't recall. Don't know for sure. Not sure on that one. Pastor Nick! Oh my God, Pastor Nick deserved better. I was fully ready in season 2 for Pastor Nick to have a major plot point. I was ready for him to be with them all the way. And he wasn't. They killed him off. They were just but he has a lot of relevance because he got Hanji into the whole scene and everything. So I'm like, I can't say that I have bitter feelings towards him, and I definitely remember him, but he definitely deserved better. I wish we had more with Pastor Nick. That would have been great. Oh my God, I'm just realizing now too that this guy down here is the king. This is like Levi's grandpa. Can't remember. Damn it. I got him confused. So if I get a character confused and figure out later they have to go to the can't remember category. That's how irrelevant they were. I feel bad because I kind of did like Levi's grandpa in the short amount of time that we had. Kutchel deserved better. God, she did. That scene where he finds her and she's dead. Oh my God, what the fudge? That whole scene. Ugh. Terrifying. That's probably one of the more gruesome scenes of the series is poor Kutchel and her not making it. But speaking of Kutchel, if we're going to talk about Kutchel, who we also need to talk about? Probably need to talk about Levi, who's up in my top 10. Now, whether he's in the top or not, I will have to compare him to the others, but I don't think he's my favorite. But Levi, I feel like the older I get and the more time goes on, I relate more and more to Levi on a spiritual basis. Every day, I just shake my fist and be like, damn you kids, get off my lawn. And I feel like Levi's like that a lot. So I love Levi. He is one of my favorite characters. He is so, for someone that is not as, he's fleshed out, but he's not the most fleshed out person in the series. And we've talked about him earlier, but I'm like, oh my God, I really just, his character is not what I expected it to be when I started the series, and I just absolutely love it. I love Levi's character. I would say an amazing character would be Niccolo. We'll put Niccolo over here. I like Niccolo's character a lot. I like what Niccolo's character represents, representing the other side that comes over and befriends the enemy, quote unquote, and then falls in love with Sasha. And then the fact that he stays with the Brouses even like years later. Like it's been 5 years at the end of the story and he's still with the Browse family. He, being with them, to honor Sasha. Like that's really sweet. I love that a lot, right? That's great. I would say that Sasha, damn girl. I'm gonna put Sasha in amazing. I would put her under deserved better, but I feel like she got to live to season 4 and she wasn't originally going to live to season 4. So I think she did get better than, she was originally going to get. But I would put her above Bertolt and Niccolo. I kind of like Marlo a little bit more. Do I like Marlo a little bit more? I kind of do. No, I'll put her above Marlo. Otherwise, I think people are going to be like, you like her more than, you like Marlo more than Sasha? And I'm like, well, her and Marlo, they're very different characters. But I like Sasha a lot. One thing I feel about Sasha, and I didn't talk about her in the earlier parts because she had already died, from previous seasons. But one thing about Sasha that always kind of made me go, is that we just didn't get enough with her. Like, I feel like people really love Sasha as a character because of season 1. Like, all the Potato Girl stuff, and then episode 2 of season 2 where she goes home and she saves Kaya. Like, that's like her peak moment. It is. If you think about it, she doesn't do much else after that home episode when she originally was supposed to die. And I think it's because Isayama already had the story written and he was like, I don't know what to do with her. So he just kind of like, she's there, but she doesn't really do much after the episode she was supposed to die in until we get to season 4. And then she shows up and she's there and you're like, oh wow, Sasha looks badass. And then she dies. And it's like, Isayama was like, okay, I kept her around long enough. Now bye. I'm going to use her as a plot point for Gabby's character. Glad this worked out. Glad I kept her around for that plot point. And people liked her. So, But it was like when people were so up in arms about Gabby, I was like, but Sasha is like, she's a great character. But I mean, is she really anybody's favorite character? I mean, if she is, no offense. If Sasha's your favorite character of all time, that's awesome. But I'm like, I was amazed by how much people were like giving Gabby so much grief for killing her when I was like, are we sure this is the reason you don't like Gabby? But I do like Sasha a lot, but I feel like she was really underutilized. And I think Isayama just, as we've talked about previously, he already had the story kind of mapped out how he wanted it. He was following along and he was like, and now that we know kind of what we know about Isayama and the fact that Aaron's journey kind of mirrors Isayama's own journey, I wonder if, like, the face Aaron makes when Sasha's dead, I wonder if it's kind of mirroring Isayama being like, I knew I had to kill her eventually and she was going to die, but damn it, no. It just feels like one of those moments, right? But I do like Sasha a lot. She's an amazing character, just not my top 10. Frida, I think Frida, I would put her under, she's not an amazing character, but she definitely deserved better. I think of all the kids that are in this, she definitely deserved better because you could tell she wanted to make a difference, but because of the vow against humanity, a vow against war against humanity, the vow against war, she couldn't really do anything, but she was trying to help Astoria, and that's really sweet. So I feel for her. I feel for Frida. She tried her best. This girl, I don't remember her. Is she Petra? Which one of these bitches is Petra? Is it her? I think it's her, but who is this girl? Who is she? I don't know. Man, some of these squares are really dark. Like the one of Aaron is the darkest square imaginable. What do we do with them? All these little brats and the family, no. When they were telling, Frida to kill Grisha, get out of here, you little skanks. Go on. I'm glad Grisha crushed y'all like bugs. Get out of here. No, you privileged aristocrats. No. Uri, though. Freaking love Uri. Uri's great. I love Uri so much. He's such a great character. I love him alongside Kenny. I think that Uri, his whole story about the miracle, about people that through violence came together and ended up becoming friends and talking, and his whole dream of wanting to create a paradise while he still could with the resources he had. I just liked Uri's character a lot, and we only saw him for like one episode, but he left such a lasting impression, and he created a whole ship, the Kenny and Uri ship, so gotta appreciate that. I want to see who else we got on here. Oh, Moses' mom, she did deserve better. I would say, I can't remember, but she lost her son in episode 1. She deserved better. Bless her soul, right? I am torn with Reiner's mom about where to put her. Because while I am glad, I'm going to put her in bitter feelings. While I am glad that she finally reconciled with Reiner at the very end and like acknowledged, she's like, I shouldn't have been a dumb mom and should have loved my son for being my child all along. I'm like, yeah, no shit. And so I was like, I'm glad you realized the errors of your ways. I'm glad you're trying to be a better mom, but she was just like not a good mom for a lot of it. And I was just kind of like, like I remember her. Do I think she deserved better though? I'm glad she came around. So I guess that's where I'm bitter about her character at. Flagle Reeves, whatever his face is. He's okay. I guess he probably deserved better. He lost his dad while he was using the bathroom. Would have gave him the better. Reporter man, who are you? Was there another reporter? I think there was. If there is, we'll find him here in a little bit. Oh my God. And then, the grandparents, Aaron's grandparents. Yeah, I do feel bad that they both died in the prison cell during part 1 of episode 29. I felt bad that they died in the prison cell, but they were kind of like bad grandparents, and no. Just not my cup of tea character-wise. I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this, but whatever. Who else we got? Udo and Zofia. They definitely deserve better. Dear God, those kids suffered some horrific deaths. They were brutal. Especially like Zofia in the manga. It's just, that is such a gruesome, like you turn the page and it's like, oh, there it is. It's like such shock value. And then Udo, you see his like head get caved in. Oh my God, Isayama. Like Halil and Ramsey would definitely be right next to them. Like, what gruesome deaths. Am I right? Ugh. So let's see. Hitch, gonna put under amazing. Gonna put her right in front of, I'm gonna put her in front of Sasha. I like her more than Sasha, honestly. Hitch is a great character. I was so wrong about Hitch. Season 1, the moment we saw Hitch and she was this valley girl and was kind of uptight and arrogant, seemingly, I thought she was gonna die in season 1. I thought the female Titan was gonna come in and like hurl a chunk of boulder and it was gonna crush Hitch Zofia style, and I thought she was going to die out in season 1. I had no idea she'd make it to the end. Good for her. As Lucille Bluth would say, she'd be like, good for her. But I like Hitch a lot, and Hitch tells it like it is. I like that she stands up to Annie. I like that she like tries to be a friend to Annie. She like teases Armin about liking her. She like gets to have her angst over losing Marlo. She could be a love interest for Connie or Ryan or Reiner. She could, Hitch has a lot of things she could do as a character. And I like that at the end when they're having like the militaristic parade and parody, she's just sitting there yawning like, I really don't agree with this, but I've got to do my job to save the people, so I'll do with what I can. So I like Hitch's character a lot. She's really, really great. Oh man. I would say Dinah, the Smiling Titan. Get her on here. I definitely think Dinah deserved better. Yeah, and we're gonna put her on here. Is that her too? Yeah, both of them. Yeah, I think that's both of them side by side. Definitely deserved better. I felt really bad. I think I'm putting her in the deserved better category after Aaron said that he literally had her go bypass Bertolt to go eat Carla and that start the chain of events of sealing her doom. I'm like, what the fudge? Yeah, I definitely feel for her. I think she definitely deserves some better. So, who does that leave us with? This guy over here, don't remember him. Don't know who he be. There's Dawes and Samuel, right? Who is this guy? I don't remember this dude here. Don't remember him. Oh, Gross. Yeah, Gross, bitter feelings about him being used as the literal representation of Isayama telling us that we are obsessed and desensitized by violence and we like watching it. Nice to have things thrown in your face, right? Fun time. Zackley? I kind of have bitter feelings about his character because his character, like, I remember him. I don't think he deserved better. He was torturing those one guys and had that freaky chair, so I'm going to put him there. Yeah, just not... His character is such a weird character, I think. Asmobita Woman, I don't know how to feel about her either. I would say deserved better, maybe, because she ended up on a ship, like out on a little floaty ship, her little rowboat to get out after her ship was sunk, and she had been trying to help them, so I'm kind of torn about her character. I don't really think about the Asmobita Woman too much. I don't have bitter feelings towards her, but I do remember her, and I'm not sure if she deserved better, but she's not amazing either, so she's kind of like in limbo. I should have had a limbo category, but what do we do? I would say that I would put Kruger under amazing. I really like the owl. I'm always the owls. An owl is one of my favorite animals. I love the concept of Kruger being the owl. I wish we'd got more with that. Because he was the attack titan. I wish he'd been like the beast titan too and had the owl powers at one point. But I love what he represents, like the all-seeing eye and the owl. And he's just such a freaking stoic and cool character. And he was only like in the show for like 2.5 episodes. And it was really, really great. I liked it a lot. I would say I wish I added another category at this point because I really don't know where to place a character like Kaya, who she kind of deserved better because she kind of deserved better, but I'm going to put Kaya up in amazing. It's not that she deserved better, but I'm going to put her and Gabby side by side because I really like Gabby. As my dog wants me to scratch her belly. I really like Gabby and I really like Kaya. Kaya and Gabby kind of go together as a pair, and I'm going to put Falco up here as well, those three. I think they're all really good characters. I like Gabby and Falco and Kaya. I'm going to put them maybe above Kruger since we get more screen time with them. But I really like what the three of them represent throughout season 4 of them coming from different sides, being the new generation, and showing how you can find understanding and common ground amongst each other. Like what they represent in the story of being the new generation is really, really good. I like it a lot. So, and plus, you have Gabby and Falco. They're like the one canon couple in the series that are for sure canon. And then you have like Falco becoming Birdman and Gabby. Gabby gets so much, the hate that Gabby got will always amaze me because from the get-go, and it's not just Gabby getting hate that amazes me because yeah, if you didn't like that she killed Sasha, understandable. If you didn't like that she was this little murder child, understandable. If you thought she was annoying, understandable. But what got me the most is in some of the comments I would get, people would be like, oh, Gabby's awful, but I love Aaron. And I'm like, her and Aaron are so similar. They're like, you can't say, I don't know how you can say you like Aaron, but you don't like Gabby. I'm like, they're basically start out at the same point and then go different ways. I'm like, what? And then some people try to say, well, Gabby like had military training. I'm like, so did Aaron in the Survey Corps. They're literally the same. It's like, what? Just, it baffles me to this day. But I like Gabby a lot. I think she's a great character. I love Falco. He's like a little lamb. I love him. They're just great characters. And speaking of deserved better, where is Colt? He deserved better. That is like seeing the manga of two brothers and seeing Colt hugging Falco, being like, I'm gonna be here with you no matter what happens to you, and then he just gets blown apart. Oh my gosh. It is so tragic. So sad. So sad. And Colt deserved better. Who are we down to now? Anyan Kapan. Anyan's amazing. I love him. I'm gonna put him up above, I'm gonna put Kaya behind Falco, and And I'm going to put Anyan right behind Falco too. I really like Anyan. His character is great. I like that he's kind of like the everyman. He sort of is in this situation where he's thrust in this environment with all of these people with random crazy powers and he can't do anything, but he's like, I can fly a plane, damn it. Can you all fly a plane? No, then sit down and shut up. I like Anyan's character as kind of an audience surrogate in this world because he has to interact with all of them and figure out what to do, but he can't turn into a Titan. He doesn't have super strength. He's just relying on his wits and how he can work with others. And it's really, really well done. And I'm glad he lived. Oh my gosh. When he crashed into the plateau, I'm like, well, if he's going to die, and they let him live. I'm like, that is amazing. I love it so much. But, let's see here. The dog has got this toy for me to throw at some point. I don't know where it's at. But who else we got here? There's these two kids that we can't see who they are. Are they supposed to be like Mikasa's children? Is that who they're supposed to be? I'm going to save them for last. I'm like, who the fudge are they? I don't know who these kids are. I don't know. They're going under Can't Remember. I'm like, are they supposed to be Mikasa's children? I don't know who they are. They're going under there. Who they be? I'm waiting for Ymir Fritz. Where's she be at? Do we not see her in here? Do we not get Ymir Fritz out of all these characters? Is she not there? I would put Ymir Fritz, if she's not here, I would put her under deserved better. For sure. Because Ymir Fritz, like, to spend 2,000 years in the paths and to go through all she did while she was alive, yeah, she deserved much better. I'm like, I've talked at length about Ymir at this point, so whatever, but she definitely would have been in that deserved better category. I think so. Pixis, our boy Pixis, he's amazing. Put him up there. I'm going to put him up there. I would put him above Anyan, I think. I love Pixis. I was crushing so hard on Pixis in season 1, being like, look at this man with his wine chan and all that. It's great. Put Niccolo towards the end and Bertolt, I think, and Uri. I think so. So yeah, I really liked Pixis's character. I was sad when he died. Made me sad. And at least he went out, you know, he had a swig of his drink before he turned into a Titan, right? I don't remember this one guy. He's going up here and Can't Remember. Don't know him. Mikasa's parents. I'm gonna put them under deserve better too, because Mikasa's parents getting murdered by just random burglars of all things. It's like, really? Sad days. Speaking of which, I would put Mr. Browse is going up under amazing. Put him up there too. Daddy Browse is one of the best. I love Mr. Browse so much. And the fact that he was so kind and progressive and intelligent, and he very much defies, like, you know, we make fun of Aaron as the hillbilly with the nuke, but, you know, Mr. Browse was literally the redneck in the woods, and he's one of the most kind-hearted, open-minded people in the whole series. So I like that Isayama does that. I like that Isayama says that, yeah, there are characters that are like hillbillies, there's characters that are like country bumpkins, but that doesn't mean they're not smart, it doesn't mean they're not aware, and it doesn't mean that they're not, like, open-minded and compassionate. And Mr. Browse was all of those things, and I just freaking loved him. Every time he was on the page or on screen, I was like, he's going to say something profound and amazing, and I'm going to eat it all up, right? It was great. There's these Survey Corps members that I don't think are Nakamelius, but I don't remember them fully, so they're going under Can't Remember. Sorry. Oops. Same with this guy here and this person here. Some of these people, I'm like, who are you? Where have you been? And then I think this is Moblet, if I'm pretty sure. Moblet deserved better. Absolutely. I felt for Moblet. Dying to save Hanji. That's just like, It was one of those things where we didn't know at the time what happened with Hanji and if they were alive. And you're wondering, well, how did they live? And then you see that Moblet saved them at the last moment. And you're like, And speaking of which, if we're getting into season 2, season 3, Hannes deserved better. Seeing him getting eaten alive by Dinah. Oh my God. Sad days. Sad days, y'all. So we're getting down to the wire. It looks like Rod Reese is this little creepy worm titan that's here. Well, that figures, but I'm putting him up in a bitter. I was not a Rod Reese fan throughout this series. I remember I did not like Rod Reese at all during season 3, part 1, and everybody was like, well, don't you feel bad for Rod Reese? Here's all the things and reasons why you should feel bad for Rod Reese. And I'm like, I don't! He knew exactly what he was doing the whole time. I'm like, no, he was like this cowardly individual, and I feel bad for some of the circumstances he was put in, and I understand why he made some of the decisions that he did, but I just didn't like his character. I'm like, no, he's just a worm, and here we be, right? And that's kind of what he ends up as. This guy here with the goatee and stuff, I don't remember him, so and then who else we got here? We're getting down to the wire now. Man, I would say I want to put Historia under deserved better because she for sure did, but I also really love her character, so I'm going to put her up here under amazing. I'm going to put her after Anyan, though. Like, I really liked Historia. Season 1, she didn't do a whole lot because Isayama wasn't ready for her to come out of the woodwork yet. Season 2 was like when she really came out and you started to see her character shine, and you're like, okay, this is Historia, especially the first part of season 2. And then during the whole Uprising arc, it's like, oh no, here's Historia. This is the peak of her, character, and then it was. And then she gets relegated to being like Queen-elect, but she doesn't do any ruling. She just goes sits off in the woods pregnant. We've talked about it already, but I was just like, I feel like her character deserves so much better. I'm glad that at the end she gets to be like part of the like actual monarchy doing her job. She's not just relegated to be a figurehead. She actually gets to do something, and I like that she has a major role, it seems, at the last of the series. Like, that part was great. I appreciated that. It was like, good. She deserves that. She deserves a role in this series, darn it. So I was glad to see her do that. Cool. And then as far as other characters that are amazing, Freckled Ymir, man. Freckled Ymir right up there alongside Historia. I would put Freckled Ymir under deserved better too, because her whole deal. I loved her character in season 2, and then she disappears. And then you don't see her again until the end of season 3, and that's when she's getting eaten by Porco. And it's like, but she burned like a big bright candle. She just had this big flame in season 2, and then just whisked away. And it's so sad. But she brought all this out in Historia, and she was just such a good character, and I'm so sad we didn't get as much with her. Like, people were raving about her in season 2, and I know now why, because they were like, this is all we're gonna get to see of her, damn it. It's like, it just makes me so sad. Makes me sad that that's all we got of Freckled Ymir. I would say, I don't know who this one guy is. There's a lot of characters in this tier I don't remember. Connie, I'm going to put an amazing, but I'm going to put him after Bertolt. I was never really a big Connie fan throughout the entire story. And I've talked about his character a little bit earlier, but he's fine. I never had any issues with Connie. He never really got to shine as a character like all the others. He just had like a few moments in the story where he really came out as his character, especially when it was tied to Sasha and Jean, particularly, or tied to his mom. And those moments, I really liked Connie's character, but they were so few and far between that I was like, I just need some more to really elevate his character for me. So that's kind of where I was with him, right? Oh, I remember who this guy is now, but because I couldn't remember, I'm going to put him over here. And then like Marco, amazing. Look at Marco. I'm going to put him above Connie. I loved Marco. Marco was such a great character. He was wonderful. Again, to have a character like Marco who was only around for 12 episodes in this giant series, but he stays in the table of contents of characters until the end of the 4th season, part 2. That's saying something. Like, he sticks around because his relevancy, and he's the linchpin that gets everybody to work together at Night of the End. Like, the relevancy of his character, the kindness of his character, the motivation his character serves. Like Marco's just such a great character, and I love him dearly. like, yes, please. Yes, please. And we wouldn't be able to talk about Marco unless we talked about Jean, who's one of my top 10. Or our king, Jean Kirstein. I thought that Jean was going to die. I know I've talked about this earlier, but I thought Jean was going to die the entire series. I was waiting for it to happen. I thought you all were lying to me. I thought you were lying to me, and then he was going to die in the finale, and you guys were like, I don't know, Romania, maybe he'll live, I don't know. I thought y'all were lying to me. I thought it was not going to happen. I thought he wasn't going to make it, and he was going to die. I thought he was going to, like, die saving Peak or something, because he wasn't a Titan shifter. He was kind of like Connie. He wasn't a Titan shifter. He could only rely on, like, the ODM gear, and that's about it. And unless you're Mikasa or Levi with this insane strength, him and Connie were kind of like at a huge disadvantage this entire time. But he teams up with Reiner and saves the day. It's like, it's so mind-boggling, right? It's so mind-boggling. But I honestly did not think he'd make it all the way. And I'm so glad he did. But Jean has always been my king since people sent me fan art of season 1 as our bisexual king, Jean Kirstein. I have loved his character. I've been so hesitant around his character in the series because I didn't want him to die, but here he is. He made it. I'm so happy. But yeah, I really appreciate what Jean's done in this series. And if he gets to be with Mikasa at the end, then cool. But I love Jean. He's great. Speaking of which, I want to bring up another of my favorite characters, and I might as well go ahead and put him up there, and that is Reiner. I like Reiner maybe... Do I like Reiner more than Jean? They're equal, so I'm going to sandwich him in between, but they're equal to me. Reiner coming out of nowhere to be one of my favorites. Like, season 1 of Reiner, and again, I've talked about them at length earlier, but season 1 of Reiner, he was, like, not there very much because he ends up being the armor titan. Season 2, we get to see, like, all the different personalities and, like, the layers of complexity with his character. Season 3, he's not there very much because he's over in Shiganshina with Bertolt. And then season 4, Reiner just blossoms in season 4. It's like Aaron's character wilts like a dying spider lily, and Reiner's character blooms like a rose. And it's so beautiful to see, like, to see the layers of complexity of his character, to see how his character struggles with survivor's guilt and PTSD, to see how his character goes from thinking that he doesn't deserve to live and he should just die, to end up living in the end and finding happiness and living for Gabby and Falco. It's like, oh, it was so good. And I was like, damn it, I fell in love with Reiner's character around season 4, and I've not turned back. Like, I love his character. I wanted his character to be happy. I wasn't sure if he was going to make it or not, but he did. And I'm like, it's just, I love Reiner's character, and I'm glad. I hope he finds happiness in the fan fiction. Now that the series is over, right? Now that the series is over. I would say, that's one of Willie Tiber's daughters. She goes and can't remember. I would say poor Marcel. Marcel deserved better. Marcel getting eaten by Freckled Ymir. Oh my god, he deserved better, like saving Reiner and getting eaten for it. What can we do? I would say with Dawes, that one guy was Samuel. Oh man. I'd say with Dawes, I have a little bit of bitter feelings with his character because he was like, he had the chance to not act against Connie and Armin on the boat, and then he did. Him and Samuel did. And I'm going to put Samuel up there and bitter too, because I was like, damn it, you guys. I guess I'm bitter not only about their deaths, because it's like that part of volume 32, that part of Traitor was so hard to watch and to read. But it's like, on the one hand, you want them to make a decision that doesn't get anyone killed, but then on the other hand, you know why they're making those decisions. So it's just so hard. But their characters just making you feel all kinds of ways, right? Who is it? Is that Moblet there? Well, damn it. I'm going to put him deserve better. He deserved better for me to recognize him. Oh, that guy there's from No Regrets. Hell, put him up and can't remember. Yeah, no, Moblet is right there. Moblet deserved better. Look at him. Okay, we're getting down the wire now. This guy here, don't remember him. He's something with somebody with the Survey Corps. This chick here that was like Kenny's maybe lover but wasn't. I have bitter feelings against her. I wanted more with her character so much. I was ready for her to be like a subplot character, or like some boss that somebody was gonna have to face. I thought that like Connie or somebody was gonna have like a boss battle with her. I don't know. I just thought she'd have more of a role. I thought the Kinney squad in general would have more of a role, but they really didn't. They were just fodder for that battle in the ice, like under the underground chapel. Like they really didn't do anything. So I was kind of bitter about that. So that's why she's there. But Kinney though, I would say Kinney is right up there and amazing. I would say Kinney's right up there. I freaking love Kinney's character. He's probably the weirdest character in the whole series. He's probably one of the more unique characters. Like his weird sense of humor, like the dark humor that he has, the way that he gets serious, the way that he acts around Levi, the past with Levi, like all of that. It's so crazy. And I love it. It makes his character so intriguing. And it was like for season 3, you had all of this stuff within Trost, within Shiganshina, within the walls, within the Survey Corps versus the Titans. And Kinney was that big breath of fresh air that told you that not only were you getting new characters in the story, but this wasn't going to be the Titans versus the Survey Corps anymore. No, now we were going to get into like the nastiness of humanity and getting into these other human groups that are maybe even worse than the Titans. And that was like a nice transition, because then when you get to Marley and see it, it's like, okay, this was just the stepping stone from Kinney to the Warriors to the other side of the wall. Like, it was a great choice of Isayama to introduce a character like Kinney that was so fresh and fun and dangerous. And I love Kinney. He's great. He's a great character. He might move up in the top 10. We'll see who I've got left for the top 10 when we do that. Right? Porco is amazing. I liked Porco a lot. I can't say he deserved better because he went out on his own terms. He chose the way that he went out. And I didn't have any bitter feelings towards Porco. I wish he had been nicer to Reiner a few times, but he came around. And Porco's character was just a lot of fun. He was very serious. He was the Connie of the Warriors. Porco was the Connie of the Warriors. He like had a bone to pick about losing his brother, just like Connie did about losing his family. He was like friends with Reiner, just like Connie was friends with Jean. And they both had similar kind of roles of wanting to protect their friends in their arcs. The problem is Porco had the Jaw Titan, which is what Falco needed, so that's why he had to go. But yeah, I liked Porco's character. He's fine. I'm gonna put Kinney up here a little bit more, and I'm gonna put Porco by Connie. There we go. That seems about right. All right. Oh, Hanji, definitely in my top. I would put Hanji up there next to Levi. I freaking love Hanji. I loved Hanji from the beginning. I don't remember where I placed Hanji the other recaps. I'm sure they were in the A tier for the most recap, but I'm going to put them up in the S tier because Hanji is so badass in that finale. Just sacrificing themselves, dedicating their hearts, and going out like in a blaze of glory, being as cool as they could be. I love it. And I love just the full circle of Hanji's character and how they went from just being this little scientist messing with Titans to taking over the Survey Corps command from Erwin to giving it to Armin to like living out their last moments being around the creatures that they loved. What else can we say about Hanji? They're amazing. They're such a great, solid character. And there's not really anything that I think people can dislike about Hanji. Hanji's very human. They're flawed. They make mistakes. They acknowledge those mistakes. It's just, they're such a good character. I miss Hanji. I wish Hanji had made it to the end, but someone said, I think it was Christopher Peterson who noted that would Hanji have liked a world without Titans? That's the thing. Would they have liked a world without Titans? I don't know about that. So, it's so hard, right? It's so hard. And then who else we got in here? Yelena goes up under amazing. I like me some of Yelena. Yelena's a crazy wench, but I like her a lot. She's great. I feel like Yelena had served their purpose well. They didn't really have a very big role in the last couple of episodes, but by that point, once Zeke was attached to the Doomsday Titan, their role was pretty much just like, what do you want me to do, right? What do you want me to do? So I feel like Yelena had a good run throughout the series. They had a very distinct role. They accomplished it. Their attachment to Zeke was interesting. The way Isayama draws them, if you read the manga, Yelena is drawn very weird. She looks different than half the characters. I think it's because her eyes are like pitch black. They're just like so inky on the page. It's great. Another great character is Carla. They go under A category. I would say they deserve better, but they're amazing. So they get up there in that one, just being the most badass, best mom ever, right? Gonna put them under there. And I would also put McGath and Shadis up under amazing. Put them together. They can be an old man Yowie together. I love McGath and Shadis. They're so good. They are great characters. And I love them in Bystander, and I love in Retrospective. They get to go out with a bang together. It's great. It warmed my heart that for Keith to meet someone and for McGath to ask him his name, to want to know who he was. So good. And then McGath went on a journey with his character, because Keith from the get-go, you kind of like, okay, it's Keith Shadis, sure. And then by Bystander, you're like, oh, I love Keith. And then by the end of it, you're just like over the moon with what his character does. And then with McGath, what I liked is that at first I didn't like McGath's character. I was like, who's this guy? I don't trust him. And, I was very reserved. And just like the message of the story, the more you get to understand McGath and know him, you kind of realize who he is at heart and that he's wanting the best for the Warriors. He believes they should get better, but he's trying to do like what Keith told the students. He's like, you just got to stay in power, play the system as long as you can till you make it to the top, and then you can change the rules. McGath lived out what Keith wanted the kids in the Jaegerist squad to do. Keith wanted them to like rise up the ranks and then take command and change the rules. McGath lived out Shadis's dream. This is why they're an OTP. This is why they should have all the nice things. So yeah, that's why I love Shadis and McGath. Rico, I don't know where to put Rico. I'm going to put her under deserved better because we deserve to see her more. We saw her like everybody, we were debating in the Discord whether it was her in the final panels with the other military parody people. I was like, that's cool if she's there, but where was she this whole time? Like, Isayama, why didn't you show us Rico? I think it was one of those things where he didn't know what to do with her character, so he was just like, she's fighting there somewhere. She's with Hitch, I guess. But my thing was she wasn't military police. She was a garrison, so she should have been around with Pixis and them. But oh well. I'll accept it, I guess. I just wish we had seen more of Rico's character, because I liked her back in season 1 because she did not let Eren get away with shit. She was very blunt to him and was very much like, here's what has to happen, so just do it. She didn't pander to him. She just told him like it was. And I liked that. I respected Rico for that. So I wish we could have seen more of that with her character. I don't know who this man with the glowing eyes is. Is he like the Sonus man? I can't remember. I'm assuming so because there's bars there. Whatever. I would put Willie Tiber under amazing. He's a great character. I love Tiber. I would put Tiber... No, I'd keep Tiber where he is there. I would maybe move McGath and Shadis up. But yeah, I liked Willie Tiber's character a lot. I wish I'd seen more of him. I wish we'd gotten more of him. I feel like he's another character that Isayama had a very specific role for and was like, he's going to burn bright as a candle and then be gone. And that's exactly how his character was. And I wanted more Willie. I loved his character. I loved the voice actor that got to play him in the anime. He was great. And he just did such a good job. And I just wanted to see more of him. So, tears. Erwin Smith. What else can we say about Erwin Smith? He's in the top 10. Erwin's such a great character. I love him so much. I just love Erwin's character. He is such a badass. And at the very beginning of the series, when we first met Erwin, he's another character that, like McGath, I didn't think very highly of Erwin at first. I was like, well, why is he making these decisions? And what are these decisions doing? And blah, blah, blah. And then the more we got to know Erwin and see the inside of his thinking and what he was doing and why he was doing it, then I respected him more and more. So it was very much like a McGath situation. And then by season 3, the moment past Erwin's death, I'm like, nope, all makes sense. I loved Erwin's character. And I'm sad that he's gone. So maybe I won't have a top 10. Maybe I'll have a top 9. We'll see here. Peek's character goes under amazing. I really liked Peek's character a lot. Her character was so much fun. Again, she was another one I thought was going to die. Thought her character was going to die. It's great. I'm glad that Isayama chose to make her a woman and tweak the character of Peek like he did, because it was a little bit of a sausage fest before then. But yeah, I really liked Peek's character. I liked that she was this, like, you have Annie who's kind of cold and cynical, and then you have Peek who's kind of warm and welcoming in like a quiet way. It's kind of weird, right? Both of them have this like kind of macabre weirdness to them, but Annie's cold and Peek is very warm. So I liked that a lot. I would tie Annie up into amazing as well. I feel like I'm gonna have to pick somebody from here to bounce up to my tops. But I really liked Annie's character. The only thing for me that would separate Annie, the thing that keeps Annie from being in my top 10 is we only saw her season 1 and season 4. That was it. Like for seasons 2 and 3, which was a long chunk, she was absent from the whole thing. And I was like, ugh. I wanted to see more of Annie. And I feel like, again, it was literally a plot device that Isayama was like, I can't show her anymore. I have to save her for the end. So it is what it is. But I loved Annie's character and how she went from being so cold and cynical to becoming someone that wanted to live and live for others. Like, that's such a good message about a character like hers. So kudos. Grisha and Zeke. What do we do with them? I remember them, so we can't put them there. I don't really have bitter feelings towards them, but did they deserve better? I'm gonna put Zeke definitely in amazing. I like Zeke's character a lot. Which I say that, I've been saying the whole recap being like, I don't really care for Zeke. Look, I don't care for Zeke personally, but I like the way his character is written. I think his character is written very well. Is he my cup of tea? Not really. But is his character written well? Yes, I think so. And I've talked about Zeke in previous recaps and earlier. But I like Zeke's character an awful lot in terms of how he's written, the complexity of his character, and his tiebacks to the flashbacks, both in Memories of the Future as well as That Day and Soul Salvation, are so good. So I think he deserves to be in the amazing category just on that basis. Now, Grisha, you know what? I'm going to put Grisha under deserved better. You know why? Because he ended up getting eaten by his son after he was told by his son to do the damn thing, even though he didn't want to do the damn thing. And he was trying to become a better father, but it didn't matter. And then he met his son that he abandoned right before he died again. So, you know what? I'm going to do that for Grisha. I'm going to say deserve better. I'm going to put him next to Dinah. They can be together and just do that because bless him, right? Okay. So here's the thing. These last 4, I'm going to put them up here. So my question is there anybody other than Flock that deserves to be, I'm going to do my top 9 instead of my top 10, because 9, why not? Is there anybody that deserves to be in the top 10 more than Flock? Zeke and McWillie? Flock's character is more intriguing to me than Zeke's is, maybe. Carla and Yelena and Niccolo, no. The McGath and Theo, no. Connie, no. Connie's not my top 10. Marco and Bertolt, no. Kruger. Kenny gives a close run for the money for the top 10. Kenny does. He really does. But he's only in those couple of episodes. It's like, what about Historia? Does Historia crack the code? I mean, she's up there with Ymir, Freckled Ymir. But, you know what? I'm going to put Flock as my number 9 next to Erwin. You know why? Because I'm going to put him up there because I have such a love-loathe relationship with Flock. Flock got me agitated and talkative like nobody else in this series, whether it was for better or for worse. I feel like Flock is our Burger King. I wore a damn crown for him. He kept coming back like a damn cockroach and kept living, and I was like, what is happening? So I'm gonna put Flock up there begrudgingly as my number 9. He's like the alternate, like the number 9 that gets up there. That's gonna be him. Mikasa, I'm gonna put Mikasa in my top 9 because it would feel weird to leave her away from the group. But I'm gonna put her down probably past Jean and Erwin, and I'm gonna put her next to Flock. She needs to guard Erwin from Flock. So he can't kill him. And I know that seems weird to place Mikasa so low, but as I've talked about her character previously, I just wanted more of her. And not just in the manga, but just in general. I think she gets a lot of screen time in the manga, more so than the anime, but she's still not an extremely talkative character. There's more to her in the manga, I will give you that, but I just wanted more. And what I got from her I really liked, but it made me hungry for more development with her character. And I feel like she was done very dirty by the anime. I feel like the anime just kind of made her this... They made her like Orihime light, almost, in the anime, where she wasn't yelling Ichigo or Kurosaki the entire time, or Ichigo-kun, or Kurosaki-kun. Yeah, Kurosaki-kun is what Orihime says all the time. She wasn't doing it, she was just saying Eren, like kind of like that. It's like they wanted to make her into Orihime and make her be literally annoying when she's not in the manga. She's a compelling character and I like her a lot. And I'm glad she becomes a focal point in the finale, but it's like, by that point, people were just like over her, I think, in some regards. If you weren't a Mikasa fan, then it's like, it was pretty polarized. You either liked Mikasa a lot, like I did, or you didn't like her really at all. And it's such a shame because she's such a good character. I wish more people liked Mikasa. And during the end of season 4 part 2, there were so many people that would like gang up on Mikasa, saying, like, talking about her killing the troops mercilessly, as if the troops and Jaegers and other stuff weren't doing it already. It's just like, so I don't know. I like Mikasa's character. She's not in my top 5, but I like Mikasa's character an awful lot. So that leaves us with Eren and Armin. They're going in my top 9, but Armin is my favorite. Armin is my favorite. I took the little test and I am INFJ. Like, what is Armin? What is his thing? I think he's INFJ is his type, and I'm the same thing as Armin. We're like the researchers or whatnot. But I forget what that's called, but that's what Armin and I are. I love Armin's character. I've loved him since season 1. He was my favorite character back then. Season 2 is probably the one season Armin has the least to do, because season 2 is all about Historia and Freckled Ymir, and it's about Eren getting taken by Reiner and Bertolt, and Armin's there, but he has the least to do in season 2. And then from season 3 on, it's just like Armin's hour. Like, Mappa loved him in season 4, drawing him, but season 3, Hero, Midnight Sun, across the outside the wall on the other side of the sea, and then all of season 4, Armin's perspective and him being the narrator of the story. Like, Armin is just such an amazing character, and I don't know how you don't like him. My brother doesn't like Armin. My brother's like, and I'm like, what? He's my favorite. My brother's like, he's your favorite? And I'm like, but yeah, I love Armin so much, and I don't care if people don't like him as much as I do, but I think because I relate so much to Armin, I think that's where it comes from, but he's definitely my favorite character. So that leaves Eren. What do we do about Eren? Well, he's in my top 9. Is he in my top 5? Because right now I've got Armin, Levi, Hanji, Reiner, and Jean. That's hard. That's hard. I would probably say, I feel bad doing this, but I would move Jean up a wee bit. I would move Reiner behind Erwin and behind Mikasa. Now there's like double armor from Flock to get to him. And I would probably put Eren in between Mikasa and Reiner. There we go. That's what we got. Flock's getting cock blocked by Reiner to get to Eren. Eren and Mikasa are together, but yeah, my top 5 are probably Armin, Levi, Hanji, Jean, and Erwin. Mm-hmm. And then Eren's in there. Here's the thing. As you all know, I don't really like Eren as a character. I don't, but I will give Isayama so many props for how well he's written Eren and for what a great character Eren is and how we should be learning from Eren. I just feel like I have, like Flock, this love-hate relationship with Eren, and he has so much depth to him as a character, and he's so well written. I can't deny that. It's kind of like the situation with Zeke. I can't deny he's an amazingly written character, even if you don't like him. It's just like, it is what it is. So that's my final tier. I'm fairly happy with that. I'm going to take a picture of that in case if people ask for the tier. But yeah, I feel like that is a very decent final character tier. I'm happy with that. I can live with that. So yeah, I'm all about that. Good deal. God, it feels weird to place these characters and be done with them, but there we go. So I guess now we're ready to move on to the next toast. So now we're to Requiem. Before we dive into Requiem, I want to go ahead and do RIP toast number 10. This toast was actually going to involve 43 people, 30 of which were the Survey Corps members that died in season 4, part 2. But as it were, I was starting to put tablespoons of liqueur in this cup with my coffee, and I got to the other 13 and thought, oh, I have 30 more to do. I'm going to the hospital. So there are 13 tablespoons of liqueur in this cup. So it is mostly liquor, which may be a bad decision. We'll see. But other than the 30 Survey Corps members that passed away from Pride and the episodes after it at the end of season 4, part 2, right before Dawn of Humanity, we also need to toast the other ones of Varys, of Zachary, our premier man who died alongside his creepy ass chair, to Kassaver, the originator of soul salvation, to Grits, to Colt. Colt's death was just really freaking sad, right? And then Niall's death, Pixis's death, Porco's death, Rowie, Oliver, Luis, Daz, Samuel, all of these deaths are all very tragic, and just, I remember at this point in volume 32 of the manga, just feeling the pit of my stomach just because it was just so hard. So these deaths that took place between volumes 30 through 32 were just very hard to deal with in the show. But I've toasted them all individually in the other recap, but for you all, we are going to toast a nice little swig here, and the 13 tablespoons of liqueur in this that I'm going to be ingesting as I read Requiem is going to be in your honor. So cheers, y'all. Could you imagine if I'd done 13 shots before reading this? Hospital bound. So let's talk about Requiem. I went ahead and wrote a lot of notes because I realized I'd probably not be coherent by the time I get through this, but I'm not going to be going through all of my notes that I have concerning Requiem yet. So if you're not familiar with what Requiem is, I'm not really either yet, but what I do know about it going into this is that it started to get mentioned around the time I was finishing season 2, part 4, or season 4, part 2. This is a bad decision. This is not going to end well. But I started hearing little whispers about Requiem around the time I was finishing season 4, part 2. And I wasn't going to read into it because I figured it was going to be spoilery. I didn't want to know about it. And so around the time I had finished the finale, the anime was getting into volumes 33 and 34, the Discord started buzzing more about it because at that point I'd seen the series in total through the anime, and they were like, okay, let's tell you about Requiem. And all they really said about it, because I said I really wanted to react to it for this recap, was that it was a group of fans who decided to recreate the ending because they weren't satisfied with the manga. Now, this all started, it's a French group, I believe, a group of French fans who started this that were not pleased with the manga volume and how it ended, which, as I've talked about earlier in this video, understandable. So the Discord wanted to make it clear that this was originally constructed before the anime came out. And I was like, okay, cool. And so the manga is what we're going to be looking at today. And it's in a manga format. I've gone to the website. You can either read it in a full-length like web comic format, or you can do it manga style. I'm going to do manga style because that's how I did the manga for Attack on Titan. Seems appropriate. But it's 3 chapters. I think they're 21 pages, 18 or 19 pages, and then another like 32 pages. So it's not as long as I thought it was. I was like, is this gonna be a long endeavor? But it's a pretty substantial amount. It's like a chunk of 60 pages of fan created content. So I'm like, that's a pretty big chunk. But it's basically, as far as I'm concerned, an alternate ending to the series. So we'll talk about fan fiction, and we'll talk about a lot of other things regarding how I feel about this. I don't want to talk about them yet because I would like to react to the manga, see what this is. The people on Discord were not very happy about it. And those are for reasons that we'll talk about once we're done with it. But I will say I am always up for playing Eldian Advocate, as you know. So I'm like, let me go into this with a slightly inebriated, I want to examine this through a critical lens. And critical, not meaning like a super stern or super harsh, but looking at it in terms of what I think the criteria is that I should be. And so we're going to pose a research question. As an English teacher, we're going to make this a research question. And that is going to be, what is the purpose of this piece? What is it saying in comparison to the source material? And I think that in regards to it being a fan fiction, that is a very important question to answer. So that's the question that I'm going to go into evaluating this piece and say, what is its purpose? What is it saying in comparison to the original work? And that seems fair, right? That's what we're going with. So yeah, I'm really excited. There's a lot to talk about with this piece. Supposedly, the reason that kind of cemented me wanting to react to it is that they're making an animated version of this, which we're going to talk about afterwards. So, but I want to give it a shot, be as neutral as possible going in. Maybe I'll enjoy it. Maybe I'll be like, okay, alternate ending. Maybe there'll be parts of it that I'm like, okay, that's better than the original. Or what do we say about this? But again, our research question is, what is the purpose of this piece and what is it saying in comparison to the source material? Because I believe that's a very important question to be answered. And what we gain out of that question, I think, is going to impact where I go post-discussion with this. So get your thinking caps on. And if you've never read this, then okay. But you know what? It is a non-commercial piece, meaning it's free for everyone's access. So I feel like I can react to it. And it's totally fine because it's non-commercial. It's fan fiction. So it should be fine. We'll talk about it. But yes, so I'm really excited to dive into this. On the website, the artwork looks really good. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to give you all my honest opinion. The artwork looks really good. It very much looks like Attack on Titan. They're imitating Isayama's style. It does look a little bit more webtoony than Isayama's style. You can tell the characters are distinct, especially how they have Reiner and Jean drawn on this cover page. They look very distinct. Armin looks a little Bishonen, a little bit. His eyes are a little bit more wide and exaggerated. He looks a little bit more anime style than Isayama's, but again, it's not a direct lift, seemingly. The art style is distinct enough, which is good, but it looks nice. It looks very quality. Has 3 parts. I like the way the website lets you read from the beginning. I want to go through this little thing here. They do say a new ending is about to be born. I don't know how to feel about this. But again, these are French writers, so maybe English is not their native language, and they're translating from French to English, so there could be some lost in translation. Attack on Titan began as a simple premise of humanity fighting monsters under the threat of extinction. Since then, the narrative has expanded to include complex but engaging themes such as discrimination, oppression, natalism. Natalism? Is it nativism? PTSD, child abuse, as well as the damaging psychological, emotional, and physical effects of war. No arguments there. Many of these thematic elements strongly reflect the history of our world as we know it, and such make for analyzing the text all the more compelling. I'm all right with that. Sure, I'm on board. That's a very good explanation. AOT no Requiem explores an alternate ending to the canon material based on the XIII no Requiem music video. Okay, this doujinshi serves as a rewrite of the final 3 chapters of Attack on Titan, 137, 138, and 139. Oh, it is one long chapter updated in parts following the events of the previous chapters contained within the source material 1 through 136. Okay, so basically what they're doing is chapters 1 through 136, no change, timeline's the same, but we're altering the contents of chapters 137, 138, and 139. Transforming 200 pages of content down to 50 is a task, because I think this is like 50 pages out of the 200 source material or 150 source material, but okay, I understand. AOT no Requiem is created by diverse fans who share a strong passion for Isayama's work. This has to be translated because they spelled passion, passion, and that's not grammatically correct. Also, I'm sorry, as an English teacher, if you're trying to make a professional website, spell check and grammar check. So, this is going to be fun. Please continue to show support for the Attack on Titan franchise by following the official release. Okay, you know what? They're at least telling us to follow the official release. So far, so good. We're not totally saying Isayama's a piece of trash. Okay, it's fine. And this says, disclaimer. All publicly recognizable character settings, etc. are the property of Kodansha and Hajime Isayama, along with the original characters and plot. Kodansha and Hajime Isayama is in no way associated with the owners, creators, or producers of any previously copyrighted material. No copyright infringement is intended. Yes, you have to literally say that because you're drawing the same characters as the intellectual property. This is a work of fan fiction as it falls under fair use, used by virtue of being non-commercial, appropriating only the concept of the original characters and the plot. No direct asset borrowing. Well, you're drawing the exact same characters and you just said you were completely considering it canon with the first 136 chapters by making a big enough change to the original story as to not be a redraw. Okay, I know why they're saying this. Back several years ago, there was, Gene Simmons of Kiss, of all things. His son decided to draw his own comic, and it basically was a complete artistic ripoff of Noblesse. I don't know Noblesse, but I know I saw side-by-side comparisons where I did a paper about it, where his son tried to create this comic, and he was literally tracing Noblesse pages and making them into his own, which is infringement because it wasn't his artwork. He was stealing it. So I do think that this whole little disclaimer is just to say, we're drawing the characters ourselves. We're not copying Isayama's artwork directly. We're just making, the characters will look similar, but it's our own artwork. Fair. I will say something about the non-commercial, but I'm going to wait till I'm done with the read. There is something about that non-commercial aspect and fan fiction that we're going to talk about, but I'm going to save that. And then they have some fan art. They have a Twitter page, whatever. Okay. So far, from the onset on the website page, everything looks kosher. It's just like, we just want to tell this alternate ending. No shade, no tea. Totally fine. Respect Isayama, support his stuff. Okay. Fair enough. And then there's 3 chapters. There's a theory and an analysis page with like a timeline for their own story. Go that extra distance. And then artwork, interviews, other fan endings. Okay, cool. So it's like, if you didn't like the ending of Attack on Titan, here's your collective fan base to retell it. Okay. So we're going to click read from the start. And we're going to start this here. Oh. In 3, 2, 1. There's legit music with this? What? We're gonna turn this down. I feel like I'm on like a Sailor Moon fan site from the early 2000s where you clicked on the webpage, it was like all the moons and star sparkles. It's like, do you want to download this coloring page of Sailor Venus? What? I'm interested. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit low though. I don't know if the sound being on is gonna affect this. I don't know. We're going to do manga style. So this first chapter is only 12 pages. Okay. Now, I'm sure that as we're going through this, I'm going to remember where chapter 137 starts at, but I'll get into this. Okay. Okay, that's kind of cool. I like Aaron waking up to the tree and then looking over and seeing the other tree. I like that. That's fun. Oh. And long, long ago, when our world was still young, and all manner of... Oh! So we're getting... Okay, so Zeke is talking to Armin still, but Aaron, like Aaron from the Paths, is leading little Aaron. Okay. To you, 2,000 years at last. Okay. It's a little cheesy, but it's okay. All manner of unknown things began to form, that which you call life. So this thing that Zeke is talking about, that's not changing too much. And as the conditions changed and became more complex, life sought out more than survival. It sought out meaning. We as a species became arrogant in our conquest, thinking to ourselves to be special, simply because our ability to thrive until... Oh gosh, I'm about to sneeze. The world to our design. Okay, so talking about humanity being selfish and arrogant. Okay. And yet, in spite of all odds, one such ancient life form persisted through the millennia. Refusing to pass on, it waited. Why and for what purpose? Okay, I like this idea of Aaron leading his child self through the paths to the tree. Okay. Let's get in this. Perhaps it too was waiting for another chance to fight the inevitable doom waiting for us all. Or maybe, in its need to fulfill that instinct to persevere, by pure chance it found a way. Or maybe there's really no deeper meaning to any of this after all, and all those years of suffering have been for nothing. It's a very nihilistic way to look at it, but that's pretty in character for Zeke, so it's fair. Our history began because one pitiful slave girl defied her master and stumbled into the power that changed everything. All right. Aaron's friend, that little girl, was her. In a desire to find meaning, she was pushed to survive, and she became our founder, Ymir. I cannot pretend to understand it all, even after spending all this time here. But one thing is for certain, no matter how one might try to fight it, death is inevitable. So why bother seeking out something as arbitrary as meaning at all? So yeah, so again, this is like Zeke saying that we're all gonna die, so what's the point in finding meaning? I'm gonna be very curious to see if this is gonna relate back to Armin and the Leaf, because the whole point of that was to say, well, your meaning is gonna be different for every individual, but we all find meaning in different things, but it's not finding this big overarching like truth or freedom. It's finding these little moments to hold on to and to connect together like the paths and to forge our own futures. Okay. All these lives that never needed to suffer, all these paths created from arrogance and the desire to divide the very nature of this world. If she had just accepted her fate and freed herself from suffering, as we all eventually do, this could have been avoided. Maybe then we might have been spared from this existence. So far, this page right here is pretty much the same as the manga. This place was born of that arrogance. Unable to move on from the will of the king, she was banished here to this place, free from death, obeying his desires. Godlike in power, but forever a slave. Now, in the manga... in the anime, they kind of established that the reason why she created the paths, this place of never-ending death, was because she was stuck in this loop and she couldn't get away from her love of the king, even though he didn't love her back. And so she was just kind of like didn't know what to do, and so she just created this world and just kept serving him and his descendants as a means of trying to get that love back because she didn't know what else to do. We've talked about this. With this earth, she creates the monsters that destroy and perpetuate the cycle of suffering. Okay. I like the idea of young Aaron seeing her like that. So this all began because of her, and this place free of death. But if she has all this power, why not use it to free herself? It's a good question. You've realized the conundrum. Very good. Very good, Armin. Okay. Why she didn't exact her revenge on the man and the people who enslaved her instead of serving them? Maybe she couldn't. Some kind of condition to her power. The more I watched this history, the less convinced that was the case. The power itself is not the issue. Could it have been her will? Was she incapable of separating her own desires from that of her abusers? Or was there some hidden need to belong? If so, her suffering was truly great. I mean, she was in love. She was in love, and she didn't know what to do about it, and it was unrequited, and then it just led to her eternally suffering rather than moving on. Right? Aaron was able to understand her when I couldn't. That's why she went with him. He offered her something no one else could give her, and that was freedom. Yes! I like the way Armin's drawn there. That's really good. I mean, technically, I guess he did. He was the only one, but he was the only one that, like, I don't know if Zeke should, because really it was that Aaron, he gave her a chance to connect with someone. He didn't just order her around. I mean, he did by asking her to do the rumbling for him, but he was the first person to come up to her and be like, oh, I understand you. I'm listening to you, feeble woman, when everybody else just gave her orders and didn't even try to hear her out. So it's kind of like, it's like if you've ate the worst junk food your entire life and existence, and that's all you know. So you just think a Big Mac's like the best thing you could possibly eat, and then somebody shows up with like a filet mignon. It doesn't even have to be a great filet mignon, but you taste it and you're like, oh my God, where's this been all my life? Oh, give me more of that. Erin is literally like the first piece of steak she's had when she's lived off a hamburger diet for 2,000 years. That's really what this is. So of course she'd be like, yes, absolutely. You've offered me the best option in 2,000 years. Going for it. It's the closest thing to my goal. Sure. Is she finally free? Are we all free now? Not yet. And then Aaron gets in the most dramatic shonen badass pose. You showed me she's not alone anymore. Then what is she waiting for? And he's like, my dick. No, I'm kidding. I once theorized of Aaron and Ymir possibly being a ship, but then everybody was like, she's 2,000 years old. And I'm like, well, she was robbing the cradle with him. No, that is really funny. Aaron looks super Bishon in there, right? Okay. I'm not opposed to this so far. It's just basically inserting Aaron into the Zeke and Armin conversation. For 2,000 years, she's been waiting for someone to free her, to free us all. And it's the reason you're here. Oh no! Are we going to make Aaron the savior? Oh, here we go. This is where we're starting. Okay. I was like, this doesn't seem much different than the manga or the anime, but Aaron, an idiot, a hillbilly with a nuke, oh no, he's gonna be the savior that saves us all, because he's the main character. That's how the story has to go. It's the hero's journey, don't you know? Oh my. I'm gonna try to play Eldian's advocate. The booze is kicking in! The power has shown me the paths ahead and the branches of things that have passed and what could have been, and the paths built on their plans that I reject and what can't be changed, leaving only one. Wow! So that is a major change, because in the original, especially in the anime, now again, the manga does not emphasize this, so I will give them credit because the manga doesn't quite emphasize this like the anime does, but in the anime, Aaron is like, look, I tried all these paths in the current timeline and none of them changed, so I just stuck with this future because that seemed like the only possible cause. But we know that the future was only set in stone like it was because Aaron couldn't see. Basically, the manga and anime make it to where it's like, no, Aaron could not understand. He's a hillbilly with a nuke. He doesn't understand how time travel works. And he would just, all he saw was this one future and he was happy with it. So he's like, well, that's the future I want. So I'm going to keep building towards it. And that's all I know to do. I don't know if that future, once I get to it, is going to lead everybody else to be in hell or heaven, but that's what I want. So I'm going to keep walking towards it. Here, he's like, he suddenly becomes Sherlock and enters his mind palace, and he's like, I have looked into every future like Confucius and has sorted through all in the past and all the future. He becomes Doctor Strange and just is like, I have leaving one path. And I'm like, okay, if this is making Aaron a savior after everything that's happened in chapters 1 through 136, okay. All right, story. Let's go. When you wake up, you'll forget what you learned, but not what you felt. What? be pissed off, want to destroy things, but you're not gonna know why. Until that moment. Okay, until he kisses the hand. Okay. And then you'll begin to understand. So but that's weird. Because basically it's saying that him under the tree, he goes in the path to see Eren from the future. Where in Attack on Titan, the child version of Eren in the original, it's a metaphor. It's symbolism. The childlike version of him is like his core, his essence. It's like when people in fiction die, their ghost sometimes looks younger, their ghost sometimes stays the same age they are when they die. It changes depending on their aura, their soul, their essence. And the ED for season 4 part 2 is literally a child of evil. So Eren's essence is a child, right? Because that's kind of his representation. So you're trying to give it a irrational justification instead of just letting it be symbolic. It's a choice, in the word of Tatiana, choices. All right, let's see what we get. I've walked these plains for what feels like an eternity. Like our brother, I tried to see and understand. And through the combined power of the attack and founding titans, I learned to control what I saw. And I could see the results of all their plans. And I saw peace, but endless destruction, over and over again with no end in sight. I knew I had to be the one to change things and end this hatred of Cycle once and for all. Oh man, the Eren fans are fapping at this already. Oh no, we're making him a savior. Oh no, wow, okay, sure. I tried to save the ones dearest to me by trying to change the flow of the paths. I tried to stop some things from happening. I even talked to Isayama's editor to keep Sasha in the series after season 2. But once I realized to achieve that one goal, sacrifice was unavoidable. To assert our birthright, I'm prepared to sacrifice the world. But, okay. I'm like, but is this part of freeing Ymir? Because the thing about it is, Eren wants to destroy the world. He's a psychopath. He is not a savior. He is a hillbilly with a nuke. He's a psychopath, and that's the point. Isayama has said in interviews he wanted to create a character that was like the serial killer he read about, and to see if people would empathize with him. And that's kind of the social experiment of his character. And it works, and you do empathize with Eren, but he is literally a psychopath. And it's like, no, he's an idiot. And they're taking that concept that makes Eren a very intriguing, well-written main character that is fascinating to dissect, and instead making him this, like, superior Sherlock, like, Doctor Strange supreme being that's like, I will assert our birthright. But I'm like, how is this for Ymir then, if it's for your birthright? What? Gonna keep trying to be an Eldian advocate. So, Arm and I will keep moving forward until all my enemies are destroyed. I'm like, but wait a minute, so did Armin hear this part here from Eren, or I have a feeling they're not going to be hugging it out. I have a feeling they're not going to be hugging out and going to hell together. I just have a distinct feeling. Okay. But I'm like, are you trying to justify that Eren's actions of genocide are okay because this is the only path he knows and it is the only path? Okay. I mean, it's drawn really good. Okay. All right. What do we have here? First of all, thanks. I want to say that I never expected this project to blow up the way that it did, and I've said so before, but wow, it really hits hard seeing the hard work of the team that came together and decided to make this dream a reality. While we have received a lot of hate and even death threats, and quite a lot of people are doing their best to scare us to stop, wow, kind of like people who support the same agenda of yours did to Isayama? Huh? It helped us to push forward. I'll be honest, there were brief moments some of us wavered. Even I had a moment where I laid in bed staring at my ceiling and wondered, maybe it's better to just let this go and move on. Why didn't you just write a fan fiction and put it on AO3 and just leave it there? Shit, I'm a rhetoric instructor, so I teach rhetoric. And I have had graduate level courses, so I have the education. But there is a little bit of logical fallacy there. It's not gaslighting, but there's a little bit of, like, I just didn't know if we should carry on this project or not, but we still did it for you all. There's a little bit of manipulation in those words, and I'm trying to feel sorry for them, but I'm like, the people that support this project are also probably the people that have literally gave Isayama death threats for the way that he ended the manga and anime. So why is it okay? Why is it such a scary thing for you all to receive those? Also, I'm like, did you really receive death threats over a fan fiction? Did you? Where's your sources? But I'm like, where's your sources? I've never seen somebody read a fan fiction except for the actual author and get pissed. I mean, AO3 has millions of Attack on Titan alternate endings. You sure? But it feels a little manipulative, like we're doing the best we can to continue this project that's allowing others who spit on Isayama to also find solace. It's like, I don't know, that rubs me the wrong way, the way it's written. That moment came and I sat up and I looked at the wave of messages coming through all the hate. I looked at all the comments shouting at us for us to keep going, so I grit my teeth, grabbed my pen, and I kept drawing. Okay. I'm trying to be empathetic, but I see a little bit of manipulation here. This project initially began because I was wounded, angry, betrayed, all the adjectives. I didn't like the ending of a little story, and I was mad. Sorry, that was my ad-lib. But then I saw how my nephew looked so terribly disappointed by the ending. And the motivation morphed into making an ending he would be excited to read on and enjoy. That vision was expanded to all of you, to my team and myself. I wanted an ending I'd be excited to read through with the help of every single writer, artist, editor. How many people are on this damn team? The thing was 12 pages. I'm excited to say that it's coming along incredibly, and I can tell you with all certainty we wouldn't be here if we didn't love and respect this work of art that is Attack on Titan. Regardless of other opinions, that is our true feeling, and no amount of shouts, accusations will change that. So it's weird. You say you want to support Isayama and his work and the official release, but then in another breath you say, I was wounded, angry, betrayed, and all of the adjectives? Which is it? And you had to write this story because of how betrayed you felt by the artists that you're contractually and legally obligated to support the official release for? Okay. Now, for those of you wanting to spam our work to harass Kodansha, Kawakubo, Mappa, and Isayama, don't. We have worked hard, but also understand that this is in fact just a work of fan fiction. This isn't going to change the canon events from canon. This isn't going to suddenly be canon. No. We just want to provide a good ending. This isn't going to be canon, but it's going to be better than the canon, basically, is what they're saying. And allow people to enjoy the series and move on to other things that should be to come. I'm going to make note of that, to move on to other things. We're going to make note of that line there. I wanted to make note in our research question. We're going to make note of that, right? Okay. We just want to provide a good ending and allow many others to enjoy the series and move on to other things that should the time come. Please, for the sake of our hard work, don't harass others with this work of fiction. Now, some of you may be wondering, is that it? Really? Where's the rest? A la Historia looking to the letter. Well, never fear. Part 1 is far from over. There's definitely more on the way, and soon. Some of you are probably disappointed that that's not a lot of pages to read, and I feel you, but keep in mind, a lot of us have school and full-time jobs outside of this project, so they're pretty young. And a lot of us deal with burnout. We're just trying to truly work hard to bring this level of quality to you all to enjoy. We love you all and we're excited to show you the rest. Which, you know what? I know it's just 12 pages, but it was really well done. You know what? 12 pages. I'm not going to razz on that. That is a lot of work because it does look really good. But I'm also like, you have a whole team. Like, there's a lot of artists out there that are just one person doing web comics like this. Okay. We're going to go back to this. I'm going to just making mental notes. All right. Some announcements. The full chapter will likely be close to 100 pages. It ended up being about 50. So we intend to reach out more artists to help our endeavors as soon. If you're interested in helping, drop your samples in our DMs or Instagram. Many hands make light work, so we encourage those of you ready to jump in to come and help. We'll be screening ours thoroughly, so don't take it personally if you don't get chosen. We have many other options for you to do. Oh, we may have other options for you to do. Make sure you follow us on social media pages. So get ready to work for free, right? Because it's non-commercial work, right? We're going to go back to that. Thanks for all the support, team. All right. So let's go to the go back to the top here. Chapter 2. Now I want to keep note. They said 100 pages. But page 37, so plus 12, we're at 49 if all this be done. So, okay. All right, we're going to do manga style. Okay. I do dig the soundtrack. The soundtrack's a lot of fun. Whoever did the musical composition for this did a really good job. I would want this playing at a random party that I'm at, just eating hors d'oeuvres. Okay. I really like this, actually, the opening scene here with Armin and Aaron. I like Kid Aaron talking to Armin. I would have liked more with that, so I'm actually okay with this starting out, where he's talking about all the stuff they explored in their dream. Oh, no. You're here to help, right, Armin? If we destroy all of our enemies, we'll be the freest people in the whole world. If we just commit genocide, it'll all be fine. Armin, what you gonna say? You, me, and Mikasa will see it all. It's everything we ever wanted. We won't have to stay inside those walls and live like cattle anymore. With the walls gone, we'll be free to live however we want. Isn't that right, Armin? How's he going to react to this? Okay. All right, no. Okay. All right. What part of any of this is freedom? You've gone too far. The rumbling was meant to tear down the enemy mill, not slaughter innocent lives. The Aaron I know would never be okay with this bloodshed. Well, the Aaron that we've established throughout the series that Aaron, I mean, back in season 4, part 1, and even in season 3, part 2, Armin was saying that he maybe didn't understand Aaron like he thought he did, right? Or that they always had a hint that there was a red flag there about Aaron, but they just weren't paying attention to it. Okay, but what do we do with this? What? You've changed, Armin. Between our home and theirs, what difference does it make to you? What? What difference? There isn't one. We're all just people. What? Okay. Oh, and he sees Willie Tiber, yeah. The world doesn't see it that way, Armin. And yes, Armin says, well, I know that, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't give up. We can try to talk. We've been at each other's throats for 2,000 years. No amount of talking is going to make it go away. Nothing that has us living under anyone else's control will ever be right. But oh my God, are we gonna say the children of the forest metaphor is wrong? That the entire point of Isayama's story, the whole theme of it, the theme that, oh no. Are we about to say that the theme that we need to keep trying no matter what, and to keep learning from history and learning from our mistakes and keep working at it even if we fail, are we gonna ignore all of that? LDS future will be built on speeches and dialogues. Oh no! But blood! What? Why? What? Oh, these are Aaron faps. They want to make Aaron look as badass as possible. And like he's so badass and he must be right. So we're fine with the genocide. Is that where this is going? He's like crushing billions of lives. But yeah, there's no other way. You're wrong. Yeah. This is not the answer. If this is your way of showing me that you've always been like this, you're a slave to your own selfishness. That is the answer. What? If we don't fight, we will die. And that's our reality, and no amount of talking about it. What? Wow, we're really like not for peaceful negotiations. We're not for the children of the forest at all. The world is right to hate us. What? And did Gabby, clearly, are we gonna see like, do you remember when Gabby and Kaya had all those breakthrough moments? Do you remember that? What? Oh my God. And the lives that died will have died for, what? But no! They died so that you wouldn't commit genocide! Don't bring Hanji into this! Don't you bring Erwin? Erwin wanted to see people beyond the walls! people beyond the walls? What? Yeah. What? Okay, and then we see Historia, we see all of this. Oh. Having the queen as a mom. What? What? Me having kids, being a mom. I was never gonna have children. What? That is changing Historia's storyline a bit. Oh. Since we lost Erwin, everything's so complicated. We still have hope. Oh, fuck. What? What? As long as we hold on to our hope, there's nothing we can't accomplish. We didn't need them before we all got into this far. Let's not give it up yet. What? We never needed a hand wiping our own asses before, and we're not gonna start now, right? What? Oh. That's when Beto can't help us. Oh, what is this? They'll be the ones who decide. Uh-huh. You're the girl who saved me that day, the worst girl in the world. Do they agree this is our only option? No, the others do not. Oh, we get Flock. Flock actually looks good in that style. Going to war is one thing, but destroying the entire world, that's something only a devil can do. You expect me to believe you when you couldn't even sacrifice Armin for Erwin. You don't have to believe me, but even you understand there's too much at stake. Why haven't you told the others? They won't be able to do what is necessary! Oh no! I'm sure someone as sentimental as you is up to the task, but we can't hope for a miracle either. Us or them. Either way, you're talking about mass slaughter. Once it starts, there's no turning back. I don't care for forgiveness. I've got less than 5 years. I can't waste them all doing nothing. If being a devil's the only way to make change, I'll gladly become one. I'm going to save Eldia. It doesn't matter if I die. I won't let them steal back what is ours. I mean, this part here, Eren, it's not too far off the mark from what Eren was doing, but man, the savior complex, which is the polar opposite of what Isayama does with Eren and what makes Eren infinitely interesting, is a choice. Oof. Oh. Do you think you could run away from your sins by killing yourself? Are we about to get like an Eren and Historia like moment? What this will mean for all of us. You can walk away through the hell on your own. Think about the people who love you. Okay, well there's... Or no, that's not because that's Eren! Is this a Historia and Eren ship? What? 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 Are you freaking kidding me? What would you think about me asking a child? I know I'm asking for a lot, but I don't know what else to do. Did she take him out to this random dude? What? Or is that Flock? What? I mean, if you want to ship Historia and Eren, fine, but... Oh. What? Is that farmhand? What? This feels very much like a repeat of Eren being like Grisha with the restorationists. What? So is it not Eren's child? What is happening? It is Eren's child! What? this does not absolve you! How much a hypocrite you are. What? If you had trusted us from the beginning, we could have found another option together. And now the people we've cared about are dying at your hands. Oh my god, it is his kid. Oh my god, I need more booze! Oh, this is fan fiction. We've always been monsters, Armin! Oh my god. Why? What? I don't want to fight my best friend! Why is Aaron so bipolar in this? Why is he just extremely bipolar? What? And I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to offend anybody that is bipolar. I'm sorry, that's not appropriate. That's sensitive. He did a complete 180 from like standing up to Armin. And I know they're imitating savagery, but savagery was an act. Like, I feel like they get kind of the basic concept of Aaron and what he's done throughout the series, but I don't know if they get it, you know? Oh. The choice is still yours. What? I'm gonna stop you even if I have to kill you. Okay. What a face-off. What a standoff. Okay. So that was chapter... That was the manga page. Okay, so let me get this right. I'm gonna go back to the top. So it was 37 pages total, but 19 in the manga versions with the double spreads. Okay. And the other version was 21. So 21, and then part 2 was 37. So that's 58. All right. And then part 3 is 60. Okay, so I'm wrong. More than 100 pages. Yes. Okay. Get that. All right. In loving memory of Hugh Hasu. Oh, that's so sad. Oh. To the boy we love, we wanted to share your story because behind that incredible talent was a young man who at just the age 16 was a selfless breadwinner, the reliable older brother of 7 siblings, the hero who brought his once broken family back together. Unyielding the face of cyberbullying, you were a true friend, a member of our family, a true king. We dedicate this project in your memory. Your art will forever be immortalized in AOT, no Requiem. Thank you for being a part of our journey. Well, no, that is really sad. I'm sad that Hugh Hasu lost their life. That is very sad. Okay. Commander. Oh my god. It feels like I should go on a tactical website. Okay. First chapter wasn't so bad. That second one, we took a turn. We took a turn into fanfictionsville. Okay, so are we in Mikasa with the snow? I'm like, did you know that the guy you love had sex with Historia? And she's bearing his child? Oh. Okay, so we're back on the Titan. Mikasa, alright. I liked the snow start there. Everyone needs you now. Alright. Nice. I like the way Mikasa's drawn. She's drawn really well. I like the shot of Levi and Gabby. Alright. There's nowhere that's safe for the survivors to go. Okay. Something's happening. Falco, fly around to its back. Okay, what are we doing? They do a really good job of drawing them to look a lot like the manga. There is a lot there that's similar. And the Okapi. It made it to Bertolt. Okay. Are they slowing down? Okay. What is that? What is going on? What? All right, Jean and Peak, what are we doing? Why are they just staring at him? What's happening? Okay. Oh, okay. Telling Jean to get moving. I like the way Jean's drawn there. That's really good, too. Something's different. What's going on? Okay. Let's go. What are we doing? It's affecting Bertolt, too. We've wasted like 5 pages just everybody staring at one another being like, what's going on? And the artwork is good, but I'm like, okay, we got like 20 pages left. How are we ending this whole thing? Oh, and leave Annie behind? What? What? They'll tear her apart. We can't split up now. We're gonna die if we just stay here. Annie has a better chance of defending herself. She's not worried about us. Okay. What? Are they gonna kill Annie off? Are they literally gonna kill Annie off? What? Okay, and then they're on Bertolt. Fine. Meanwhile, I do like how the music is synced up. For the record, the best part about this so far is the music. The music is really good. I like it. Whoever did the sound design did a very good job. Have it your way. He's like, yes, I will have my Burger King. What? Where'd he go? What? Should I sit and build sandcastles while everyone around me dies? Okay. And Armin's like, I haven't given up yet. Help me get out of here, Mr. Zeke. What? Aaron lied to you and now he's abandoned you here just like he did to me. If things were different and I still had control over Ymir, I would have been able to help you, but what good would it do? You're just postponing the inevitable. This is just the same deluded arrogance that if we fight back hard enough or hope strong enough, we can change the natural order of our world. What? I mean, I hope that's not, I hope it's just Zeke saying that. But just brings suffering. In the grand scheme of things, who are we to interfere? We should just let Aaron solve all the problems for us, like he told us to back in season 1. What? Okay, the Okapi's in Bertolt's mouth. What? I don't have power like Aaron or the founder. I'm no one next to them. I can't look into the past or see futures. And there's some things out of control, but I refuse to give up. I have seen people change. Good! I'm glad we're bringing this up. I've seen enemies learn to accept each other and fight for one another. Yeah! Everyone has a right to live and find happiness on their own terms. And I won't let Aaron take that from them. Okay. So then what? That's what the Survey Corps stands for, Mr. Zeke. Okay, I'm glad they acknowledged this, because before I was like, they're not acknowledging it at all. They're almost like mocking it, but okay. And I'm not gonna abandon them. Okay. So then what? Am I gonna get to the end of this before we even finish the manga? Okay. Okay. They got Armin out, so then what? Okay. I'm just like, this is about to end and we haven't gotten to the ending of it. Alright. Aaron brought me here for one last chance to dissuade us from stopping him. That doesn't mean he wants to hurt us. The Aaron we know is gone. Okay. I'm waiting for Armin to tell her that Aaron had sex with Historia. Okay. No one needs to die here. And so you ride to your deaths like proud soldiers. Oh. What? Idealism amounting to nothing? What? What? Is Aaron keeping you with him? Is that why you're still alive? What? What? Will it crush you like all the others? What is going on? What is happening? What? Wait, who? Is that not Aaron? What? Or is that Armin? No, Armin's right there. But what? That can't be it. Okay, I'm going home. That's it? That's all we got right now? What? Okay, I'm going to their Patreon because I have questions. Hold the phone. Okay, do we have, like, is there... What? I want to see these public announcements to know, like, is there... What? But where's the rest of the anime? Where's the rest of the manga? Where's the rest of the manga? What? Okay. So it's not done! Well, son of a bitch! It's alright. Whenever I get to the art book that I'll talk about in the conclusion of this video, which is, you know, a couple sections from now after the OP and ED reactions, which you guys are going to be watching next, I'll talk about the art book and volume 35 in the conclusion, so you can skip ahead to that if you want to watch it. But so it wasn't even complete. What? Excuse me? Excuse me? So okay. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Let's just dilly-dally into this and talk about this. So what is the purpose of this piece? What is it saying in comparison to the source material? It is a very confusing little thing, right? Because here's the thing. Let's talk a little bit about fan fiction. All right, let's have a little discussion briefly about fan fiction. If you don't know what fan fiction is and you're watching this video, congratulations. That's awesome. I'm not even mad. That's amazing. But basically when I think of fan fiction, I think of organizing it into different categories. The purpose of fan fiction is to do a number of different things. It's not just to create an alternate ending. There's so much you can do with fan fiction, but it's taking an intellectual property that already exists and expanding it in different ways. And there are lots of different ways that I feel are common with fan fiction. I would say probably the top 4 most common fan fiction genres, in my opinion, are 1, when a character dies and the creator wants to recreate that story either with them still included or writing a spin-off of what would have happened if they hadn't died, like a big what if. That happens in a lot of fan fiction, like, for example, the whole Serum Bowl debate, like what would have happened if Erwin had lived? How would that have altered the story? And you just kind of go from there. So I feel like this is in some ways it kind of falls in line with this first one a little bit, at least what I think it's falling in line with, okay? But it's not necessarily taking the story, but it kind of doesn't fall in line with that, right? It's not really taking the story from when a character dies and recreating the story with them in it, or offering a what if scenario of what if they hadn't died and seeing how the story would have played out differently plot-wise. It's not really doing that, so it doesn't really fit into that first genre. So no, we're not going to cut that. The next one is if the story ends and you want it to keep going. So a lot of fan fiction are like the extended epilogues of series. Like, oh, you watched the end of Naruto and wondered what ended up happening to Naruto and Hinata, but you're not gonna read Boruto? Then here you go. You can watch another ending with that. Or taking characters that didn't really get a epilogue and giving them an epilogue. So you could do something like that. I don't really think this falls into that category either. Now, the majority of fan fiction that I read, it falls into the shameless romance and smut category. And a lot of times there was series that don't have any romance at all. So there's so many Attack on Titan fanfiction out there that is romantic because, no offense, Isayama doesn't write a lot of romance in Attack on Titan. And the romance he does write is pretty macabre. So a lot of writers are like, I want to see what would have happened if Eren and Mikasa got together. What would that have been like? Or what if Armin and Eren get together? What would that be like? And so they write different fan fiction to expand upon the romance that is not present or just to be porn. Like, let's be real. Like, a good solid chunk of fan fiction is just pornography. It is what it is. It's smut. If it's your cup of tea, more power to you. If not, understandable. So, yeah. Does this fall into that? Well, his story's having Eren's baby. So, sure. Okay. I don't know how to feel about that. On the one hand, I actually know Eren's face. I don't have to guess it like Farmhand Coon. But, Historia, you could tell, I'm assuming, so I could be making myself an ass when I say this. I'm going to take an educated guess. They said they have a diverse team. What are we talking about in terms of diversity? Are there women writers on this team? Are y'all a bunch of dudes? Are there female writers? Are there people from different cultures? Is that what you're getting at by when you say diverse? Are y'all different ages? Are you from different states in the U.S.? Like where? Well, they're from France. So you're from different provinces. What do you mean by diverse? That's a big question because I am curious about that. Like, what do you mean when you say you are a diverse group? Because I don't know as a reader if I'd be like, yeah, sure. They had a fan Q&A on their Patreon, so I kind of wanted to pull that up and see if we had any, like, the fan Q&A to see anything. But you have to, like, join for $1 to unlock it. I'm so curious. Is there a fan? They don't really have a post on there of what ended up happening with the fan Q&A, so that's interesting. Okay. I'm going to click on this Twitter feed, though, because I'm rather curious about it. Okay. I am rather curious. So, All right, because it says that the anime, we're going to talk about the animation coming out in fall 2024. We're going to talk about that here in a minute. But yeah, so other than the Historia context, it's not really a smut or like shameless romance. Then you have what is a massive part of fan fiction, and my brother reads fan fiction only for this subgenre, and that is crossovers and alternate universes. So usually by alternate universe, it deals with other genres, like what if Attack on Titan was centered in a coffee shop, and then you have a thing here, or what if Attack on Titan characters met Blue Lock characters and the shenanigans that ensued, right? So those kind of crossovers. And those are kind of, I think, the most creative of fan fiction. They are not my cup of tea. I'm not a crossover fan person. That's just not me. But I do appreciate and respect the creativity that comes with that genre. So good on you. But this doesn't really fall in line with any of those. When we ask what is the purpose of this piece, usually fan fiction is not changing fundamentally the thematic elements and overall message of the story. That's not really what fan fiction usually does. I mean, it can change the ending, which this is doing, but it's also going through and fundamentally saying that what Isayama has written as a theme is not right, and they're mad about it. It just, try to say this as delicately as I can. It reads like a kid that just read a comic book and it didn't end the way he wanted it to. And so he banged his fists on the table and said, well, I'm going to make my own ending, and Eren's going to be the hero in the end and save the day. And I'm like, that, if you say that you are taking into account and saying that chapters 1 through 136 are canon, then it almost feels like they didn't read chapters 1 through 136. Because I'm like, Eren's entire character from season 1 has been built up to be the antagonist. And it's such a weird dichotomy of, we're going to respect the author, go support him. Yeah, go support Isayama, go support their official release, but we also hate what he did with the story. And I'm like, can we can you have your cake and eat it too? That is a very big question. And so I wanted to bring up this concept called Death of the Author that's by Roland Barthes. He is, ironically or coincidentally, a French philosopher. So this should be right up their alley. They should have read Roland Barthes when they were growing up because it's been around since the 60s. But Roland Barthes is a French philosopher, and he wrote a book called Death of the Author. And I studied it when I was in college. It's a really good book, but mainly and I'm borrowing this, a lot of my sources here. I'm going to cite my sources. My sources here are from Death of the Author itself as a text that was published in 1967, and also the text Mimesis, the Representation of Reality in Western Literature by Eric Artbook from 1974. Those are my two sources of my information if you're curious where I'm getting my jazz from. But basically, Roland Barthes' text is talking about a literary theory. It argues that the meaning of a text is not determined by the author's intention, but rather by readers' interpretation. So Barthes had kind of this argument against traditional literary criticism. And what I mean by that is saying that in traditional literary criticisms at the time in the 1960s, it was a practice of relying on intentions and kind of the biography of the author to definitively explain the ultimate meaning of a text. Meaning that you looked at the biography of Isayama, where he grew up, his background, what sports did he play? And you're like, oh, he played basketball. So because he played basketball, this is how we can interpret Aaron's character. That was like the traditional literary criticism at the time, that everything in the story had to contextually match up to Isayama's background. And it was very limiting. And Roland talks about it, saying that when you do that, it basically treats the author themselves like they're just a robot and like they can't draw inspiration from anything else, right? It's kind of like if I wrote a story that had a Japanese character in it, in the traditional literary criticism, that wouldn't be allowed because, oh, well, you've never been to Japan before, so you can't write about Japanese characters. It kind of ties to that, and Roland was really frustrated by how limiting literary criticism was at the time. So they tried to explain and philosophize and share philosophy of different ideas in different senses of how we can interpret works. And so instead, Roland's essay emphasizes the need for each individual reader's interpretation of the work, that it's the individual reader's interpretation over any definitive meaning intended by the author, which means that it can be often subtle, unnoticed, and there can be characteristics drawn out by new insights constantly. So there's no longer this focus on creative influence. The author is merely just the scripter. The author creates the script, but they don't have to explain the work necessarily, right? They are not equipped with being or preceding the extended writing. They are not the subject of the book as predicate. Basically, every work is eternally written here and now. And with each rereading, because the origin of the meaning lies exclusively in the language itself, its impressions can come differently with each reader that encounters it. So, taking all that jargon, basically, unless Isayama comes out and says, this is what the text means verbatim, unless they come out and directly say that, we as the reader can interpret it in different ways, and we're not wrong. It's just different because we draw a different impression of it based on our own backgrounds, our own encounters with other literature, our own understandings. And as long as we kind of understand it, it's like, and that's opening a Pandora's box. I realize that. That is opening a Pandora's box. And what it sounds like is that it's justifying this. But I'm going to explain it a little further because that's just the basis, right? The basis is that we can encounter literature differently at every turn. For me, what has been, and I've talked about this previously in other sections of this recap, what gets kind of frustrating is when people tell me, oh, well, no, this is exactly what this text means. And I'm like, well, but that's your interpretation. And so unless Isayama comes out and says, no, this is the interpretation, you can tell me that, but that doesn't make it right. You know, we can have differing interpretations of what a scene symbolically means, or the symbolism I gain from a scene can be drastically different than yours. And that doesn't make either of us right or wrong. We just come at it from a different perspective. It's kind of meant to show that people encounter literature in different ways, And it's supposed to make reviewing literature a more richer experience. It's why people watch reactions and discussions, because we want to gain different insights from other people that we maybe didn't think about ourselves. And we're like, oh, I never thought about it that way. Oh, that's cool. Or this and that. And I think a lot of times the authors don't come out and specifically state what something means because they want a dialogue to continue. Isayama's smart. He knows if he just comes out and says, this is what that means, then the discussion's over. But with a series like Attack on Titan, the discussions need to keep happening. They need to keep going. And so keeping an ending ambiguous, keeping an ending as open-ended as Attack on Titan kind of is, with all of these different things not explained that I've talked about in previous sections, that's all to say that it keeps us talking about the series, it keeps it relevant, it keeps his work alive. The moment something dies is when you stop talking about it. So keep things ambiguous, and I think Isayama does a lot of that intentionally. However, there is some caveats I want to make in terms of this specific interpretation. And that brings us to this next point here. Roland Barthes says, writing, the destruction of every voice, defies adherence to a single interpretation or perspective. I love that phrase, writing the destruction of every voice. It's like just putting it down on paper, like almost like gets the naysay out and just makes it concrete. It's really cool. So something I'm going to relate to in the timeline and the themes and symbolism sections, if I haven't already, is to talk about how it's okay when we interpret things within literature differently. That's, unless the author comes out and says that's how it is, we can't know for sure. But here's my point with Requiem and what it's given us so far. And my problem with it is that with Attack on Titan, the argument is usually tied not to is this how the situation happened, but more, is this action or characterization morally reprehensible and worth praising? So we're not saying, in other Death of the Author, we're not saying, did Flock try to stop the plane from leaving the dock in the finale? No, a lot of Death of the Author talks about, like literal events and things, and like, are they true or not? What is the author's intention by that? We're not saying, did Flock try to stop the plane from leaving the dock in the finale part 1? We know the answer, but it's more of, was that decision right or wrong? And that ties into Requiem, so it makes it a little bit more complicated. Because Isayama gives us a lot of things, as we've talked about in this recap already, that aren't quite answered fully and concretely enough. There's lots of gray area, there's lots of wiggle room. And what frustrates me the most, as someone that studied Barth and somebody that likes his work on Death of the Author and studied this text, something that frustrates me to no end is when someone sends me this theory and they're like, this is how it was in the series. This is the actual answer. This is the truth behind Attack on Titan's ending. There's all of these. I've had so many video recommendations of people being like, this is the true meaning of the end of Attack on Titan. I'm like, no, it's not. It can be anything. We can derive so much meaning out of this text because it's so rich and because it's so complicated and complex and well written. We can derive so much out of them. That's why there's so many different videos trying to tell you different things about the ending. They're all right and they're all wrong. There is no definitive truth until Isayama tells us that truth. And even then, by Death of the Author standards, we can still question it. So I kind of like it because it opens up all these avenues to hear discussions from different people and to kind of find these different, themes and talk about them in different ways. I love that. And it frustrates me when people try to tell me that this is the correct ending. And I'm like, are you Isayama? And it's like, no. But my problem with Requiem is that Requiem is trying to suggest not only, I guess my problem personally is Requiem is saying that the actions of Eren that Isayama chose to write, as Isayama's his character, were not correct. And the idea of taking Eren, who is a very flawed character, beautifully written, flawed, but in a way that makes him human, understandable, relatable. You hate him and you want to shake him to pieces, but you get it. He is, as Isayama has said in interviews, that piece of darkness that we don't want to acknowledge is within us. He is that serial killer that we don't want to empathize with, but we end up empathizing with. And they want to instead make him this Savior? I'm like, okay, Harry Potter. Is there going to be a Horcrux we have to get rid of? You know? And it's so frustrating because reading this, they start to let Armin's character start to be the voice of the reason that Isayama kind of brings up as being the overarching goal about the children of the forest, about stopping the violence. But it seems like they just bring it up to say, oh yeah, this is what Isayama's saying, but then Zeke talks down on him, Eren talks down on him, and then Eren pulls an Akashi and he's like, but I love you still. And it's like, what the fudge? I don't know if they fully understood the text that they are rewriting the ending for. And I'm not trying to be mean when I say that, but I've spent 24 hours talking about this series straight, and I can get the themes, I feel. But you know, to play Eldian's advocate, if they want to rewrite an ending and completely undermine everything Isayama said because they didn't like it, nothing's stopping them. That's how fan fiction works. However, I want to put a big caveat on this whole thing about the fan fiction element, because that seems to be their big... There is a little bit of manipulative text on their website that rubs me the wrong way. And what I mean by that is they had that whole afterword after chapter 1 where they talk about the hate they've received and how people have been up in arms against their story. I'm very curious about that because again, when you go on AO3 has millions of fan fiction stories, hundreds and thousands of pieces of fan fiction. And on that website, I cannot tell you one piece of fan fiction that has gotten hate mail and death threats. It's a piece of fan fiction. They're a dime a dozen. I'm sure there's lots of fan fiction that's been rewritten, the ending of Attack on Titan. It shouldn't be a big deal. Nobody's giving those people death threats, right? So I am a little questionable about that. I'm like, where's your sources? Where did these things happen? Where were your DMs where you got death threats? What is this? But what's interesting is they talk about it being not for commercial use. And I just want to posit some thoughts about this. Because, yeah, fan fiction, you go on AO3, anybody can write a fan fiction story. You put it online, it's for anybody to read and comment, whatever. Now, E.L. James took Twilight fan fiction, changed the names, and converted it into their own story, 50 Shades of Grey, and has made millions of dollars off of it. However, I would say that the difference with that and AOT Requiem is that 50 Shades of Grey, there are no vampires. It is completely in a modern setting. It used the essence of Edward and Bella for the basis of the characters, but Bella and Edward were not deep characters to begin with, so it's kind of like taking two pieces of cardboard and painting over them and saying, now these are their pieces of cardboard. You know what I'm saying? So they completely changed the genre. They completely changed the plot. They completely changed the character elements. They basically made a brand new story and commercialized it, but it was inspired by Twilight. But there's a reason why Stephanie Meyer hasn't sued them, because it really is a totally different story, right? And a lot of fan fiction is like that. It's just authors, they have a story in their head, they apply it to a piece of property that already is in existence, and then they, some of them commercialize off of that. And that's kind of okay, because it is their own story in the end. Requiem is not that. You are taking the intellectual property of someone. You are taking the characters, the story, the themes. Well, you're twisting the themes, but you're taking everything about Attack on Titan and you're keeping it Attack on Titan. It's just your version of it. And there are two things that bother me about it. One is that they almost make it seem like their version is better than Isayama's. So it's like, we've improved upon the original work. Oh, go support the original work, but we've improved upon it. It's kind of like a backhanded compliment. The other thing is, I've gone on their Patreon because I was very curious. They say they're not for commercial use. It's totally fair use, totally fan fiction. However, they're making this animated production of it, and their Patreon has a goal of receiving $25,000. $25,000 for production costs. Now, they do a very intelligent, detailed breakdown of what all those costs are going to be, and they have a Patreon to help raise those funds, and they're currently making $2,300 a month off of that Patreon for the costs. And they say it's coming out in fall of 2024. What happens if it doesn't? Where's all that money going? You gonna refund it all back? I'm just saying, I've been around the block. I've seen Kickstarters. I've seen projects that didn't make. And did they refund all of that money to those patrons? Or did it just go to a partial release of something? What if it goes over budget? What if they make over $25,000? Are they going to refund that money? Where's that rest of that money going to go? Are you going to donate to Isayama? You're going to give it to him? Are you going to make bound copies of Attack No Requiem and sell them? Because then it's commercialized. I don't know. I don't know. But my thing is, in that letter from chapter 1, they were like, we just wanted to create this non-profit commercial. They said all the legal jargon that they needed to. But at the end of the day, they still could have just put this on AO3 and left it and said, here's our story, go read it, and had, comment sections, stuff like that. This takes it to another level, right? And, reactors and people, on YouTube and Patreon that are creating reactions, people, I assume, are not coming there to engage directly with you're not watching this barely transparent, this big, clip of anime in the corner. You're here to listen to my thoughts, I'm assuming. If not, you should go pirate the anime off another site if you're really that desperate. But you're not coming here to watch the anime. You're coming to hear a reactor's thoughts and to see their reactions to things, to hear their dialogue, their analysis, things like that. This project here is a bit sinister because it's not celebrating Isayama and Attack on Titan. It's saying he did it wrong. We're going to do it better. And I'm like, you didn't create for 10 years a series. So I do find it a little bit disrespectful to Isayama because you've created this elaborate project that is supposed to make something better because you didn't like the ending of a fictional work. When you could have just wrote a 3-chapter AO3 100,000 word document, put it on there and called it a day, which is very ironic because they are like, we need to create this so people can move on. And I'm like, you're raising $25,000 and creating an animation for something you could have ended a year ago. Instead of using people's money and people's time and hiring on animators and having people, I'm like, just let it go and move on. I don't know. I'm really curious to see how it ends. It's hooked me. It's hooked me. And now I want to check out this preview here and see what we get because it looks like some animation, which animation's not cheap. There's little bits and pieces, but a lot of this animation that I'm looking at a lot of it is just redrawing the stuff from the anime. Where are we getting the new stuff at? And I'm like, is it really $25,000 worth of animation? I don't know. See, you can take things like Attack on Dragon Ball Z Abridged and the Dragon Ball Z spin-offs and shorts. They're all parodies. They're all, transforming the genre, and they use humor and they use, cross references for other things. This isn't quite that. So I don't know. I would love to see what the final chapters are like, but as far as if I'm going to praise this piece, it looks nice. They clearly put some time into it. The soundtrack's the best part. I really like the music. Whoever did the sound design, kudos to you. You did great. But I just feel like they kind of missed the mark a little bit. Is it going to keep me up at night? No, because like they said, I'm going to move on with my life. But am I donating to this project? Hell no. I'll go instead I paid $115 to buy Isayama's Artbook. That's how I'm supporting the official release. And maybe if they make more money or take their Patreon funds that exceed their budget, they can donate to Isayama as well, since they're using his work. But that's fun. So yeah, wow, I talked way too long about this. Too long. Talked too long. But we still have the OP and ED reactions and another toast to get through. So I'll turn it over to part 12. I'll admit that this next part was not originally supposed to be in the recap. I just forgot really to react to the OP and EDs by the time I finished the movie. And by the time I was done with the discussion of the movie, I was like, I'm done. Like 4.5 hours was enough. So I decided to put it here in the recap. So we're going to talk about the OP and the EDs for the final season. I haven't watched them yet. I haven't looked at them. So this is going to be a genuine, I've not seen this reaction. So the only thing I knew going into the final season was that the same people that did the rumbling did the OP for this. And I was like, okay, cool. But I'm sure that they'll be different. I'm sure they'll be different. The rumbling though, honestly, the rumbling I think is my favorite OP of the entire series. Not that it's the best, because I think you could argue there are some from Linked Horizon that are really, really good and maybe more musically, have more musical richness than the rumbling. But of all the OPs, I listen to the rumbling constantly, and the other ones I don't listen to as much. So that's just kind of my basis for determination what my favorite is. But I understand a lot of people that are like, oh no, it's this season, or Red Swan or something. One of the other songs is their favorite, and that's fine. But I do like the rumbling a lot, so I'm excited to hear Under the Tree. That should be really good to hear in a minute. But first, before we do that, we have our second to last toast, which is for season 4, part 2. Oh, Keith and McGath, Keith Shaddis and Theo McGath, you two, Update. Since I recorded the shipping portion and the character tier portion of this recap, I tried to find a fan fiction selection for Keith McGath, for Keith and Theo. It doesn't exist. There's like one smutty fan fiction. It's a really good smutty fan fiction, so if you want to go find it, it's great. But it's like the only one in existence, and I'm like, where are you, fan base? Everybody was talking about this ship. Why can't you write about Old Man Yowie for me? But I also want to give a special toast to some new toasties that are now in the RIP recap review and RIP. And first, Ramsey and Halil. We didn't know these characters long. We really didn't know Halil very long at all. But we knew Ramsey for a little bit back from season 4, part 2. And then in this last episode 29. And I felt for these two characters. It's insane how Isayama has you know them for a very short, limited amount of time. And then you instantly gravitate towards them. And you feel their plight and you feel for them. And it just sucks how much they had to suffer through. And then for Isayama in the manga to draw explicitly how they die. And we were talking about this in the Discord and in the comments in the manga. When you read the manga page, it like shows them getting crushed. And your eye can't go anywhere but watching it happen because the text is all surrounding it. It's very intentional. Isayama wants you to feel the weight, literally, of the colossal titans crushing them, and it's very, very sad. So to Ramsey and Halil. And then Flock, we're going to toast Flock again because I thought he died in season 4 part 2's recap, but no, he was back again just to come out and screw things up for our group and to make there be a situation. You know what? It's Flock's fault that Hanji died because if they had been able to leave the island when they did, Hanji wouldn't have had to stay behind. And that's really sad. So Flock actually did kill Hanji in the end. Sad days. But you know what? Like I said in the character tier, I have to respect Flock because he came from being like just a nobody character that nobody was just in the background to being like one of the characters that not only is memed the most, whether for his shit-eating grin or for his interactions with Eren and the others, but because he was just a very consistent character, and even if you didn't like him, you had to respect the commitment to that character that he made. So Mikasa took him down though, but I guess you know what? Flock would probably take solace in knowing that Eren died the same way that he died. He's like, oh my god, I was stabbed in the throat too. Eren, you had your whole head cut off by Mikasa. I wish I could have had my head cut off too. To Flock. Our Burger King, my crown for you is somewhere in my home. And then Hanji! Hanji gets a big old swig out of this. Hanji, I absolutely loved from the get-go of the series. My love for them only grew as the series went on. It's the second time I've cried watching this series. The first was when Armin died, and the second was when Hanji died, and it cemented them as up there as one of my favorites. So I feel like the manga did not do Hanji's death justice, so I'm glad Isayama got to go back and work with Mappa and be like, let's amp that up a notch. And I mean, not only to make it cinematic, but just Hanji going out in a blaze of glory is so fitting for their character, and it's just so perfect. I love it so much. So I don't know what else I can say about Hanji that I haven't already said, but they are sorely missed from the world of Attack on Titan. So to Hanji. Yes. So I've got the two EDs and the OP pull up. I'll be honest. I went originally to the Under the Tree, like the anime version that's online. There are no English subtitle options. None. They're like, screw you, American. Learn Japanese, mother trucker. And I'm like, touche. Fair enough. I did find a version that has auto-generated English subtitles. So I'm going to tell you right now, they're probably not going to be the greatest. But that's okay. I'm sure in the comments, if there's a mistranslation, someone will make note of it. That seems appropriate. But my dogs have been acting a little bit, they've been really quiet up until now, which is usually how that works. They're quiet in my house until I sit down to record something, and then suddenly they get all antsy for reasons. And I have a feeling that when I have the sound off, like it's going to be in this, for copyright reasons, they're going to be even more freaked out. So fun times. So I apologize if they bark during this. That is a very likely scenario. But I'm excited to see these three, to see them. They're all pretty long OPs too. I mean, by OP standards, they're all like almost 5 minutes. Each of them are. So I'm like, well, that's cool. So we're going to look at Under the Tree first and just see what this gets. Like I said, the other two are lyric videos that have it translated, but this one is an auto-generated lyric, so it's like, might not be the best. So anyway, we're going to start Attack on Titan Season 4, Part 3's opening song, Under the Tree by Sim, or S-I-M, and we're going to do that here in 3, 2, 1. Of course, I'm looking at the full version. Let's go. Ooh. Oh, good. We get some anime here. Ooh. Yeah, no answers, right? Oh. Oh. It's too late to go after you. Ooh, I like they translated that for us. Uh-huh, nice. The butterfly effect. Ooh. The owl, yeah. Oh. I like they translate the Japanese to English, but... Ooh, by second. Oh! Oh, I love it. Oh, damn it! Oh, this definitely has that finality to it. Oh my god. And this is from Aaron's perspective, right? Oh, or is it from Mikasa's? Ooh. Oh, the tree under my umbrella. Ella, Ella, tree, tree, tree. Oh my god. All right. I was like, that can't be it, can it? Oh, good. Are they redoing it? Or did it just start over again? What? What? See, because this is like, yeah. And Mikasa looking towards Eren, like trying to say, like, let me help you. Interesting. Oh, this is it's such a good song, but I hope I'm looking at the right version of this, because it seems like it's just repeating the same song. And that's like the imagery of Mikasa holding his head, like, under the tree. Is it just the same thing repeated twice? It is. Is that really it? I want to look at the other version, the special anime version, and see if it's different. Oh, well, now it has subtitles. Why wouldn't it have it before? What is this? Damn it. Fine. Sorry you have to watch this again. We'll theorize as we're doing this. Oh. And yeah, the mantis eating the butterfly, sure. Oh, it's Eren's red scarf. Yes. Okay, there we go. Yes. And time never stops. Oh, I really like this OP too. Oh, I love it. So the my scarf, it was Eren talking about his scarf that he gave to Mikasa. Because, yeah, are you giving up on me? Yeah. But then the whole I'll be waiting it could kind of be Mikasa talking to Eren about her holding him under the tree. It could be about Mikasa or Eren talking about each other. Oh my god. Yeah. Because, I mean, this looks like it's all from Eren's perspective, but some of the lyrics you could see it from Mikasa's. There we go. Yeah. Ooh, I love that. Did your dream satisfy or terrify? Ooh. Ooh. I really like the way this is constructed, the song. Ooh. Ooh, that's so creepy. Oh. Oh, that's so creepy. Oh, I love just the bass dropping. Oh! Ah. Ooh, let me shoulder your sins together with you. Is this now about Armin and Aaron? But Minkus has said that too to him. And then we tie back to that, yeah. Uh-huh. You could tie this into Aaron, Mikasa, and Armin completely. You could interpret this a number of different ways. Nice. I like the more orchestral feel that this has to it. It's nice. I don't think it's quite as a much of a bop as the rumbling is, but that was really good. I liked that. Yes, indeed. And I was like, anybody have like the lyrics of it? Probably. Somebody probably has it all there. Yeah, I like the idea of the shouldering the sins together. Nice. Nice. Okay. I liked that. It was very good. Sorry you had to do it twice. I was like, there has to be more to it than this. And then I swear, I didn't want to get like too far into the original video into the anime one because I wanted to react to it, but I could have swore they wouldn't let me pick subtitles, and then it generated them anyway, so whatever. We got to talk about it more, if anything. So then, Linked Horizon, speaking of which, no stranger to Attack on Titan songs, they did this ED, which was To You 2000, or 20,000 years from now. I feel like that's like a Sawano title, only Sawanos would be like 2,000 bleep blah bloop or 20,000 robots from hell or something like that. His titles for songs are just crazy. So we're going to listen to that next here in 3, 2, 1, and let's go. Ooh. Sounds like the ocean. What? Why is it in German? Not knowing the names of the morning flowers after the birds have flown away. Ooh. Okay. And spring returns, leaving the winter behind. So it's like a cycle, right? Songs of resentment with passing seasons. You'll never return. Yeah, even though you want those who are lost to come back, they won't. The last kiss colored red for me and no one else. So this is from Mikasa's perspective, right? Nobody got to kiss you, Aaron, except me. Ooh. Oh, it sounds like a bird flapping its wings. Oh, and the warmth being the scarf as you face the cold again. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, this is about Mikasa singing about Aaron. This is Mikasa's voice actress, isn't it? Is this Mikasa's voice actress? Oh, that adds like a whole nother layer to it if it is. Like her singing about Aaron. If this is her voice actress, it adds like a whole nother layer. But it might not be. Like the flowers I sent to you. So is she talking about like after he's gone, like what her life's been like? Oh, without telling anyone. Because the words she only said to you. Ooh. Well, I have a feeling that the other Requiem we just read is going to be slightly different than this song. If you were to scatter sins. Ooh, I like that line. If you were to scatter your sins, let dawn illuminate the flowers. Ooh, I like that. Oh my god. I like this suddenly goes into German. What? Why? Oh, because it's the end of the finale. Yeah. Release birds of steel into the sky. Oh my gosh. And connecting back to the first OP. The diseased humanity. Oh my god, yeah. Ooh. Ooh. In the burnout fields, the shadow and light of civilization. Ooh. Ooh. What do you know in the cave of the great tree that saw everything? Ah! Because the tree has seen everything. It's seen it all come and go. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay, or 20,000 years. Man. We've talked about this throughout this recap. It is sad to see the ending of it and to think, like, you can look at it pessimistically and think, oh, that sucks that war keeps happening and there's death and destruction. You know, you think we'd learn our lesson, but there is like a tiny silver lining in that no matter what happens, civilization is going to keep going, and it's eventually going to come back, and it eventually will carry on even at that point. So I guess if you're gonna find hope and solace in it somehow, there you go. But wow, so that was cool having Aaron and Mikasa's voice actors on that track. That was neat. I liked that. I liked that a lot. All right, so that leaves us with yes, see you later. And this one I was like, I Higuchi, oh my god, I love Child of Evil. If The Rumbling is maybe my favorite OP, Child of Evil is by far my favorite ED. Hands down. I love that song. Its message, it's so good. So the fact that I saw that this is by the same artist, I was like, oh, this will be good. Nice. So I am excited. Yes, please. All right. Let's hear what this is like in 3, 2, 1. Ooh, this has like a techie feel to it. Ooh. The heart I dedicated. Oh my god, right? Even if it's a dream, tell me your true feelings. Is this Mikasa asking Aaron again? Yes, this is Mikasa to Aaron again. Nice. Aw. It's sad she didn't get to tell him these things until the very end, and even then. I like go on a tangent about Aaron and Mikasa, and now I'm listening to this song being like, aw. Oh, this is really sad. I'm like, oh, Higuchi, why would you make me listen to this? This is really sad. Uh-huh. my gosh, that line, you'd grown into adult by the time you found the answer. Oh. I'm like, is this one going to stay peaceful, or is it going to do like the last song and start imitating gunfire and bloodshed? Maybe. Maybe not. Oh, I took strength and loneliness into my hands. Oh, nice. Oh, I love that. Yes. You've been here all along the whole time. Oh my god, is this her holding Aaron's severed head? No! Oh my god. Or is this when she's at the cabin, like with her head next to his chest? Ah. This is a really sad song in hindsight. It's beautiful, but it's so sad. Yeah. Oh, her voice is so beautiful, though. Yeah. Well, maybe you'll meet again. We hope so. Maybe. Oh. Now I feel bad for him. And trash talking their ship. Oh, that was really good too. Dang it. Well, Fudge Muffin, that was actually really sweet. And now I feel sad for them. So that's nice. Well. So those are the songs. Those are those. I really like them. I probably, even though that last one was really sweet, it's probably my least favorite. I would say the OP is my favorite of the three, and then the To You 2000 or 20,000 Years is my second favorite, and then that one's really sweet. It's not really my type of song, so I appreciate it and like it, but the other two I could see myself listening to maybe more, but I don't know. The first one, though, by Sim is really, really good. I like that one a lot. That one's probably my favorite. It's not as good as The Rumbling. It's close, but it's not as good as The Rumbling for me, but it is very close. And then Child of Evil is still my favorite ED, of course. But it was going to be hard to top those two. I think all of us said that going into the final season. We're like, if we get a new OP and ED, there's no way it's going to top The Rumbling and Child of Evil because they're just so freaking good. But those are really nice. Those are nice OP and EDs. I cannot complain about those at all. But man, hard to believe, but I think it's time we maybe wound this up. Are you all still here? I kind of know how long this is at this point, and I'm a little scared. I'll be honest with y'all. I'll help you in the quest to figure out what order I recorded everything in. There's only one segment I have left to record after this, but it involves me becoming Aaron Yeager in a bodysuit, and so I'm saving that one for last. But you all will have watched that by now, so it's fine. But yeah, welcome to the end of the conclusion of this recap. I got some things I want to talk about before we go. But first, we have two final people to toast. Aaron and Zeke Yeager, the Yeager Bros. I feel like I've talked about them a lot throughout this series, and enough. But I'm also not, I know that there's only like one beer I drank in this recap, which was, you guys have already seen that with Romania Mac. And then there's been a couple coffee drinks that have had some liqueur in it. If you're expecting me to get trashed throughout this recap, I'm sorry, but no. My body over the last year has had not an intolerance to alcohol to the point where I don't really drink a lot anymore, for better or worse. Definitely for the better, for my health. But so wine shan will be few and far between. And then anything else is just like occasionally. But So I've been just trying to tank up on coffee and decaf with sugar and things like that instead. But I want to give a shout out to Aaron and Zeke Yeager, two brothers that are so crazy and one of the most iconic pair of brothers in anime and manga history. Whether you like them or you don't like them, they are hard to ignore. So to two of the best written brothers in anime, we salute you, Aaron and Zeke Yeager. So, where to from here? Well, first and foremost, I want to say that Attack on Titan has been a game changer for me as a reactor and as a person, honestly. And that sounds so cheesy to say, but back when I was starting reactions, and of course my dogs will have no sympathy for this dramatic end of recap moment, but back when I was starting reactions, I think they were very short and I didn't feel comfortable talking about anime and manga. I didn't know if people would want to listen to anything I had to say. And so I remember like my Jujutsu Kaisen reactions, the given ones, they were all like maybe 10 to 15 minutes long. And I was like, I don't know if anybody wants to hear me talk. And then I started doing Banana Fish and getting more into it. And people were like in the comments and were super kind, super awesome, didn't want to spoil me on anything. They were like, we want you to experience the journey. And when I started Attack on Titan, I started talking more and more about the series because there was lots of things to talk about. And you all were so receptive and supportive. And I cannot tell you how much that broke me out of my shell on this channel, how much it got me to like talk longer and longer. So if you're wondering why my reactions are so dang long and rambly, well, it's because of this show and you all enabled me. So thanks. But in all honesty, the way that I do deep dives, the fact that I do these recaps, the fact that I do live streams, the fact that I do anything like I do now, a lot of it stems back to this series. And a lot of it stems back to you all. So I want to give an enormous shout out over to Patreon, to the YouTube subscribers, of course, but definitely over to Patreon. Whiteboard Coon, who did not make an appearance in this recap because they're on holiday. They're on Christmas vacation. But Whiteboard Coon, I got back in season 2's recap because I wanted a whiteboard to talk about. And you guys were so supportive on Patreon that it helped me buy Whiteboard Coon, who has progressively aged in their overuse, but is still kicking today. So I can't thank you all enough. Thank you for giving me the time of day. If you're listening at this point, thank you. I hope that this helped you get through your holiday season. I hope this helped you get through your travel. I hope it helped you like have something playing in the background while you're grading papers or putting up wallpaper or whatever. But I'm so grateful for all the support that I've gotten from this series and for my channel, and I really hope that I will try my very best to keep talking in depth about series the best that I can to my ability in the future. So thank you. I would feel sad and be teary-eyed and crying, but it is not the end of Attack on Titan because Isayama decided, guess what, bitch? You ain't done. I'm making an art book. And I'm like, wait, what? So thanks to Patreon. Y'all are amazing, but thanks to Patreon, I did go online and I wanted to support Isayama, so I've pre-ordered the art book. It's supposedly coming in May. Whenever, I will assume it's coming in May, but it will be the art book along with volume 35, which is the 18-page extra that's coming with it. So my thought is that when I get the art book in, I'm going to do a reaction to show you all what the art book looks like, what's inside of it, because it was pretty expensive. It was like $115, which is a lot of money for a book. I was like, whew. So thanks, Patreon. Y'all are amazing. I was like, okay, cool. I'll take this out of the Patreon funds and fund that because I'm going to do a reaction with it. But I know that not everybody can afford that, so I want to show you guys what's in it, all that good stuff. And then I'm sure by the time I get it, the internet will have already translated that volume 35. I'm sure they'll have a translation up by the time I get a hold of it, and so I can look at the translation and have the art book. That'll be great. I'm sure that'll be fine. But that's my goal, is to do that. I want to do that for Attack on Titan, and then I want to have a live stream, but I kind of want to have a live stream after I look at the art book. So originally I was going to do a live stream like before I went back to work at the start of the new year. Now I want to wait till after the art book so that we can talk about in the live stream the art book and everything all together. And by that time, if you all have any extra questions that you have to ask based off this recap, then we can talk about that there. And then the Discord, Nick was asking if I would do like a Mystery Science 3000 reaction to the Attack on Titan Requiem anime. Maybe. Who knows? If they finish it, we'll see. I don't know. It would just be like, it'd be me and then it would be Whiteboard Kun, a shadow of Whiteboard Kun blocking out half of the screen, which would be hilarious. So I might end up doing that anyway. But we'll see that. We'll see that. But thank you, Isayama. He's an amazing writer, and I am so grateful to be in an era where I got to read his work. I think it's relevant. I think his work needs to be read, and I think people need to understand it. I'm forever going to be grateful to Isayama and the hard work on this series, but the fight isn't over. I'm thankful for Whiteboard Kun is thankful to be here. I'm thankful to be here, and I'm thankful for you all for your support. But if this series has taught us anything, it is don't be silent or compliant. Use your voice. Keep trying to push for peace, for humanity, for understanding, and for moving forward past mistakes. You are not defined by those mistakes, and they do not determine your future. And you have to keep working towards a better future, a happier one, full of humanity and compassion, even if you die, even after you die. So, thank you, Attack on Titan. I will forever love what you have given us, and the hope that I hope you all have enjoyed this massive, bloated, overdone recap, but I had to say my piece, so RIP for now. I'll see you guys again, though, in May, and by that point, I may be crying. When we get past the live stream and past the art book, I may be, like, shedding tears, because then it will feel like it's over, but I'm going to be in denial until then. So this is the last recap review and RIP I'm doing, though. I think that we've said enough. So I hope you all have an amazing 2024. Enjoy the rest of 2023, and I'll see you all on the other side. Love y'all. Bye.